Chapter 1. Her hair is curly and gold on the pillow, her skin white in the heat lightning that trembles beyond the pecan trees outside the bedroom window. The night is hot and breathless, the clouds painted like horsetails against the sky. A peal of thunder rumbles out on the gulf like an apple rolling around in the bottom of a wood barrel, and the first raindrops ping against the window fan. She sleeps on her side, and the sheet molds her thigh, the curve of her hip, her breast. In the flicker of the heat lightning, the sun freckles on her bare shoulder look like brown flaws in sculpted marble. Then a prizing bar splinters the front door out of the jamb, and two men burst inside the house in heavy shoes, their pump shotguns at port arms. One is a tall Haitian, the other a Latin whose hair hangs off his head in oiled ringlets. They stand at the foot of the double bed in which she sleeps alone and do not speak. She awakes with her mouth open, her eyes wide and empty of meaning. Her face is still warm from a dream, and she cannot separate sleep from the two men who stare at her without speaking. Then she sees them looking at each other and aim their shotguns point blank at her chest. Her eyes film, and she calls out my name like a wet bubble bursting in her throat. The sheet is twisted in her hands. She holds it against her breasts as though it could protect her from 12-gauge deer slugs and double-aught buckshot. They begin shooting, and the room seems to explode with smoke and flame from their shotgun barrels, with shell wadding, mattress stuffing, splinters gouged out of the bedstead, torn lampshades, flying glass. The two killers are methodical. They've taken out the sportsman's plug in their shotgun so they can load 5 rounds in the magazine, and they keep firing and ejecting the smoking hulls on the floor until their firing pins snap empty. Then they reload with the calmness of men who might have just stood up in a blind and fired at a formation of ducks overhead. The sheet is torn, drenched with her blood, embedded in her wounds. The men have gone now, and I sink to my knees by my wife and kiss her sightless eyes, run my hands over her hair and wan face, put her fingers in my mouth. A solitary drop of her blood runs down the shattered headboard and pools on my skin. A bolt of lightning explodes in an empty field behind the house. The inside of my head is filled with a wet, sulphurous smell, and again I hear my name rise like muffled, trapped air, released from the sandy bottom of a pond. It was 4 a.m. on a Saturday, and raining hard when I awoke from the dream in a West Baton Rouge motel. I sat on the side of the bed in my underwear and tried to rub the dream out of my face. Then I used the bathroom and came back and sat on the side of the bed again in the dark. First light was still 2 hours away, but I knew I would not sleep again. I put on my raincoat and hat and drove in my pickup truck to an all-night cafe that occupied one side of a clapboard roadhouse. The rain clattered on my truck cab, and the wind was blowing strong out of the southwest, across the Atchafalaya swamp, whipping the palm and oak trees by the highway. West Baton Rouge, which begins at the Mississippi River, has always been a seedy area of truck stops, marginal gambling joints, Negro and blue-collar bars. To the east you can see the lighted girders of the Earl K. Long Bridge, plumes of smoke rising from the oil refineries, the state capitol building silhouetted in the rain. Baton Rouge is a green town, full of oak trees, parks, and lakes, and the thousands of lights on the refineries and chemical plants are regarded as a testimony to financial security rather than a sign of industrial blight. But once you drive west across the metal grid of the bridge and thump down on the old cracked 4-lane, You're in a world that caters to the people of the Atchafalaya Basin. Cajuns, redbones, roustabouts, pipeliners, rednecks whose shrinking piece of American geography is identified only by a battered pickup, a tape deck playing Waylon, and a 12-pack of Jacks. The rain spun in the yellow arc lights over the cafe parking lot. It was empty inside except for a fat Negro woman whom I could see through the service window in the kitchen, and a pretty red-headed waitress in her early 20s, dressed in a pink uniform with her hair tied up on her freckled neck. She was obviously tired, but she was polite and smiled at me when she took my order, and I felt a sense of guilt, almost shame at my susceptibility and easy fondness for a young woman's smile. Because if you're 49 and unmarried or a widower, or if you've simply chosen to live alone, you're easily flattered by a young woman's seeming attention to you, and you forget that it is often simply a deference to your age. I ordered a chicken-fried steak and a cup of coffee and listened to Jimmy Clanton's recording of Just a Dream that came from the jukebox next door. Through the open doorway that gave onto the empty dance floor, I could see a half-dozen people at the bar against the far wall. I watched a man my age, with waved blonde hair, drink his whiskey down to the ice, point to the glass for the bartender to refill it, then rise from his stool and walk across the dance floor into the cafe. He wore gray slacks, a green sport shirt with blue flowers on it, shined loafers, white socks, a gold watch, and gold clip-on ballpoint pins in his shirt pocket. He wore his shirt outside his slacks to hide his paunch and love handles. "Hey, hon, let me have a cheeseburger and bring it up to the bar, will you?" he said. Then his eyes adjusted to the light, and he looked at me more carefully. "Great God Almighty," he said. "Dave Robicheaux, you son of a buck." A voice and a face out of the past. Not simply mine, but from an era. Dixie Lee Pugh, my freshman roommate at Southwestern Louisiana Institute in 1956. A Peckerwood kid from a river town north of Baton Rouge with an accent more Mississippi than Louisiana, who flunked out his first semester, then went to Memphis and cut 2 records at the same studio where Carl Perkins, Johnny Cash, and Elvis began their careers. The second record put him on New York television, and we watched in awe while he played his sunburst rhythm and blues guitar or hammered his fingers on the piano keyboard while an audience of thousands went insane and danced in the aisles. He was one of the biggest in the early rock and roll era, but he had something more going for him than many of the others did. He was the real article, an honest-to-God white blues singer. He learned his music in the Baptist church, but somebody in that little cotton and pecan orchard town rubbed a lot of pain into him, too, because it was in everything he sang, and it wasn't manufactured for the moment, either. Then we read and heard other stories about him. The 4 or 5 failed marriages, the death of one of his children in a fire, a hit-and-run accident and DWI in Texas that put him in Huntsville Pen. "Dave, I don't believe it," he said, grinning. "I saw you 10 or 12 years ago in New Orleans. You were a cop." I remembered it. It had been in a low-rent bar off Canal, the kind of place that featured yesterday's celebrities, where the clientele made noise during the performances and insulted the entertainer. He sat down next to me and shook hands, almost as an afterthought. "We got to drink some mash and talk some trash," he said, then told the waitress to bring me a beer or a highball. "No thanks, Dixie," I said. "Well, you mean like it's too late or too early in the day, or like you're off the jug?" he said. I go to meetings now. You know what I mean? Heck yeah. It takes guts, man. I admire it. His eyes were green and filled with an alcohol shine. He looked at me directly a moment, then his eyes blinked and he looked momentarily embarrassed. I read in the newspapers about your wife, man. I'm sorry. Thank you. They caught the guys that did it? More or less. Huh, he said, and studied me for a moment. I could see that he was becoming uncomfortable with the knowledge that a chance meeting with an old friend is no guarantee that you can reclaim pleasant moments out of the past. Then he smiled again. You still a cop? He asked. I own a bait and boat rental business south of New Iberia. I came up here last night to pick up some refrigeration equipment and got stuck in the storm. He nodded. We were both silent. Are you playing here, Dixie? I said. Mistake. No, I don't do that anymore. I never really got back to it after that trouble in Texas. He cleared his throat and took a cigarette out of the pack in his shirt pocket. Say, Hunt, how about getting me my drink out of the bar? The waitress smiled, put down the rag she'd been using to clean the counter, and went into the nightclub next door. You know about that stuff in Texas? He asked. Yes, I think so. I was DWI, all right, and I ran away from the accident. But the guy run that stop sign. There wasn't no way I could have avoided it. But it killed his little boy, man. That's some hard shit to live with. I got out in 18 months with good time. He made lines on a napkin with his thumbnail. A lot of people just don't want to forget, though. I didn't know what to say. I felt sorry for him. He seemed little different from the kid I used to know, except he was probably 90 proof most of the time now. I remembered a quote in a Newsweek story about Dixie Lee that seemed to define him better than anything else I'd ever seen written about him. The reporter had asked him if any of his band members could read music. He replied, yeah, some of them can, but it don't hurt their playing any. So I asked him what he was doing now, because I had to say something. Lease man, he said. Like Hank Snow used to say, from old Montana down to Alabama, I cover it all. Any place there's oil and coal. The money's right, too, partner. The waitress put his bourbon and water down in front of him. He drank from it and winked at her over his glass. I'm glad you're doing okay, Dixie, I said. Yeah, it's good life. A caddy convertible, a new address every week, beets, collard greens, and grits. He hit me on the arm. Heck, it's all rock and roll anyway, man. I nodded good-naturedly and looked through the service window at the Negro woman who was scraping my hash browns and chicken fried steak onto a plate. I was about to tell the waitress that I had meant the order to go. Well, I got some people waiting on me, Dixie Lee said. Like some of the sweet young things still come around. You know what I mean? Take it easy, buddy. You look good. I shook hands with him, ate my steak, bought a second cup of coffee for the road, and walked out into the rain. The wind buffeted my truck all the way across the Atchafalaya Basin. When the sun came up, the light was gray and wet, and ducks and herons were flying low over the dead cypress in the marsh. The water in the bays was the color of lead and capping in the wind. A gas flare burned on a drilling rig set back in a flooded stand of willow trees. Each morning I began the day with a prayer, thanking my higher power for my sobriety of yesterday and asking him to help me keep it today. This morning, I included Dixie Lee in my prayer. I drove back to New Iberia through St. Martinville. The sun was above the oaks on Bayou Teche now, but in the deep early morning shadows the mist still hung like clouds of smoke among the cattails and damp tree trunks. It was only March, but spring was roaring into southern Louisiana as it always does after the long gray rains of February. Along East Main and New Iberia, the yards were filled with blooming azalea, roses, and yellow and red hibiscus, and the trellises and gazebos were covered with trumpet vine and clumps of purple wisteria. I rumbled over the drawbridge and followed the dirt road along the bayou south of town, where I operated a fish dock and lived with a 6-year-old El Salvadoran refugee girl named Alafair in the old home my father had built out of cypress and oak during the Depression. The wood had never been painted, was dark and hard as iron, and the beams had been notched and joined with pegs. The pecan trees in my front yard were thick with leaf and still dripping with rainwater, which tinked on the tin roof of the gallery. The yard always stayed in shadow and was covered with layers of blackened leaves. The elderly mulatto woman who babysat Alafair for me was in the side yard, pulling the vinyl storm covers off my rabbit hutches. She was the color of a copper penny and had turquoise eyes, like many South Louisiana Negroes who are part French. Her body looked put together out of sticks, and her skin was covered with serpentine lines. She dipped snuff and smoked hand-rolled cigarettes constantly and bossed me around in my own home. But she could work harder than anyone I had ever known, and she had been fiercely loyal to my family since I was a child. My boat dock was in full sunlight now, and I could see Baptiste, the other black person who worked for me, loading an ice chest for 2 white men in their outboard. He was shirtless and bald, and the weight of the ice chest made his wide back and shoulders ridge with muscle. He broke up kindling from my barbecue pit with his bare hands, and once I saw him jerk a 6-foot alligator out of the water by its tail and throw it up on a sandbar. I stepped around the puddles in the yard to the gallery. "What you gonna do this coon?" Clarice, the mulatto woman, said. She had put my 3-legged raccoon tripod on his chain, which was attached to a wire clothesline so he could run up and down in the side yard. She pulled him up in the air by the chain. His body danced and curled as though he were being garroted. "Clarice, don't do that." "Ax him what he done him," she said. "Go look my wash basket. Go look your shirts. They blue yesterday, they brown now. Go smell you." "I'll take him down to the dock." "Tell Baptiste not to bring him back, no." She dropped tripod, half strangled, to the ground. "He come in my house again, you gonna see him cooking with the sweet potato." I unsnapped his chain from the clothesline and walked him down to the bait shop and cafe on the dock. I was always amazed at the illusion of white supremacy in Southern society, since more often than not our homes were dominated and run by people of color. Baptiste and I bailed the rainwater from the previous night's storm out of my rental boats, filled the cigarette and candy machines, seined dead shiners out of the live bait tanks, drained the water out of the ice bins, and put fresh ice on top of the soda pop and beer, and started the barbecue fire for the lunch that we prepared for midday fishermen. Then I opened up the beach umbrellas that were set in the holes of the huge wooden telephone spools that I used as tables, and went back up to the house. It had turned out to be a beautiful morning. The sky was blue, the grass in the fields a deeper green from the rain. The wind was cool on the gallery. The backyard still deep in shadow under the mimosa tree, and my redwood flower boxes were streaked with water and thick with petunias and Indian paintbrush. Alafair was at the kitchen table in her pajama bottoms, coloring in the Mickey Mouse book I had bought her the day before. Her black hair was cut in bangs, her eyes were big and brown, her face as round as a pie plate, and her skin had already started to grow darker with tan. If there was any physical imperfection in her, it was her wide-set front teeth, which only made her smile look larger than it actually was. It was hard to believe that less than a year ago I had pulled her from a downed plane out at Southwest Pass, just off the Gulf, a drowning little girl whose bones had felt hollow as a bird's, whose gasping mouth had looked like a guppy's in my wife's lap. I brushed her fine black hair under my palm. "How you doing, little guy?" I said. "Where you went, Dave?" "I got caught in a storm. Had to stay in Baton Rouge." "Oh." Her hand went back to coloring. Then she stopped and grinned at me full of glee. "Tripod went caca in Clarice's basket," she said. "I heard about it. Look, don't say caca. Say he went to the bathroom." "No caca." "That's right. He went to the bathroom." She repeated it after me, both of our heads nodding up and down. She was in the first grade at the Catholic school in New Iberia, but she seemed to learn more English from Clarice and Baptiste and his wife than she did from me and the nuns. A few lines you might hear from those three on any particular day. "What time it is? For how come you burned them leaves under my window, you? While I was driving your truck, me, somebody passed a nail under the wheel and give it a big flat." I hugged Alafair, kissed her on top of the head, and went into the bedroom to undress and take a shower. The breeze through the window smelled of wet earth and trees and the gentle hint of 4 o'clocks that were still open in the shade. I should have been bursting with the spring morning, but I felt listless and spent, traveling on the outer edge of my envelope, and it wasn't simply because of bad dreams and insomnia the previous night. These moments would descend upon me at peculiar times, as though my heart's blood were fouled, and suddenly my mind would light with images and ring with sounds I wasn't ready to deal with. It could happen anywhere, but right now it was happening in my bedroom. I had replaced several boards in the wall, or filled the 12-gauge buckshot and deer-slug holes with liquid wood and sanded them smooth. The gouged and splintered headboard, stained brown with my wife's blood as though it had been flung there by a paintbrush, lay in a corner of the old collapsed barn at the foot of my property. But when I closed my eyes, I saw the streaks of shotgun fire in the darkness, heard the explosions that were as loud as the lightning outside, heard her screams as she cowered under a sheet and tried to shield herself with her hands, while I ran frantically toward the house in the rain, my own screams lost in the thunder rolling across the land. As always, when these moments of dark reverie occurred in my waking day, there was no way I could think my way out of them. Instead, I put on my gym trunks and running shoes and pumped iron in the backyard. I did deadlifts, curls, and military presses with a 90-pound bar in sets of 10, and repeated the sets 6 times. Then I ran 4 miles along the dirt road by the bayou, the sunlight spinning like smoke through the canopy of oak and cypress trees overhead. Bream was still feeding on insects among the cattails and lily pads, and sometimes in a shady cut between 2 cypress trees I would see the back of a large-mouthed bass roll just under the surface. I turned around at the drawbridge, waved to the bridge tender, and hit it hard all the way home. My wind was good. The blood sang in my chest. My stomach felt flat and hard. Yet I wondered how long I would keep mortality and memory at bay. Always the racetrack gambler, trying to intuit and control the future with only the morning line to operate on. 3 days later, I was using a broomstick to push the rainwater out of the folds of the canvas awning over my dock when the telephone rang inside the bait shop. It was Dixie Lee Pugh. "I'll take you to lunch," he said. "Thanks, but I'm working." "I want to talk to you." "Go ahead." "I want to talk to you alone." "Where are you?" "Lafayette." "Drive on over. Go out East Main, then take the Bayou Road south of town. You'll run right into my place." "Give me an hour." "You sound a little gray, partner." "Yeah, I probably need to get married again or something. Dangle loose." Every morning, Baptiste and I grilled chickens and lynx on the barbecue pit that I had made by splitting an oil drum horizontally with an acetylene torch and welding hinges and metal legs on it. I sold paper plate lunches of barbecue and dirty rice for $3.50 apiece, and I usually cleared $30 or so from the fishermen who were either coming in for the day or about to go out. Then, after we had cleaned the cable spool tables, Baptiste and I would fix ourselves plates and open bottles of Dr. Pepper and eat under one of the umbrellas by the water's edge. It was a warm, bright afternoon, and the wind was lifting the moss on the dead cypress trees in the marsh. The sky was as blue and perfect as the inside of a teacup. "That man drive like he don't know the road got holes in it," Baptiste said. His sun-faded denim shirt was open on his chest. He wore a dime on a string around his neck to keep away the gris-gris, an evil spell, and his black chest looked like it was made of boilerplate. The pink Cadillac convertible, with its top down, was streaked with mud and rippled and dented along the fenders. I watched the front end dip into a chuck hole and shower yellow water all over the windshield. "Dixie Lee never did things in moderation," I said. "You ain't renting him our boat." "He's just coming out to talk about something. He used to be a famous country and rock and roll star." Baptiste kept chewing and looked at me flatly, obviously unimpressed. "I'm serious. He used to be big stuff up in Nashville," I said. His eyes narrowed, as they always did when he heard words that he didn't recognize. "It's in Tennessee. That's where they make a lot of country records." No help. "I'll get us another Dr. Pepper. Did you feed Tripod?" I said. "You think that coon don't know where the food at?" I didn't understand. "He ain't lost his nose, no." "What are you saying, Baptiste?" "He eat all your fried pies. Go look your fried pies." Dixie Lee cut his engine, slammed the car door behind him, and lumbered down the dock into the bait shop, flipping one hand at us in recognition. His face was bloodless, the skin stretched tight on the bone, beaded with perspiration like drops of water on a pumpkin. His charcoal shirt, which was covered with roses, was damp along the buttons and under the armpits. I followed him inside the bait shop. He dropped a $5 bill on the counter, opened a long-necked Jack's on the side of the beer box, and upended it into his mouth. He kept swallowing until it was almost empty. Then he took a breath of air and opened and closed his eyes. "Boy, do I got one," he said. "I mean, wicked, son, like somebody screwed a bracing bit through both temples." He tilted the bottle up again, one hand on his hip, and emptied it. "A mellow start, but it don't keep the snakes in their basket very long, do it?" "Nope." "What we're talking about here is the need for more serious fluids. You got any J.D. or Beam lying around?" "I'm afraid not, Dixie." I rang up his sale and put his change on the counter. These babies will have to do, then. He opened another Jack's, took a long pull, and blew out his breath. A preacher once asked me, "Son, can you take 2 drinks and walk away from it?" I said, "I can't tell you the answer to that, sir, 'cause I never tried." That ought to be funny, but I guess it's downright pathetic, ain't it? What's up, partner? He looked around the empty bait shop. "How about taking me for a boat ride?" he said. "I'm kind of tied up right now." "I'll pay you for your time. It's important, man." His green eyes looked directly into mine. I walked to the bait shop door. "I'll be back in a half hour," I called to Baptiste, who was still eating his lunch under the umbrella. "I appreciate it, Dave. You're righteous people." Dixie Lee popped open a paper bag and put 4 bottles of Jack's inside. I took him in an outboard down the bayou past the 4 corners where the old flaking general store with its wide gallery sat in the shade of an enormous oak tree. Some old men and several Negroes from a road maintenance crew were drinking soda pop on the gallery. The wake from the outboard swelled up through the lily pads and cattails and slapped against the cypress roots along the bank. Dixie Lee lay back against the bow, the beer bottle in his hand filled with amber sunlight, his eyes narrowing wistfully in the sun's refraction off the brown water. I cut the engine and let us float on our own wake into an overhang of willow trees. In the sudden quiet, we could hear a car radio playing an old Hank Williams song in the shell parking lot of the general store. "Good God Almighty. Is that inside my head or outside it?" he asked. "It's from the 4 corners," I said, and smiled at him. I took out my Puma pocket knife and shaved the bark off a wet willow stick. Boy, it takes me back, though. When I started out, they said if you don't play it like Hank or Lefty, it ain't worth diddly squat on the rock. They were right, too. Hey, you know the biggest moment I ever had in my career? It wasn't them 2 gold records, and it sure wasn't marrying some movie actress with douchewater for brains. It was when I got to cut a live album with the Fat Man down in New Orleans. I was the only white artist he ever recorded with. Man, he was beautiful. He looked like a little fat baby pig up on that piano bench with a silver shirt on and rhinestone coat and rings all over his fingers. He was grinning and rocking and pounding the keys with those little sausage fingers, sweat flying off his face, and the whole auditorium going apeshit. I mean, with white broads trying to climb on the stage and people doing the dirty boogie in front of the cops. I mean, it was his show. He owned them, man. But each time he finished a ride, he'd point at me so the spotlight would swing over on my guitar, and I'd get half of all that yelling out there. That cat had a generous heart, man. Dixie Lee shook his head and opened another Jack's with his pocket knife. I looked at my watch. "Yeah, I'm sorry," he said. "It's a problem I got. Getting wrapped up in yesterday's scrapbook. Look, I got something bad on my mind. In fact, it's crazy. I don't even know how to explain it. Maybe there's nothing to tell. Hell, I don't know. How about just telling me? Star Drilling sent me and a couple of other leasemen up to Montana, on the eastern slope of the Rockies, what they call the East Front up there. Big gas dome, son. Virgin country. We're talking hundreds of millions of dollars. except there's a problem with some wilderness areas and the Blackfeet Indian Reservation. But that don't concern me. I'm just a leaseman, right? Fooling around with the Forest Service or Indians or these crazy bastards spiking trees. Doing what? A bunch of cult people or something don't want anybody cutting down trees, so they hammer nails and railroad spikes way down in the trunk. Then some lumberjack comes along with a McCullough and almost rips his face off. But I don't have any beef with these people. Everybody's got their own scene, right? Let Star Drilling take care of the PR and the politics, and Dixie Lee will get through the day with a little J.D. and God's good grace. But we came back for 6 weeks of deals and meetings at the oil center in Lafayette. So I'm staying at the motel with these 2 other lease guys. The company picks up all the bills. The bar's always open, and the black guy serves us Bloody Marys and chilled shrimp by the pool every morning. It should have been a nice vacation before I go back to wheeling and dealing among the Indians and the crazies. Except 2 nights ago, one of the other lease guys has a party in his rooms. Actually, it's more like a geek show. Broads ripping off their bras, people spitting ice and tonic on each other. Then, I guess I got romantic and went into the bedroom with this big blonde gal that looked like she could throw a hog over a fence. His eyes shifted away from me and his cheeks colored slightly. He drank again from the jacks without looking back at me. But I was deep into the jug that night, definitely not up to her level of bumping uglies, he said. I must have passed out and rolled off the side of the bed between the bed and the wall, because that's where I woke up about 5 in the morning. The snakes were starting to clatter around in their basket. Then I heard the 2 other lease guys talking by themselves in the other room. One guy, I ain't using his name, says, "Don't worry about it. We did what we had to do." And the other guy says, "Yeah, but we should have taken more time. We should have put rocks on top of them or something. Animals are always digging up stuff in the woods, and a hunter comes along." And the first guy says, "Nobody's going to find them. Nobody cares about them. They were both troublemakers, right or wrong." And the second guy says, "I guess you're right." And the first guy says, "It's like a war. You make up the rules when it's over." I stayed quiet in the bedroom till I heard 'em call room service for breakfast and a couple of bottles of champagne. Then I walked into the living room in my skivvies, looking like I had just popped out of my mama's womb. I thought both of 'em was going to brown their britches right there. "You think they killed some people?" He touched his fingers nervously to his forehead. "Good God, man, I don't know," he said. "What's it sound like to you?" "It sounds bad." "What do you think I ought to do?" I rubbed my palm on the knee of my khaki work trousers, then clicked my nails on the metal housing of the outboard engine. The dappled sunlight fell through the willows on Dixie's flushed face. "I can introduce you to the Iberia sheriff, or a pretty good DEA agent over in Lafayette," I said. "Are you kidding, man? I need a drug agent in my life like a henhouse needs an egg-sucking dog." "Well, there's still the sheriff." He drank the foam out of the Jack's bottle and looked at me with one eye squinted shut against the light. "I'm getting the impression you think I'd just be playing with my swizzle stick," he said. I raised my eyebrows and didn't answer. "Come on, Dave, I need some help. I can't handle worry. It eats my lunch." Where do you think this happened? Up in Montana, I guess. That's where we've been the last 3 months. We can talk to the FBI, but I don't think it's going anywhere. You just don't have enough information, Dixie. I paused for a moment. And there's another bump in the road, too. He looked at me as a child might if he was about to be brought to task. When I was on the grog, I had a hard time convincing people about some things I heard and saw, I said. It's unfair, but it goes with the territory. He stared at the water and pinched his eyes with his fingers. My advice is to get away from these guys, I said. I work with them. There are other companies. Be serious. I was in Huntsville. The Texas parole officer don't give you the best letters of recommendation. I don't know what to tell you then. It's a mess of grief, huh? I began pulling in the anchor rope. You're going to turn to stone on me? He said. I wish I could help. I don't think I can. That's the way it is. Before you crank that engine, let me ask you a question. Your father was killed on a rig out in the Gulf, wasn't he? That's right. It was a star rig, wasn't it? Yeah. They didn't have a blowout preventer on. Killed a couple of dozen guys when it blew. You've got a good memory, Dixie. I twisted the throttle to open the gas feed and yanked the starter rope. It didn't catch. It don't matter to you that I'm talking about Star Drilling Company? He said. I kept yanking the rope while oil and gas bled away from the engine into the water. Then I put one knee on the plank seat, held the engine housing firm with my palm, and ripped the starter handle past my ear. The engine roared, the propeller churned a cloud of yellow mud and dead hyacinth vines out of the bottom, and I turned us back into the full sunlight, the slap of water under the bow, the wind that smelled of jasmine and wisteria. On the way back, Dixie sat on the bow with his forearms lying loosely between his legs, his face listless and empty now, his rose-emblazoned shirt puffing with warm air. Late that afternoon, the wind shifted out of the south, and you could smell the wetlands and just a hint of salt in the air. Then a bank of thunderheads slid across the sky from the Gulf, tumbling across the sun like cannon smoke, and the light gathered in the oaks and cypress and willow trees and took on a strange green cast as though you were looking at the world through water. It rained hard, dancing on the bayou and the lily pads and the shallows, clattering on my gallery and rabbit hutches, lighting the freshly plowed fields with a black sheen. Then suddenly it was over, and the sky cleared and the western horizon was streaked with fire. Usually on a spring evening like this, when the breeze was cool and flecked with rain, Baptiste and I headed for Evangeline Downs in Lafayette. But the bottom had dropped out of the oil business in Louisiana. The state had the highest rate of unemployment in the country and the worst credit rating, and the racetrack had closed. I boiled crawfish for supper, and Alafair and I shelled and ate them on the redwood picnic table under the mimosa tree in the backyard. That night, I dreamed of a bubble of fire burning under the Gulf's green surface. The water boiled and hissed, geysers of steam and dirty smoke rose into air, and an enormous blue-green oil slick floated all the way to the western horizon. Somewhere, far down below among the twisted spars and drill pipe and cables and the flooded wreckage of the quarter boat, were the bodies of my father and 19 other men who went down with the rig when the drill bit punched into a pay sand and the wellhead blew. The company's public relations men said that they didn't have a blowout preventer on because they had never hit an oil sand at that depth in that part of the Gulf before. I wondered what my father thought in those last moments of his life. I never saw fear in him. No matter how badly he was hurt by circumstances or my mother's unfaithfulness, and eventually by drunken brawls in bars and the times he was locked up in the parish jail, he could always grin and wink at me and my brother and convincingly pretend to us that misfortune was not even worthy of mention. But what did he feel in those last moments? High up on the monkey board in the dark, when the rig started to shake and groan, and he saw the roughnecks on the platform floor dropping tongs and chain and running from the eruption of sand, saltwater, gas, oil, and cascading drill pipe that in seconds would explode into an orange and yellow flame that melted steel spars like licorice. Did he think of me and my brother Jimmy? I bet he did. Even when he clipped his safety belt onto the Geronimo wire and jumped into the black, even as the rig caved with him on top of the quarter boat, I bet his thoughts were of us. They never found his body, but even now, almost 22 years later, he visited me in my sleep, and sometimes I thought he spoke to me during my waking day. In my dream, I saw him walking out of the surf, the green waves and foam sliding around the knees of his overalls, his powerful body strung with rust-colored seaweed. His wind-burned skin was as dark as a mulatto's, his teeth white, his thick curly hair black as an Indian's. His tin hat was cocked at an angle on his head, and when he popped a wet kitchen match on his thumbnail and lit a cigar stub in the corner of his mouth and then crinkled his eyes at me, a shaft of morning sunlight struck his hat and flashed as bright as a heliograph. I could feel the salt water surge over my legs as I walked toward him. But it's the stuff of dreams. My father was dead. My wife was too. The false dawn, with its illusions and mist-wrapped softness, can be as inadequate and fleeting as Morpheus's gifts. Chapter 2. The days became warmer the first week in April, and on some mornings I went out on the salt at dawn and seined for shrimp in the red sunrise. In the afternoon I helped Baptiste in the bait shop, then worked in my flower beds, pruning the trellises of purple and yellow roses that I grew on the south side of the house. I pumped iron and did 3 miles along the dirt road by the bayou. At 4 o'clock I would hear the school bus stop, and 5 minutes later I would hear Alafair's lunchbox clatter on the kitchen table, the icebox open, then she would come looking for me in the backyard. I sometimes wondered if perhaps she were simply fascinated with me as she would be by a strange and interesting animal that had come unexpectedly into her life. Her mother had drowned while holding her up in a wobbling bubble of air inside a crashed and sunken plane flown out of El Salvador by a sanctuary priest. Her father had either been killed by the army in the mountains or he had been disappeared inside a military prison. Now, through chance and accident, she lived with me in my rural Cajun world on the edge of the Louisiana wetlands. One afternoon I had moved the picnic table out in the sunlight and had gone to sleep on top of it in my running shorts. I heard her bang the screen door, then when I didn't open my eyes she found a duck feather by the pond and began to touch peculiar places on my body with it. The white patch in my hair, my mustache, the curled punji stick scar on my stomach, Then I felt her tickle the thick raised welts on my thigh, which looked like small arrowheads embedded under the skin, where I still carried shrapnel from a mine and sometimes set off airport metal detectors. When I still refused to respond, I heard her walk across the grass to the clothesline, unsnap tripod from his chain, and suddenly he was sitting on my chest, his whiskers and wet nose and masked beady eyes pointing into my face. Alafair's giggles soared into the mimosa tree. That evening, while I was closing the bait shop and folding up the umbrellas over the tables on the dock, a man parked a new Plymouth that looked like a rental or a company car by my shale boat ramp and walked down the dock toward me. Because of his erect, almost fierce posture, he looked taller than he actually was. In reality, he probably wasn't over 5.5 feet tall, but his neck was thick and corded with vein, his shoulders wide and sloping like a weightlifter's, his eyebrows one dark, uninterrupted line. His muscles seemed so tightly strung together that one muscular motion seemed to activate 6 others, like pulling on the center of a cobweb with your finger. If anything, he reminded me of a pile of bricks. He wore his slacks high up on his hips, and the collar of his short-sleeved white shirt was unbuttoned and his tie pulled loose. He didn't smile. Instead, his eyes flicked over the bait shop and the empty tables. Then he opened a badge on me. "I'm Special Agent Dan Nagurski, Mr. Robicheaux," he said. "Drug Enforcement Administration. You mind if I talk with you a little bit?" The accent didn't go with the name or the man. It was hillbilly, nasal, southern mountains, a bobby pin twanging in your ear. "I'm closing up for the day, and we're about to go to a crawfish boil in the park," I said. "This won't take long. I talked with the sheriff in New Iberia, and he said you could probably help me out. You used to be a deputy in his department, didn't you?" "For a little while." His face was seamed and coarse, the eyes slightly red around the rims. He flexed his mouth in a peculiar way when he talked, and it caused the muscles to jump in his neck, as though they were attached to a string. "Before that, you were on the force in New Orleans a long time? A lieutenant in homicide?" "That's right." "I'll be," he said, and looked at the red sun through the cypress trees and the empty boats tied to the dock. My experience with federal agents of any kind has always been the same. They can take a long time to get to it. "Could I rent a boat from you? Or maybe could you go with me and show me some of these canals that lead into Vermilion Bay?" he asked. His thinning dark hair was cut GI, and he brushed his fingers back through it and widened his eyes and looked around again. "I'll rent you a boat in the morning, but you'll have to go out by yourself." "What is it exactly I can help you with, Mr. Nagurski?" "I'm just messing around, really." He flexed his mouth again. "I heard some guys were offloading some bales down around Vermilion Bay. I just like to check out the geography sometimes." "Are you out of New Orleans?" No, this is my first trip down here. It's nice country. I've got to try some of this crawfish while I'm here." "Wait a minute. I'm not following you. You're interested in some dope smugglers operating around Vermilion Bay, but you're from somewhere else?" "It's just an idle interest. I think they might be the same guys I was after a few years ago in Florida. They were unloading a cigarette boat at night outside of Fort Myers, and some neckers out in the dunes stumbled right into the middle of the operation. These guys killed all 4 of them. The girls were both 19. It's not my case anymore, though." The twang, the high-pitched voice, just would not go with the subject matter, nor the short, thick-bodied, dark man, who I now noticed was slew-footed and walked a bit sideways like a crab. "So you're out of Florida," I said. No, you got me all wrong. I'm out of Great Falls, Montana now. And I wanted to talk to you about... I shook my head. "Dixie Lee Pugh," I said. We walked up the dock, across the dirt road, and through the shadows of the pecan trees in my front yard. When I asked him how he had connected me with Dixie Lee, he said that one of his people had written down my tag number the morning I'd met Dixie in the cafe outside Baton Rouge. But I also guessed that the DEA had a tap on his motel phone. I went inside the house, brought out 2 cold cans of Dr. Pepper, and we sat on the porch steps. Through the trunks of the pecan trees I could see the shadows lengthening on the bayou. "I don't mean any disrespect toward your investigation, Mr. Nagurski, but I don't think he's a major drug dealer. I think y'all are firing in the well." "Why?" "I believe he has a conscience. He might be a user, but that doesn't mean he's dealing." "You won't tell me why he came out to see you?" "He's in some trouble. But it doesn't have anything to do with drugs, and he'll have to be the one to tell you about it." "Did he tell you he settled with Sal the Duck in Huntsville?" "With who?" "Sal the Duck, also known as Sally Dio or Sally D." "You think that's funny?" "I'm sorry," I said. I wiped my mouth with my hand. "But am I supposed to be impressed?" "A lot of people would be. His family used to run Galveston. Slots, whores, every floating crap game, dope, you name it. Then they moved out to Vegas and Tahoe, and about 2 years ago they showed up in Montana. Sal came back to visit his cousins in Galveston and got nailed with some hot credit cards. I hear he didn't like Huntsville at all." "I bet he didn't. It's worse than Angola." "But he still managed to turn $1 or 2. He was the connection for the whole joint. And I think he was piecing off part of his action to Pugh." "Well, you have your opinion. But I think Dixie's basically an alcoholic and a sick man." Nagurski took a newspaper clipping out of his shirt pocket and handed it to me. "Read this," he said. "I guess the reporters thought this was funny." The headline read, "Curiosity Killed the Bear." The dateline was Polson, Montana, and the lead paragraph described how a duffel bag containing 40 packages of cocaine had been dropped by parachute into a heavily wooded area east of Flathead Lake and was then found by a black bear who strung powder and wrappers all over a hillside before he OD'd. That parachute came down on National Forest land. But guess who has a hunting lease right next door? I don't know. Sally Dio and his old man. Guess who acted as their leasing agent? Dixie Lee. But maybe he's just a sick guy. I looked away at the softness of the light on the bayou. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see the knuckles on his hand as he clenched the soda can. Come on, what do you think? He said. I think you're in overdrive. You're right. I don't like these cocksuckers. Nobody does. But I'm out of the business. You're tilting with the wrong windmill. I don't think killing bears is funny either. I don't like to see these guys bring their dirt and greed into a beautiful country. Your friend Pugh is standing up to his bottom lip in a lake of shit, and the motorboat is just about to pay us." "And tell him that," I said, and looked at my watch. The breeze dented the leaves in the pecan trees. "Believe me, I will. But right now, I am faigmo here." "What?" "It means, fuck it, I got my orders. In 3 days, I go back to Great Falls." He drained his soda can, crushed it in his palm, and set it gently on the porch step. He looked up and handed me his card. "My motel number in Lafayette's on the back. Or later you can call me collect in Montana if you ever want to share any of your thoughts." "I've got nothing worth sharing." "It sounds depressing." His mouth made that peculiar jerking motion again. "Tell me, you find something strange about my face?" "No, I wouldn't say that." "Come on, I'm not sensitive." "Well, I meant you no offense," I said. "Boy, you're a careful one. A woman once told me my face looked like soil erosion. I think it was my wife. Watch out for Dixie Pugh, Robicheaux. He'll sell you a bowl of rat turds and call it chocolate chip." I changed my mind. "I'll share one thought with you, Mr. Nagurski. You didn't come all the way down here to follow a guy like Dixie Lee around. No matter how you cut it, he's not a long ball hitter. Maybe he is, maybe he isn't. What's really going on up there?" "Everything that's going on in the rest of the country, except accelerated. It's a real zoo story. All the big players are there, nosing up to the trough. Keep fooling around with that rock and roller and you'll meet some of them." He walked off through the trees, his feet loud on the dead leaves and dried pecan husks. The moon was down that night, the sky black, and trees of lightning trembled on the southern horizon. At 4 a.m, I was awakened by the rumble of dry thunder and the flickering patterns of light on the wall. A tuning fork was vibrating in my chest, but I couldn't explain why, and my skin was hot and dry to the touch, even though the breeze was cool through the window. I heard sounds that were not there. A car engine dying on the road, the footsteps of 2 men coming through the trees, a board squeaking on the porch, the scrape of a prizing bar being inserted between the front door and the jamb. They were the sounds of ghosts, because one man had been electrocuted in his bathtub with his radio in his lap, and the other had died in an attic off St. Charles when 5 hollow-point rounds from my .45 had exploded up through the floor into the middle of his life. But fear is an irrational emotion that floats from object to object like a helium balloon that you touch with your fingertips. I opened my dresser drawer, took my .45 from under my work shirts, slipped the heavy clip into the magazine, and lay back down in the dark. The flat of the barrel felt hot against my thigh. I put my arm across my eyes and tried to fall asleep again. It was no use. I put on my sandals and khakis and walked through the dark trunks of the pecan trees in the front yard, across the road and down to the dock and the bait shop. Then the moon rose from behind a cloud and turned the willow trees to silver and illuminated the black shape of a nutria swimming across the bayou toward the cattails. What was I doing here? I told myself that I would get a head start on the day. Yes, Yes, certainly, that was it. I opened the cooler in which I kept the soda pop and the long-necked bottles of Jack's, Dixie, and Pearl beer. Yesterday's ice had melted, and some of the beer labels floated in the water. I propped my arms on the lip of the cooler and shut my eyes. In the marsh, I heard a nutria cry out to its mate, which always sounds like the hysterical scream of a woman. I plunged my hands into the water, dipped it into my face, and breathed deeply with the shock of the cold. Then I wiped my face on a towel and flung it across the counter onto the duckboards. I went back up to the house, sat at the kitchen table in the dark, and put my head in my forearms. Annie. I heard bare feet shuffle on the linoleum behind me. I raised my head and looked up at Alafair, who was standing in a square of moonlight, dressed in her pajamas that were covered with smiling clocks. Her face was filled with sleep and puzzlement. She kept blinking at me as though she were waking from a dream. Then she walked to me, put her arms around my neck, and pressed her head against my chest. I could smell baby shampoo in her hair. Her hand touched my eyes. "Why, your face wet, Dave?" she said. "I just washed it, little guy." "Oh." Then, "Something ain't wrong." "Not ain't. Don't say ain't." She didn't answer. She just held me more tightly. I stroked her hair and kissed her, then picked her up and carried her back into her bedroom. I laid her down on the bed and pulled the sheet over her feet. Her stuffed animals were scattered on the floor. The yard and the trees were turning gray, and I could hear Tripod running up and down on his clothesline. She looked up at me from the pillow. Her face was round, and I could see the spaces between her teeth. "Dave, is bad people coming back?" "No. They'll never be back, I promise." And I had to look away from her lest she see my eyes. One week later, I took Alafair for breakfast in New Iberia, and when I unfolded a discarded copy of the Daily Iberian, I saw Dixie Lee's picture on the front page. It was a file photo many years old, and it showed him on stage in boat-like suede shoes, pegged and pleated slacks, a sequined white sport coat, a sunburst guitar hanging from his neck. He had been burned in a fire in a fish camp out in Henderson Swamp. A 22-year-old waitress, his female companion, as the story called her, had died in the flames. Dixie Lee had been pulled from the water when the cabin, built on stilts, had exploded in a fireball and crashed into the bayou. He was listed in serious condition at Our Lady of Lourdes in Lafayette. He was also under arrest. The St. Martin Parish Sheriff's Department had found a dental floss container of cocaine under the front seat of his Cadillac convertible. I am not going to get involved with his troubles, I told myself. When you use, you lose. A mean lesson, but when you become involved with an addict or a drunk, you simply become an actor in a script that they've written for you as well as themselves. That afternoon, Alafair and I made 2 bird feeders out of coffee cans and hung them in the mimosa tree in the backyard. Then we restrung Tripod's clothesline out in the pecan trees so he wouldn't have access to Clarice's wash. We moved his doghouse to the base of a tree, put bricks under it to keep it dry and free of mud, and set his food bowl and water pans in front of the door. Alafair always beamed with fascination while Tripod washed his food before eating, then washed his muzzle and paws afterwards. I fixed étouffée for our supper, and we had just started to eat on the picnic table in the backyard when the phone rang in the kitchen. It was a nun who worked on Dixie Lee's floor at Lourdes. She said he wanted to see me. "I can't come, sister. I'm sorry," I said. She paused. "Is that all you want me to tell him?" she asked. "He needs a lawyer. I can give you a couple of names in Lafayette or St. Martinville." She paused again. They must teach it in the convent, I thought. It's an electric silence that makes you feel you're sliding down the sides of the universe. "I don't think he has many friends, Mr. Robicheaux," she said. "No one has been to see him, and he asked for you, not an attorney." "I'm sorry." "To be frank, so am I," she said, and hung up. When Alafair and I were washing the dishes and the plowed and empty sugar-cane fields darkened in the twilight outside the window, the telephone rang again. His voice was thick, coated with phlegm, a whisper into the receiver. "Son, I really need to see you. They got me gauzed up, doped up, you name it. An enema tube stuck up my ringus." He stopped and let out his breath into the phone. "I need you to listen to me." "You need legal help, Dixie." "I won't be much help to you." "I got a lawyer. I can hire a bag full of his kind. It won't do any good. They're going to send me back to the joint, boy." I watched my hand open and close on top of the counter. "I don't like to tell you this, partner, but you were holding," I said. "That fact's not going away. You're going to have to deal with it." "It's a lie, Dave." I heard the saliva click in his throat. "I don't do flake anymore. It already messed up my life way back there. Maybe sometimes a little reefer, but that's all." I pinched my fingers on my brow. "Dixie, I just don't know what I can do for you." "Come over. Listen to me for 5 minutes. I ain't got anybody else." I stared out the screen at the shadows on the lawn, the sweep of night birds against the red sky. It was windy the next morning, and the sky was light blue and filled with tumbling white clouds that caused pools of shadow to move across the cane fields and cow pastures as I drove along the old highway through Broussard into Lafayette. Dixie Lee's room was on the second floor at Lourdes, and a uniformed sheriff's deputy was playing checkers with him on the edge of the bed. Dixie Lee lay on his side, his head, chest, right shoulder, and right thigh wrapped in bandages. His face looked as though it were crimped inside a white helmet. There was mucus in his eyes, and a clear salve oozed from the edges of his bandages. An IV was hooked into his arm. He looked at me and said something to the deputy, who set the checkerboard on the nightstand and walked past me, working his cigarette pack out of his shirt pocket. "I'll be right in the hall. The door stays open, too," he said. I sat down next to the bed. There were oaks hung with moss outside the window. The pressure of Dixie's head against the pillow made him squint one eye at me. "I knew you'd come. There's some guys can't be any other way," he said. "You sound better," I said. I'm on the edge of my high and about ready to slide down the other side of it when the centipedes start crawling under these bandages. I'll be back with the morphine. Dave, I gotta get some help. The cops don't believe me. My own lawyer don't believe me. They're gonna send my butt to Angola. I can't do no more time, man. I ain't good at it. They tore me up over there in Texas. You getting thin cotton, you don't pick your quota. The boss stands you up on an oil barrel with 3 other guys, hot and dirty and hungry, and you stand there all night. They don't believe what? This. He tried to touch his fingers behind his head. Reach around back and feel on them bandages. Dixie, what? Do it. I reached across him and touched my fingertips across the tape. It feels like a roll of pennies under there, don't it? He said. That's because I woke up just before some guy with a tire iron or a jack handle came down on my head. It was going to bust me right across the lamps, but I twisted away from him just before he swung. Next thing I knew, I was in the water. You ever wake up drowning and on fire at the same time? That's what it was like. There was a gas tank for the outboards under the cabin, and it must have blown and dumped the whole thing in the bayou. Burning boards was hanging off the stilts. The water was full of hot ash, steam hissing all over the fucking place. I thought I'd gone to hell, man. He stopped talking, and his lips made a tight line. I saw water well up in his green eyes. Then I seen something awful. It was the girl, you remember? That red-headed waitress from the cafe in West Baton Rouge. She was on fire, like a big candle burning all over, hung in all them boards and burning against the sky. I can't clean it out of my head, not even when they hit me with the joy juice. Maybe they hit her in the head like they done me. Maybe she was already dead. God, I hope so. I can't stand thinking about it, man. She didn't do nothing to anybody. I wiped my palms on my slacks and blew out my breath. I wanted to walk back out into the sunshine, into the windy morning, into the oak trees that were hung with moss. Who was the guy with the tire iron? I said. One of those fuckers I work with. You saw his face? I didn't have to. They knew I was going to drop the dime on them for all the damn good it would do. You told them that? Sure. I got fed up with both of them. No, wait a minute. I got fed up being afraid. I was a little swacked when I stuck it in their face, but I done it just the same. Dalton Vidrine and Harry Mapes. One's a coon-ass and the other's a stump jumper from East Texas. I'm having one problem with all this. There's some people who think you're mixed up in dope up in Montana. His green eyes closed and opened like a bird's. They're wrong, he said. That maybe you're mixed up with a trafficker named Dio. His mouth smiled slightly. You've been talking to the DEA, he said. But they're sniffing up the wrong guy's leg. You didn't lease land for him in Montana? I leased and bought a bunch of land for him, but it don't have anything to do with dope. Sally D was my cell partner. Some guys were going to cut me up in the shower. till Sally D told them they treat me just like they treat him, which means they light my cigarettes, they pick in my sack when we get in thin cotton. The cat's half crazy, man, but he saved my butt. What was the land deal about, Dixie? I didn't ask. He's not the kind of guy you ask those things to. He's got a lot of holdings. He hires people to act as his agents. He likes me for some reason. He paid me a lot of bread. What's the big deal? As an old friend, Dixie, I'm going to ask you to save the Little Orphan Annie routine for the DEA. You believe what you want. What's your bond? 15,000. That's not too bad. They know I ain't going anywhere, except maybe to Angola. Dave, I ain't giving you a shuck. I can't take another fall, and I don't see no way out of it. I looked out the window at the treetops, the way their leaves ruffled in the breeze, the whiteness of the clouds against the dome of blue sky. I'll come back and visit you later, I said. I think maybe you have too much faith in one guy. I'll tell you a story I heard Minnie Pearl tell about Hank. This is right after he brought the whole auditorium down singing I Saw the Light at the Opry. Backstage, he turned to her and said, "But Minnie, there ain't no light. There just ain't no light. That's when your soul is hanging on a spider's web right over the fire, son. That's right where I am now." That afternoon I stood on the levee and looked down at the collapsed and blackened remains of the fish camp that, according to Dixie Lee, had belonged to Star Drilling Company. Mattress springs, charred boards, a metal table, a scorched toilet seat, half the shingle roof lay in the shallows at the bottom of the stilt supports. A paste of gray ash floated among the cattails and lily pads. I walked down to the water's edge. I found what was left of a Coleman stove and a pumped 12-gauge shotgun whose shells had exploded in the magazine. The gasoline drum that had been used to fuel outboard engines was ripped outward and twisted like a beer can. The fire had made a large black circle from the water to halfway up the levee. Extending out from the circle were trails of ash through the buttercups and new grass like the legs of a spider. One of them led up the road to the top of the levee. I dug the soil loose from around the trail with my pocket knife and smelled it. It smelled like burnt grass and dirt. I knew little about arson investigation, but I saw nothing on the levee that would help Dixie Lee's case. I drove to St. Martinville and parked across from the old church where Evangeline and her lover are buried under an enormous spreading oak. The wind blew the moss in the trees along Bayou Teche, and the 4 o'clocks were opening in the shade along the banks. I was told by the dispatcher in the sheriff's department that the sheriff was out for a few minutes, but that a detective would talk to me. The detective was penciling in a form of some kind and smoking a cigarette when I walked into his office. He affected politeness, but his eyes kept going to the clock on the wall while I talked. A side door opened onto the sheriff's office, and I could see his desk and empty chair inside. I told the detective the story that Dixie had told me. I told him about the leasemen, Dalton Vidrine and Harry Mapes. "We know all about that," he said. "That's why the sheriff's been talking to them, but I tell you right now, partner, he don't believe that fellow." "What do you mean he's been talking with them?" He smiled at me. "They in his office right now. He went down to the bathroom," he said. Then he got up and closed the door to the sheriff's office. I looked at him, stunned. "They're sitting in there now?" My voice was incredulous. "He called them up and asked them to come in and make a statement." I stood up, took a piece of paper off his desk, and wrote my name and telephone number on it. "Ask the sheriff to call me," I said. "What's your name again?" "Benoit? Get into another line of work." I walked back outside to my pickup truck. The shadows were purple on the bayou and the church lawn. An elderly Negro was taking down the flag from the pole in front of the courthouse, and a white man was closing and locking the side doors. Then 2 men came out the front entrance and walked hurriedly across the grass toward me, one slightly ahead of the other. The first was a tall, angular man, dressed in brown slacks, shined loafers, a yellow sport shirt with a purple fleur-de-lis on the pocket, a thin western belt with a silver buckle and tongue. I could hear the change in his pocket when he walked. On his bottom lip was a triangular scar that looked like wet plastic. The man behind him was shorter, dark, thick across the middle, the kind of man who wore his slacks below the navel to affect size and strength and disguise his advancing years. His eyebrows dipped down and met over his nose. Even though it was warm, he wore a long-sleeved white shirt, the pocket filled with a notebook and clip-on ballpoint pens. Both men had the agitated look of people who might have seen their bus pass them by at their stop. "Just a minute there, buddy," the tall man said. I turned and looked at him with my hand on the open truck door. "You were using our names in there. Where the hell you get off making those remarks?" he said. His eyes narrowed, and he ran his tongue over the triangular scar on his lip. "I was just passing on some information. Didn't originate with me, partner." "I don't give a goddamn where it came from. I won't put up with it. Particularly from some guy I never saw before," he said. "Then don't listen to it." "It's called libel." "It's called filing a police report," I said. "Who the fuck are you?" the other man said. "My name's Dave Robicheaux." "You're an ex-cop or some kind of local bird dog?" he said. "I'm going to ask you guys to disengage," I said. "You're asking us? You're unbelievable, man," the tall man said. I started to get in my truck. He put his hand around the window jamb and held it. "You're not running out of this," he said. The accent was East Texas, all right. Piney woods, red hills, and sawmills. "Pugh's a pathetic man. He melted his brains a long time ago. Company gave him a break when no one else would. Obviously, it didn't work out. He gets souped up with whiskey and dope and has delusions." He took his hand from the window jamb and pointed his finger an inch from my chest. "Now, if you want to spend your time talking to somebody like that, that's your damn business. But if you spread rumors about me and I hear about it, I'm going to look you up." I got in my truck and closed the door. I breathed through my nose, looked out at the shadows on the church, the stone statue of Evangeline under the spreading oak. Then I clicked my key ring on the steering wheel. The faces of the 2 men were framed through my truck window. Then I yielded to the temptations of anger and pride, 2 serpentine heads of the hydra of character defects that made up my alcoholism. "It was the Coleman fuel for the stove, wasn't it?" I said. "You spread it around the inside of the cabin and strung it down the steps and up the levee. As an added feature, maybe you opened the drain on the gas drum, too. You didn't expect the explosion to blow Dixie Lee out into the water, though, did you?" It was a guess, but the mouth of the short man parted in disbelief. I started the engine, turned out into the traffic, and drove past the old storefronts and wood colonnades toward the edge of town and the back road to New Iberia. In my dreams is a watery place where my wife and some of my friends live. I think it's below the Mekong River, or perhaps deep under the Gulf. The people who live there undulate in the tidal currents and are covered with a green-gold light. I can't visit them there, but sometimes they call me up. In my mind's eye, I can see them clearly. The men from my platoon still wear their pots and their rent and salt-caked fatigues. Smoke rises in bubbles from their wounds. Annie hasn't changed much. Her eyes are electric blue, her hair gold and curly. Her shoulders are still covered with sun freckles. She wears red flowers on the front of her nightgown where they shot her with deer slugs. On the top of her left breast is a strawberry birthmark that always turned crimson with blood when we made love. "How are you doing, baby love?" she asks. "Hello, sweetheart. Your father's here. How is he?" "He says to tell you not to get sucked in." "What's he mean?" "You're not in trouble again, are you, baby love? We talked a long time about that before." "It's just the way I am, I guess." "It's still rah for the penis, huh?" "I've got to go, Dave. There's a big line. Are you coming to see me?" "Sure." "You promise?" "You bet. I won't let you down, kiddo." "You really want me to tell you what it means?" the psychologist in Lafayette said. "Dreams are your province. You're an intelligent man, you tell me." "I don't know." "Yes, you do. Sometimes alcoholics go on dry drunks. Sometimes we have drunk dreams. It's a death wish. I'd get a lot of distance between myself and those kind of thoughts." I stared silently at the whorls of purple and red in his carpet. The day after I visited the St. Martin Parish Courthouse, I talked with the sheriff there on the phone. I had met him several times when I was a detective with the Iberia Parish Sheriff's Office, and I had always gotten along well with him. He said there was nothing in the coroner's report that would indicate the girl had been struck with a tire iron or a jack-handle before the fish camp burned. "So they did an autopsy?" I said. "Dave, there wasn't hardly anything left of that poor girl to autopsy. From what Pugh says and what we found, she was right over the gas drum." "What are you going to do with those two clowns you had in your office yesterday?" "Nothing. What can I do?" "Pugh says they killed some people up in Montana." "I made some calls up there," the sheriff said. "Nobody has anything on these guys, not even a traffic citation. Their office in Lafayette says they're good men. Look, it's Pugh that's got the record. It's been in trouble since they ran him out of that shithole he comes from." "I had an encounter with those two guys after I left your department yesterday. I think Pugh's telling the truth. I think they did it." "Then you ought to get a badge again, Dave. Is it about lunchtime over there?" "What?" "Because that's what time it is here. 'Come on by and have coffee sometime. We'll see you, partner." I drove into New Iberia to buy some chickens and sausage links for my wholesaler. It was raining when I got back home. I put La Jolie Blonde by Erie Lejeune on the record player, changed into my gym shorts, and pumped iron in the kitchen for a half hour. The wind was cool through the window and smelled of rain and damp earth and flowers and trees. My chest and arms were swollen with blood and exertion, and when the rain slacked off and the sun cracked through the mauve-colored sky, I ran 3 miles along the bayou, jumping across puddles, boxing with raindrops that dripped from the oak limbs overhead. Back at the house, I showered, changed into a fresh denim shirt and khakis, and called Dan Nagurski Collect in Great Falls, Montana. He couldn't accept the collect call, but he took the number and called me back on his line. "You know about Dixie Lee?" I said. "Yep." "Do you know about the waitress who died in the fire?" "Yeah." "Did you all have a tail on him that night?" "Yeah, we did, but he got off it. It's too bad. Our people might have saved the girl's life." "You lost them?" "I don't think it was deliberate. They took the girl to a colored place in Breaux Bridge, I guess it was. A Zydeco place or something like that. What is that, anyway?" "It's Negro Cajun music. It means vegetables, all mixed up. Anyway, our people had some trouble with a big buck who thought it was all right for Pugh to come in the club, but not other white folks. In the meantime, Pugh, who was thoroughly juiced, wandered out the side door with the girl and took off." "Have you heard his story?" "Yeah." "Do you believe it?" "What difference does it make? It's between him and the locals now. I'll be square with you, Robicheaux. I don't give a damn about Pugh. I want that lunatic Saladillo in a cage. I don't care how I get him there, either. You can tell Dixie Lee for me I'll always listen when he's on the subject of Sally D. Otherwise, he's not in a seller's market." "Why would he be buying and leasing land for this character Dio? Is it related to the oil business?" "Hey, that's good, Robicheaux. The mob hooking up with the oil business." He was laughing out loud now. "That's like Frankenstein making it with the wife of Dracula. I'm not kidding you, that's great. The guys in the office will love this. You got any other theories?" Then he started laughing again. I quietly replaced the telephone receiver in the cradle, then walked down to the dock in the wet afternoon sunlight to help Baptiste close up the bait shop. That evening, Alafair and I drove down to Cypremort Point for boiled crabs at the pavilion. We sat at one of the checker-cloth tables on the screened porch by the bay, a big bib with a red crawfish on it tied around Alafair's neck, and looked out at the sun setting across the miles of dead cypress, sawgrass, the sandy inlets, the wetlands that stretched all the way to Texas. The tide was out, and the jetties were black and stark against the flat gray expanse of the bay and the strips of purple and crimson cloud that had flattened on the western horizon. Seagulls dipped and wheeled over the water's edge, and a solitary blue heron stood among the sawgrass in an inlet pool, his long body and slender legs like a painting on the air. Alafair always set about eating Blue Point crabs with a devastating clumsiness. She smashed them in the center with a wood mallet, snapped off the claws, and cracked back the shell hinge with slippery hands and an earnest innocence that sent juice and pulp flying all over the table. When we finished eating, I had to take her into the washroom and wipe off her hair, face, and arms with wet paper towels. On the way back home, I stopped in New Iberia and rented a Walt Disney movie. Then I called up Baptiste and asked him and his wife to watch it with us. Baptiste was always fascinated by the VCR and could never quite understand how it worked. "Them people that make the movie, they put it in that box, huh, Dave?" he said. That's right. It just like at the show, huh? That's right. Then how it get up to the antenna and in the set? It doesn't go up to... And how come it don't go in nobody else's set? He said. It don't go out the house, Alafair said. Not it don't. Say it doesn't, I said. Why are you telling her that? She talk English good as us, Baptiste said. I decided to heat up some boudin and make some Kool-Aid. I rented a lot of Disney and other films for children because I didn't like Alafair to watch ordinary television in the evening, or at least when I was not there. Maybe I was overly protective and cautious, but the celluloid facsimile of violence and the news footage of wars in the Middle East and Central America would sometimes cause the light to go out of her face and leave her mouth parted and her eyes wide, as though she had been slapped. Disney films, Kool-Aid, boudin, Blue Point crabs on a breezy porch by the side of the bay were probably poor compensation for the losses she had known. But you offer what you have, perhaps even bless it with a prayer, and maybe somewhere down the line affection grows into faith and replaces memory. I can't say. I'm not good at the mysteries, and I have few solutions even for my own problems. But I was determined that Alafair would never again be hurt unnecessarily, not while she was in my care, not while she was in this country. This is our turf, right, Baptiste? I said as I gave him a paper plate with slices of boudin on it. What? His and Alafair's attention was focused on the image of Donald Duck on the television screen. Outside, the fireflies were lighting in the pecan trees. This is our Cajun land, right, partner? I said. We make the rules. We've got our own flag. He gave me a quizzical look, then turned back to the television screen. Alafair, who was sitting on the floor, slapped her thighs and squealed uproariously while Donald Duck raged at his nephews. The next day, I visited Dixie Lee again at Lourdes and took him a couple of magazines. The sunlight was bright in his room, and someone had placed a green vase of roses in the window. The deputy left us alone, and Dixie lay on his side and looked at me from his pillow. His eyes were clear, and his cheeks were shaved and pink. "You're looking better," I said. "For the first time in years, I'm not full of whiskey. Feels weird, I'm here to tell you. In fact, feels so good I'd like to cut out the needle, too. But the centipedes start waking up for a snack." I nodded at the roses in the window and smiled. "You have an admirer," I said. He didn't answer. He traced a design on the bed with his index finger as though he were pushing a penny around on the sheet. "You grew up Catholic, didn't you?" he said. "Yes." "You still go to church?" "Sure." "You think God punishes us right here? That it ain't just in the next world?" "I think those are bad ideas." "My little boy died in a fire. A bare electric cord under a rug started it. If I hadn't been careless, it wouldn't have happened. Then I killed that man's little boy over in Fort Worth. And now I've been in a fire myself, and a young girl's dead." I looked at the confusion and pain in his face. "I had preachers back home tell me where all that drinking and doping was going to lead me. I wouldn't pay them no mind," he said. "Come on. Don't try to see God's hand in what's bad. Look outside. It's a beautiful day. You're alive. You're feeling better. Maybe you've got alternatives now that you didn't have before." Think about what's right with your life, Dixie. They're going to try and pop me. Who? Vadrine and Mapes? Or some other butthole the company hires? These kinds of guys don't come up the middle. He looked back at me silently, as if I were someone on the other side of a wire fence. There are too many people looking at them now, I said. You don't know how much money's involved. You couldn't guess. You don't have any idea what these bastards will do for money. You're in custody. Save the dog shit, Dave. Last night, Willie out there said he was going for some smokes. It was 11 o'clock. He handcuffed my wrist to the bed rail and came back at 1 in the morning, chewing on a toothpick and smelling like hamburger and onions. I'll talk to the sheriff. Same guy that thinks I've got fried grits for brains. You think like a cop, Dave. You've probably locked a lot of guys up, but you don't know what it's like inside all that clanging iron. A couple of swinging dicks want a kid brought to their cell. That's where he gets delivered. Guy wants you whacked out because you owe for a couple of decks of cigarettes. You get a shank in your spleen somewhere between the mess hall and lockup. Guys like Willie out there are a joke. What do you want me to do? Nothing. You tried. Don't worry about it. I'm not going to leave you on your own. Give me a little credit. I ain't on my own. I called Sally D. I looked again at the roses in the green vase. Floral telegram. He's a thoughtful guy, man, Dixie Lee said. It's your butt. Don't ever do time. You won't hack it inside. What you're doing is not only stupid. You're starting to piss me off, Dixie. I'm sorry. You want to be on these guys' leash the rest of your life? What's the matter with you? Everything. My whole fucking life. You want to pour yourself some iced tea? I gotta use the bedpan. I think I've been jerked around here, partner. Maybe you've been jerking yourself around. What? Ask yourself how much you're interested in me and how much you're interested in the drilling company that killed your old man. I watched him work the stainless steel bedpan out from the rack under the mattress. I guess you have dimensions I haven't quite probed, I said. I flunked out my freshman year, remember? You're talking way above my league. No, I don't think so. We'll see you around, Dixie. I don't blame you for walking out mad, but you don't understand. You can't, man. It was big back then. The Paramount Theater in Brooklyn with Alan Freed, on stage with guys like Barry and Eddie Cochran. I wasn't no drunk either. I had a wife and a kid. People thought I was decent. Look at me today. I'm a fucking ex-convict. The stink on shit. I killed a child, for God's sake. You come in here talking an AA shuck about the beautiful weather outside, when maybe I'm looking at a 5-spot on Angola Farm. Get real, son. It's a dirty boogie out there, and all the cats are humping to it in 3/4 time. I stood up from my chair. I'll speak with the sheriff about the deputy. He won't leave you alone again. I'll see you, Dixie, I said. I left him and walked outside into the sunlight. The breeze was cool and scented with flowers, and across the street, in a grove of oak trees, a Negro was selling rattlesnake watermelons off the back of a truck. He had lopped open one melon on the tailgate as an advertisement, and the meat was dark red in the shade. I looked back up at Dixie Lee's room on the corner of the second floor, and saw a nun close the Venetian blinds on the sunlight. Chapter 3. I had never liked the Lafayette Oil Center. My attitude was probably romantic and unreasonable. As chambers of commerce everywhere are fond of saying, it provided jobs and an expanded economy. It meant progress. It was also ugly. It was low and squat and sprawling, treeless, utilitarian, built with glazed brick and flat roofs, tinted and mirrored windows that gave onto parking lots that in summer radiated the heat like a stove. And to accommodate the oil-centered traffic, the city had widened Pinhook Road, which ran down to the Vermilion River and became the highway to New Iberia. The oak and pecan trees along the road had been cut down, the rural acreage subdivided and filled with businesses and fast-food restaurants, the banks around the Vermilion Bridge paved with asphalt parking lots and dotted with more oil-related businesses whose cinder-block architecture had all the aesthetic design of a sewage treatment works. But there was still one cafe on Pinhook left over from my college days at Southwestern in the 1950s. The parking lot was oyster shell. The now-defunct speakers from the jukebox were still ensconced in the forks of the spreading oak trees. The pink and blue and green neon tubing around the windows still looked like a wet kiss in the rain. The owner served fried chicken and dirty rice that could break your heart. I finished eating lunch and drinking coffee and looked out at the rain blowing through the oaks, at the sheen it made on the bamboo that grew by the edge of the parking lot. The owner propped open the front door with a board, and the mist and cool air and the smell of the trees blew inside. Then a Honda stopped in a rain puddle out front, the windshield wipers slapping, and an Indian girl with olive skin and thick black hair jumped out and ran inside. She wore designer jeans, which people had stopped wearing, a yellow shirt tied across her middle, and yellow tennis shoes. She touched the raindrops out of her eyes with her fingers and glanced around the restaurant until she saw the sign over the women's room. She walked right past my table, her damp wrist almost brushing my shoulder, and I tried not to look at her back, her thighs, the way her hips creased and her posterior moved when she walked. But that kind of resolution and dignity seemed to be more and more wanting in my life. I paid my check, put on my rain hat, draped my seersucker coat over my arm, and ran past the idling Honda to my truck. Just as I started the engine, the girl ran from the restaurant and got into the Honda with a package of cigarettes in her hand. The driver backed around so that he was only 10 feet from my cab and rolled his window down. I felt my mouth drop open. I stared dumbfounded at the boiled pigskin face, the stitched scar that ran from the bridge of his nose up through one eyebrow, the sandy hair and intelligent green eyes, the big shoulders that made his shirt look as though it were about to rip. Cletus Purcell. He grinned and winked at me. "What's happening, Streak?" he said into the rain, then rolled up the window and splashed out onto Pinhook Road. "My old homicide partner from the 1st District in the French Quarter. Bust 'em or smoke 'em, he used to say. Bury your fist in their stomachs, leave 'em puking on their knees, click off their light switch with a slapjack if they still want to play." He had hated the pimps, the Nicaraguan and Colombian dealers, the outlaw bikers, the dirty movie operators, the contract killers the mob brought in from Miami, and if left alone with him, they would gladly cut any deal they could get from the prosecutor's office. But with time, he became everything that he despised. He took freebies from whores, borrowed money from Shylocks, fought the sheiks every morning with cigarettes, aspirin, and speed, and finally took $10,000 to blow away a potential government witness in a hog lot. Then he had cleaned out his and his wife's bank account, roared the wrong way down a one-way street into the New Orleans airport, bounced over a concrete island, and abandoned his car with both doors open in front of the main entrance. He just made the flight to Guatemala. A month later, I received a card from him that had been postmarked in Honduras. Dear Streak, greetings from Bongo Bongo Land. I'd like to tell you I'm off the sauce and working for the Maryknolls. I'm not. Guess what skill is in big demand down here? A guy that can run through the manual of arms is an automatic captain. They're all kids. Somebody with a case of Clearasil could take the whole country. See you in the next incarnation. C. P.S. If you run into Lois, tell her I'm sorry for ripping her off. I left my toothbrush in the bathroom. I want her to have it. I watched his taillights glimmer and fade in the rain. As far as I knew, there was still a warrant on him. What was Cletus doing back in the States? And in Lafayette? But he was somebody else's charge now, not mine. So good luck, partner, I thought. Whatever you're operating on, I hope it's as pure and clean as white gas and bears you aloft over the places where the carrion birds clatter. I drove across the street and parked in front of the Star Drilling Company's regional office. Confronting them probably seems a foolish thing to do, particularly in the capacity of a citizen rather than that of a law officer. But my experience as a policeman investigating white-collar criminals always led me to the same conclusion about them. They might envision a time when they'll have to deal with the law, but in their minds the problem will be handled by attorneys in a court proceeding that becomes almost a gentleman's abstraction. They tremble with both outrage and fear when a plainclothes cop, perhaps with an IQ of 95, a .357 showing under his coat, a braided blackjack in his pocket, steps into the middle of their lives as unexpectedly as an iron door slamming shut, and indicates that he thinks habeas corpus is a Latin term for a disease. I put on my coat and ran through the rain and into the building. The outer offices of Star Drilling, which were separated by half-glass partitions, were occupied by draftsmen and men who looked like geologists or lease people. The indirect lighting glowed on the pine paneling, and the air conditioning was turned so high that I felt my skin constrict inside my damp seersucker. The geologists, or whatever they were, walked from desk to desk, rattling topography maps between their outstretched hands, their faces totally absorbed in their own frame of reference, or a finger moving back and forth on the numbers of a township and range. The only person who looked at me was the receptionist. I told her I wanted to see the supervisor about a mineral lease in Montana. His desk was big, made of oak, his chair covered with maroon leather, the pine walls hung with deer's heads, a marlin, 2 flintlock rifles. On a side table was a stuffed lynx mounted on a platform, the teeth bared, the yellow glass eyes filled with anger. His name was Hollister. He was a big man, his thick graying hair cut military, his pale blue eyes unblinking. Like those of most managerial people in the oil center, his accent was Texas or Oklahoma, and his dress eccentric. His gray Oshman coat hung on a rack. His cufflinks were the size of quarters and embossed with oil derricks. His bolo tie was fastened with a brown and silver brooch. He listened to me talk a moment, his square hands motionless on the desk, his face like that of a man staring into an ice storm. "Wait a minute. You came to my office to question me about my employees? About a murder?" I could see tiny stretched white lines in the skin around the corners of his eyes. "It's more than one, Mr. Hollister. The girl in the fire, and maybe some people in Montana." "Tell me, who do you think you are?" "I already did." "No, you didn't. You lied to my receptionist to get in here." "You've got a problem with your leasemen. It won't go away because I walk out the door." His pale eyes looked steadily at me. He lifted one finger off his desk and aimed it at me. "You're not here about Dixie Pugh," he said. "You got something else bugging you. I don't know what it is, but you're not a truthful man." I touched the ball of my thumb to the corner of my mouth, looked away from him a moment, and tapped my fingers on the leather arm of my chair. "You evidently thought well enough of Dixie Lee to give him a job," I said. "You think he made all this up and then set himself on fire?" "I think you're on your way out of here. Let me tell you a couple of things about the law. Foreknowledge of a crime can make you a co-conspirator. Knowledge after the fact can put you into an area known as aiding and abetting. These guys aren't worth it, Mr. Hollister. This discussion is over. There's the door." "Looks like your company has made stonewalling an art form." "What? Does the name Aldous Robicheaux mean anything to you?" "No. Who is he?" "He was my father. He was killed on one of your rigs." "When?" 22 years ago. They didn't have a blowout preventer on. Your company tried to deny it, since almost everybody on the rig went down with it. A shrimper pulled a floorman out of the water 2 days later. He cost you guys a lot of money. So you got a grudge that's 22 years old? I don't know what to tell you, Robicheaux, except I wasn't with the company then, and I probably feel sorry for you. I took my rain hat off my knee and stood up. "Tell Mapes and Vadrine to stay away from Dixie Lee," I said. "You come in here again, I'll have you arrested." I walked back outside into the rain, got in my truck, and drove out of the maze of flat, uniform brick buildings that composed the oil center. On Pinhook Road, I passed the restaurant where I had seen Cletus an hour before. The spreading oak trees were dark green, the pink and blue neon like smoke in the blowing mist. The wind blew hard when I crossed the Vermilion River, ruffling the yellow current below and shuddering the sides of my truck. I don't buy that stuff about a death wish. I believe some guys in Vienna had too much time to think, I said to the therapist. You don't have to be defensive about your feelings. Facile attitudes have their place in therapy, too. For example, I don't think there's anything complex about depression. It's often a matter of anger turned inward. What do you have to say about that, Dave? I don't know. Yes, you do. How did you feel in Vietnam when the man next to you was hit? What do you think I felt? At some point you were glad it was him and not you. And then you felt guilty. And that was very dangerous, wasn't it? All alcoholics feel guilt. Go to an open meeting sometime, learn something about it. Cut loose from the past. She wouldn't want you to carry a burden like this. I can't. I don't want to. Say it again. I don't want to. He was bald, and his rimless glasses were full of light. He turned his palms up toward me and was silent. I visited Dixie Lee one more time and found him distant, taciturn, perhaps even casually indifferent to my presence in the room. I wasn't pleased with his attitude. I didn't know whether to ascribe it to the morphine-laced IV hooked into his arm, or possibly his own morose awareness of what it meant to throw in his lot with his old cell partner. You want me to bring you anything else before I leave? I asked. I'm all right. I probably won't be back, Dixie. I'm pretty tied up at the dock these days. Sure, I understand. You think maybe you used me a little bit? I grinned at him and held up my thumb and forefinger slightly apart in the air. Maybe just a little. His voice was languid, as though he were resting on the comfortable edge of sleep. Me? Use somebody else? You kidding? He said. You're looking at the dildo of the planet. See you around, Dixie. Hell yeah. They're kicking me out of here soon anyway. It's only second-degree stuff. I've had worse hangovers. We're in tall cotton, son. And so I left him to his own menagerie of snapping dogs and hungry snakes. That Saturday I woke Alafair early, told her nothing about the purpose of our trip, and drove in the cool, rose-stippled dawn to the Texas side of Sabine Pass, where the Sabine River empties into the Gulf. A friend of mine from the Army owned a small, sandy, salt-flecked farm not far from the hard-packed gray strip of sandbar that tried to be a beach. It was a strange, isolated place, filled with the mismatched flora of two states, stagnant lakes dotted with dead cypress, solitary oaks in the middle of flat pasture, tangles of blackjack along the edges of coulees, an alluvial fan of sand dunes that were crested with salt grass and from which protruded tall palm trees silhouetted blackly against the sun. Glinting through the pines on the back of my friend's farm were the long roll and pitch of the Gulf itself, and a cascade of waves that broke against the beach in an iridescent spray of foam. It was a place of salt-poisoned grass, alligators, insects, magpies, turkey buzzards, drowned cows whose odor reached a half-mile into the sky, tropical storms that could sand the paint off a water tower, and people like my friend who had decided to slip through a hole in the dimension and live on their own terms. He had a bad conduct discharge from the Army, had been locked up in a mental asylum in Galveston, had failed totally at AA, and as a farmer couldn't grow thorns in a briar patch. But he bred and raised some of the most beautiful Appaloosa horses I had ever seen. He and I had coffee in his kitchen while Alafair drank a Coke. Then I picked up several sugar cubes in my palm and we walked out to his back lot. "What we doing, Dave?" Alafair said. She looked up at me in the sunlight that shone through the pine trees. She wore a yellow T-shirt, baggy blue jeans, and pink tennis shoes. The wind off the water ruffled her bangs. My friend winked and went inside the barn. "You can't ride tripod, can you, little guy?" I said. "What? Ride tripod?" she said, her face confused, then suddenly lighting, breaking into an enormous grin as she looked past me and saw my friend leading a 3-year-old gelding out of the barn. The Appaloosa was steel gray with white stockings and a spray of black and white spots across his rump. He snorted and pitched his head against the bridle, and Alafair's brown eyes went back and forth between the horse and me, her face filled with delight. "You think you can take care of him and Tripod and your rabbits, too?" I said. "Me? He's for me, Dave." "You bet he is. He called me up yesterday and said he wanted to come live with us." "What? Horse call up?" I picked her up and set her on top of the fence rail, then let the Appaloosa take the sugar cubes out of my palm. "He's like you. He's got a sweet tooth," I said. "But when you feed him something, let him take it out of your palm so he doesn't bite your fingers by mistake." Then I climbed over the fence, slipped bareback onto the horse, and lifted Alafair up in front of me. My friend had trimmed the horse's mane, and Alafair ran her hand up and down it as though it were a giant shoe brush. I touched my right heel against the horse's flank, and we turned in a slow circle around the lot. "What his name?" Alafair said. How about Tex? How come that? Because he's from Texas. What? This is Texas. This where? Never mind. I nodded for my friend to open the gate, and we rode out through the sandy stretch of pines onto the beach. The waves were slate green and full of kelp, and they made a loud smack against the sand and slid in a wet line up to a higher, dry area where the salt grass and the pine needles began. It was windy and cool and warm at the same time, and we rode a mile or so along the edge of the surf to a place where a sandbar and jetty had created a shallow lagoon, in the middle of which a wrecked shrimp boat lay gray and paintless on its side, a cacophony of seagulls thick in the air above it. Behind us, the horses' solitary tracks were scalloped deep in the wet sand. I gave my friend $400 for the Appaloosa, and for another $300 he threw in the tack in a homemade trailer. Almost all the way home, Alafair stayed propped on her knees on the front seat, either looking backward through the cab glass or out the window at the horse trailer tracking behind us, her fine hair flattening in white lines against her scalp. On Monday, I walked up to the house for lunch, then stopped at the mailbox on the road before I went back to the dock. The sun was warm, the oak trees along the road were full of mockingbirds and blue jays, and the mist from my neighbor's water sprinkler drifted in a wet sheen over his hydrangea beds and rows of blooming azalea and myrtle bushes. In the back of the mailbox was a narrow package, no more than 10 inches long. It had been postmarked in New Orleans. I put my other mail in my back pocket, slipped the twine off the corners of the package, and cracked away the brown wrapping paper with my thumb. I lifted off the cardboard top. Inside, on a strip of cotton, was a hypodermic needle with a photograph and a sheet of lined paper wrapped around it. The inside of the syringe was clouded with a dried brown-red residue. The photograph was cracked across the surface, yellowed around the edges, but the obscene nature of the details had the violent clarity of a sliver of glass in the eye. A pajama-clad Viet Cong woman lay in a clearing by the tread of a tank, her severed head resting on her stomach. Someone had stuffed a sea-ration box in her mouth. The lined paper looked like the kind that comes in a Big Chief notebook. The words were printed large, in black ink. Dear Sir, the guy that took this picture is one fucked-up dude. He liked it over there and didn't want to come back. He says he used this needle in a snuff flick out in Oakland. I don't know if I'd believe him or not. But your little pinto bean gets on the bus at 7:45. She arrives at school at 8:30. She's on the playground at 10, and back out there at noon. She waits on the south corner for the bus home at 3:05. Sometimes she gets off before her stop and walks down the road with a colored kid. It's hardball. Don't fuck with it. It's going to really mess up your day. Check the zipper head in the pic. Now there's somebody who really had a hard time getting her C's down. For what your face like that? What it is, Dave? Baptiste was standing behind me, dressed in a pair of navy bell-bottoms and an unbuttoned sleeveless khaki shirt. There were drops of sweat on his bald head, and the backs of his hands and wrists were spotted with blood from cleaning fish. I put the photograph, letter, and torn package back in the mailbox and walked hurriedly down to the dock. I called the elementary school, asked the principal to make sure that Alafair was in her classroom, then told her not to let Alafair board the school bus that afternoon, that I would be there to pick her up. When I walked back toward the house, Baptiste was still at the mailbox. He was illiterate, so the letter inside meant nothing to him, but he had the photograph cupped in his big palm, an unlit cigar in the corner of his mouth, and there was an ugly glaze in his eyes. "Que ça veut dire, Dave? What that needle mean, too? He said. Somebody's threatening Alafair. They say they gonna hurt that little girl. Yes. The word created a hollow feeling in my chest. Who they are? Where they at, them people that do something like this? I believe it's a couple of guys in Lafayette. They're oil people. Have you seen any guys around here who look like they don't belong here? I ain't paid it no mind, Dave. I didn't have no reason, me. It's all right. What we gonna do? I'm going to pick up Alafair, then I'll talk to the sheriff. I picked the photograph out of his palm by the edges and set it back inside the mailbox. I'm going to leave this stuff in there, then take it in later and see if we can find fingerprints on it. So we shouldn't handle it anymore. No, I mean, what we gonna do? He said. His brown eyes looked intently into mine. There was no question about his meaning. I'm going to pick up Alafair now. Watch the store and I'll be back soon. Baptiste's mouth closed on his dry cigar. His eyes went away from me, stared into the shade of the pecan trees, and moved back and forth in his head with a private thought. His voice was quiet when he spoke. Dave, in that picture, that's where you was at in the war? Yes. They done them kind of things? Some did. Not many. In that letter, it say that about Alafair? I swallowed and couldn't answer him. The hollow feeling in my chest would not go away. It was like fear, but not of a kind that I had ever experienced before. It was an obscene feeling, as though a man's hand had slipped lewdly inside my shirt and now rested sweatily on my breastbone. The sunlight shimmered on the bayou, and the trees and blooming hyacinths on the far side seemed to go in and out of focus. I saw a cottonmouth coiled flatly on a barkless, sun-bleached log, its triangular head the color of tarnished copper in the hard yellow light. Sweat ran out of my hair, and I felt my heart beating against my rib cage. I snicked the mailbox door shut, got into my truck, and headed down the dirt road toward New Iberia. When I bounced across the drawbridge over Bayou Teche, my knuckles were white and as round as quarters on the steering wheel. On the way back from the school, the spotted patterns of light and shadow fell through the canopy of oaks overhead and raced over Alafair's tanned face as she sat next to me in the truck. Her knees and white socks and patent-leather shoes were dusty from play on the school ground. She kept looking curiously at the side of my face. "Something wrong, Dave?" she said. "No, not at all." "Something bad happened, ain't it?" "Don't say ain't." "Why you mad?" "Listen, little guy, I'm going to run some errands this afternoon, and I want you to stay down at the dock with Baptiste. You stay in the store and help him run things, okay?" "What's going on, Dave?" "There's nothing to worry about. But I want you to stay away from people you don't know. Keep close around Baptiste and Clarice and me, okay? You see, there's a couple of men I've had some trouble with. If they come around here, Baptiste and I will chase them off. But I don't want them bothering you or Clarice or Tripod or any of our friends, see?" I winked at her. "These bad men?" Her face looked up at me. Her eyes were round and unblinking. "Yes, they are." "What'd they do?" I took a breath and let it out. "I don't know for sure. but we just need to be a little careful. That's all, little guy. We don't worry about stuff like that. We're kind of like Tripod. What's he do when the dog chases him? She looked into space, and then I saw her eyes smile. He gets up on the rabbit hutch, she said. Then what's he do? He stick his claw in the dog's nose. That's right, because he's smart. And because he's smart and careful, he doesn't have to worry about that dog. And we're the same way. And we don't worry about things, do we? She smiled up at me, and I pulled her against my side and kissed the top of her head. I could smell the sun's heat in her hair. I parked the truck in the shade of the pecan trees, and she took her lunch kit into the kitchen, washed out her thermos, and changed into her play clothes. We walked down to the dock, and I put her in charge of soda pop and worm sales. In the corner behind the beer cases, I saw Baptiste's old automatic Winchester 12-gauge propped against the wall. I put some number 6s in it for that cottonmouth been eating fish off my stringer, he said. Come see tonight. You're going to have to clean that snake off the tree. I'll be back before dark. Take her up to the house for her supper, I said. I'll close up when I get back. You don't be worry, you, he said. Dragged a kitchen match on a wood post, lit his cigar, and let the smoke drift out through his teeth. Alafair rang up a sale on the cash register and beamed when the drawer clanged open. I put everything from the mailbox in a large paper bag and drove to the Iberia Parish Sheriff's office. I had worked a short while for the sheriff as a plainclothes detective the previous year, and I knew him to be a decent and trustworthy man. But when he ran for the office, his only qualification was the fact that he had been president of the Lions Club and owned a successful dry-cleaning business. He was slightly overweight, his face soft around the edges, and in his green uniform he looked like the manager of a garden supply store. We talked in his office while a deputy processed the wrapping paper, box, note, and the hypodermic needle for fingerprints in another room. Finally, the deputy rapped on the sheriff's door glass with one knuckle and opened the door. 2 identifiable sets, he said. One's Dave's, one's from that colored man. What's his name? Baptiste, I said. Yeah, we have his set on file from the other time. His eyes flicked away from me and his face colored. We had his prints from when we were out to Dave's place before. Then there's some smeared stuff on the outside of the wrapping paper. The mailman, the sheriff said. That's what I figure, the deputy said. I wish I could tell you something else, Dave. All right. The deputy nodded and closed the door. You want to take it to the FBI in Lafayette? The sheriff said. Maybe. A thread in the mails is in a federal area. Why not make use of them? I looked back at him without answering. Why is it that I always feel you're not a man of great faith in our system? He said. Probably because I worked for it too long. We can question these 2 guys. What's their names again? Vidrine and Mapes. Vidrine and Mapes. We can let them know somebody's looking over their shoulder. They're too far into it. What do you want to do? I don't know. Dave, back off this one. Let other people handle it. Are you going to keep a deputy out at my house? Will one watch Alafair on the playground while she waits for the bus? He let out his breath and looked out the window at a clump of oak trees in a bright, empty pasture. Something else bothers me here, he said. Wasn't your daddy killed on a star rig? Yeah. You think there's a chance you want to twist these guys no matter what happens? I don't know what I think. That box didn't mail itself to me, though, did it? I saw the injury in his eyes, but I was past the point of caring about his feelings. Maybe you've been there. You go into a police or sheriff station after a gang of black kids forced you to stop your car while they smashed out your windows with garbage cans. A strung-out addict made you kneel at gunpoint on the floor of a grocery store, and before you knew it, the begging words rose uncontrollably in your throat. Some bikers pulled you from the back of a bar and sat on your arms while one of them unzippered his blue jeans. Your body is still hot with shame, your voice full of thumbtacks and strange to your own ears, your eyes full of guilt and self-loathing, while uniformed people walk casually by you with styrofoam cups of coffee in their hands. Then somebody types your words on a report, and you realize that this is all you will get. Investigators will not be out at your house. You will probably not be called to pull somebody out of a lineup. A sympathetic female attorney from the prosecutor's office will not take a large interest in your life. Then you will look around at the walls and cabinets and lockers in that police or sheriff station, the gun belts worn by the officers with the styrofoam coffee cups, perhaps the interior of the squad cars in the parking lot, and you will make an ironic realization. The racks of M16 rifles, scoped Mausers, 12-gauge pumps loaded with double-aught buckshot, 38 specials, and 357 magnums, stun guns, slapjacks, batons, tear gas canisters, the drawers that contained cattle prods, handcuffs, mace, wrist and leg chains, hundreds of rounds of ammunition, all have nothing to do with your safety or the outrage against your person. You're an increase in somebody's workload. You've been on this side of the desk, Dave. We do what we can, the sheriff said. But it's not enough most of the time, is it? He stirred a paperclip on the desk blotter with his finger. Have you got an alternative? He said. Thanks for your time, Sheriff. I'll think about the FBI. I wish you'd do that. The sky had turned purple and red in the west, and rain clouds were building on the southern horizon when I drove home. I bought some ice cream in town, then stopped at a fruit stand under an oak tree by the bayou and bought a lug of strawberries. The thunderheads off the Gulf slid across the sun, and the cicadas were loud in the trees, and the fireflies were lighting in the shadows along the road. A solitary raindrop splashed on my windshield as I turned into my dirt yard. It rained hard that night. It clattered on the shingles and the tin roof of the gallery, sluiced out of the gutters and ran in streams down to the coulee. The pecan trees in the yard beat in the wind and trembled whitely when lightning leapt across the black sky. I had the attic fan on, and the house was cool, and I dreamed all night. Annie came to me about 4 a.m., as she often did when the night was about to give way to the softness of the false dawn. In my dream I could look through my bedroom window into the rain, past the shining trunks of the pecan trees, deep into the marsh and the clouds of steam that eventually bleed into the sawgrass in the Gulf of Mexico, and see her and her companions inside a wobbling green bubble of air. She smiled at me. "Hi, sailor," she said. "How you doing, sweetheart?" "You know I don't like it when it rains. Bad memories and all that. So we found a dry place for a while. Your buddies from your platoon don't like the rain either. They say it used to give 'em jungle sores. Can you hear me with all that thunder? Sounds like cannon." "Sure. It's lightning up on top of the water. That night I couldn't tell the lightning from the gun flashes. I wish you hadn't left me alone. I tried to hide under the bedsheet. It was a silly thing to do. Don't talk about it. It was like electricity dancing off the walls. You're not drinking, are you? No, not really. Not really? Only in my dreams. But I bet you still get high on those dry drunks, don't you? You know, fantasies about kicking butt, fronting the lowlifes, all that stuff swinging dicks like to do. A guy has to do something for kicks. Annie? What is it, baby love? I won't. Tell me. I want to. It's not your time. There's Alafair to take care of, too. It wasn't your time, either. She made a kiss against the air. Her mouth was red. So long, sailor. Don't sleep on your stomach. It'll make you hard in the morning. I miss you. Annie. She winked at me through the rain, and in my dream I was sure I felt her fingers touch my lips. It continued to rain most of the next day. At 3 o'clock I picked up Alafair at the school and kept her with me in the bait shop. The sky and the marsh were gray, my rental boats were half full of water, the dock shiny and empty in the weak light. Alafair was restless and hard to keep occupied in the shop, and I let Baptiste take her with him on an errand in town. At 5:30 they were back. The rain slacked off, and the sun broke through the clouds in the west. It was the time of day when the bream and bass should have been feeding around the lily pads, but the bayou was high, and the water remained smooth and brown and undented along the banks and in the coves. A couple of fishermen came in and drank beer for a while, and I leaned on the window jamb and stared out at the mauve and red-streaked sky, the trees dripping rain into the water, and the wet moss trying to lift in the evening breeze. "Them men ain't gonna do nothing. They just blowing their horn," Baptiste said beside me. Alafair was watching a cartoon on the old black-and-white television set that I kept on the snack shelf. She held tripod on her lap while she stared raptly up at the set. "Maybe so, but they'll let us wonder where they are and when they're coming," I said. "That's the way it works." "You call them FBI in Lafayette?" "No." "How come?" "It's a waste of time." "Sometime you gotta try, yeah." There weren't any identifiable prints on the package except yours and mine. I could see in his face that he didn't understand. "There's nothing to tell the FBI," I said. "I would only create paperwork for them and irritate them. It wouldn't accomplish anything. There's nothing I can do." "So you won't get mad at me?" "I'm not mad at you. Listen." "What?" "I want her to stay with you tonight. I'll pick her up in the morning and take her to school." "What you gonna do, you?" "I don't know." "I've been knowing you a long time, Dave. Don't tell me that." "I'll tell Clarice to pack her school clothes and her pajamas and toothbrush. There's still one boat out. Lock up as soon as it comes in." "Dave." But I was already walking up toward the house in the light sun-spangled rain, in the purple shadows, in the breeze that smelled of wet moss and blooming 4 o'clocks. It was cool and still light when I stopped on the outskirts of Lafayette and called Dixie Lee at the hospital from a payphone. I asked him where Vadrine and Mapes were staying. "What for?" he said. "Doesn't matter what for. Where are they?" It matters to me. Listen, Dixie, you brought me into this. It's gotten real serious in the last 2 days. Don't start being clever with me. All right. The Magnolia. It's off Pinhook down toward the river. Look, Dave, don't mess with him. I'm about to go bond and get out of here. It's time to ease off. You sound like you've found a new confidence. So I got friends. So I got alternatives. Fuck Vadreen and Mapes. The sun was red and swollen on the western horizon. Far to the south I could see rain falling. How far out are these guys willing to go? I said. He was quiet a moment. What are you talking about? He said. You heard me. Yeah, I did. They burn a girl to death and you ask me a question like that? These guys got no bottom, if that's what you mean. They'll go down where it's so dark the lizards don't have eyes. I drove down Pinhook Road toward the Vermilion River and parked under a spreading oak tree by the motel, a rambling white stucco building with a blue tile roof. Rainwater dripped from the tree onto my truck cab, and the bamboo and palm trees planted along the walks bent in the wind off the river, and the flagstones in the courtyard were wet and red in the sun's last light. A white and blue neon sign in the shape of a flower glowed against the sky over the entrance to the motel, an electrical short in it buzzing as loud as the cicadas in the trees. I stared at the front of the motel a moment, clicking my keys on the steering wheel. Then I opened the truck door and started it inside. Just as I did, the glass door of a motel room slid open, and 2 men and women in bathing suits with drinks in their hands walked out on the flagstones and sat at a table by the pool. Vadreen and Mapes were both laughing at something one of the women had said. I stepped back in the shadows and watched Mapes signal a Negro waiter. A moment later, the waiter brought them big silver shrimp cocktail bowls and a platter of fried crawfish. Mapes wore sandals and a bikini swimming suit, and his body was as lean and tan as a long-distance runner's. But Vadreen wasn't as confident of his physique. He wore a Hawaiian shirt with his trunks, the top button undone to show his chest hair, but he kept crossing and recrossing his legs as though he could reshape the protruding contour of his stomach. The 2 women looked like hookers. One had a braying laugh. The other wore her hair pulled back on her head like copper wire, and she squeezed Mapes' thigh under the table whenever she leaned forward to say something. I got back in the truck, took my World War II Japanese field glasses out of the glove box, and watched them out of the shadows for an hour. The underwater lights in the swimming pool were smoky green, and a thick slick of suntan oil floated on the surface. The waiter took away their dishes, brought them more rounds of tropical drinks, and their gaiety seemed unrelenting. They left the table periodically and went back through the sliding glass door into the motel room, and at first I thought they were simply using the bathroom, but then one of the women came back out, touching one nostril with a knuckle, sniffing as though a grain of sand were caught in her breathing passage. At 10 o'clock, the waiter began dipping leaves out of the pool with a long-handled screen, and I saw Mapes signal for more drinks, and the waiter look at his watch and shake his head negatively. They sat outside for another half hour, smoking cigarettes, laughing more quietly now, sucking on pieces of ice from the bottoms of their glasses, the women's faces pleasant with a nocturnal lassitude. Then a sudden rain shower rattled across the motel's tile roof, clattered on the bamboo and palm fronds, and danced in the swimming pool's underwater lights. Vadreen, Mapes, and the women ran laughing for the sliding door of the room. I waited until midnight, and they still had not come back out. I put on my rain hat and went into the motel bar. It was almost deserted, and raindrops ran down the windows. Outside I could see the white and blue neon flower against the dark sky. The bartender smiled at me. He wore black trousers, a white shirt that glowed almost purple in the bar light, and a black string tie sprinkled with sequins. He was a strange-looking man. His eyes were close-set and small as dimes, and he smoked a Pall Mall with 3 fingers along the barrel of the cigarette. I sat at the corner of the bar where I could see the front door of Vadrine and Mapes' room and ordered a 7-Up. "It's pretty empty tonight," I said. "Sure is. You by yourself tonight?" he said. "Right now I am. I was sort of looking for some company." I smiled at him. He nodded good-naturedly and began rinsing glasses in a tin sink. Finally, he said, "You staying at the motel?" "Yeah, for a couple of days. Boy, I tell you, I got one. I blew out my breath and touched my forehead with my fingertips. I met this lady last night, a school teacher, would you believe it? And she came up to my room and we started hitting the J.D. pretty hard. But I'm not kidding you, before we got serious about anything, she drank me under the table, and I woke up at noon like a ball of fire." I laughed. "And with another problem, too. Know what I mean?" He ducked his head and grinned. "Yep, that can be a tough problem," he said. "You want another 7-Up?" "Sure." He went back to his work in the sink, his small eyes masked, and a moment later he dried his hands absently on a towel, turned on a radio that was set among the liquor bottles on the counter, and walked into a back hallway where he picked up a house phone. He spoke into the receiver with his back turned toward me so that I could not hear him above the music on the radio. Outside the window the trees were black against the sky, and the blue tile of the motel roof glistened in the rain. The girl came through the side door 10 minutes later and sat one stool down from me. She wore spiked heels, Levi's, a backless brown sweater, and hoop earrings. She shook her wet hair loose, lit a cigarette, ordered a drink, then had another, and didn't pay for either of them. She talked as though she and I and the bartender were somehow old friends. In the neon glow she was pretty in a rough way. I wondered where she came from, what kind of trade-off was worth her present situation. I wasn't making it easy for her either. I hadn't offered to pay for either of her drinks, and I had made no overture toward her. I saw her look at her watch, then glanced directly into the bartender's eyes. He lit a cigarette and stepped out the door as though he were getting a breath of fresh air. "I hate lounges, don't you? They're all dull," she said. "It's a pretty slow place, all right. I'd rather have drinks with a friend in my room. What if I buy a bottle?" "I think that would be just wonderful," she said, and smiled as much to herself as to me. Then she bit down on her lip, leaned toward me, and touched my thigh. "I've got a little trouble with Don, though, like a $75 bar tab. Could you lend it to me so they don't 86 me out of this place?" "It's time to take off, kiddo." "What?" I took my sheriff's deputy badge out of my back pocket and opened it in front of her. It was just an honorary one, and I kept it only because it got me free parking at Evangeline Downs and the fairgrounds in New Orleans, but she didn't know that. "Don's in deep shit. Go home and watch television," I said. "You bastard. I told you you're not busted. You want to hang around and have some of his problems?" Her eyes went from my face to the bartender, who was coming back through the side door. Her decision didn't take long. She took her car keys out of her purse, threw her cigarettes inside, snapped it shut, then walked quickly on her spiked heels out the opposite door into the rain. I held up the badge in front of the bartender's small, close-set eyes. "It's Iberia Parish, but what do you care?" I said. "You're going to do something for me, right? Because you don't want Lafayette Vice down here, do you? You're a reasonable guy, Don." He bit down on the corner of his lip and looked away from my face. "I got a number I can call," he said. "Not tonight, you don't." I could see his lip discolor where his tooth continued to chew on it. He blew air out his nose as though he had a cold. "I don't want trouble." "You shouldn't pimp." "How about lightening up a bit?" He looked at the two remaining customers in the bar. They were young, and they sat at a table in the far corner. Behind them, through the open blinds, headlights passed on the wet street. "Two of your girls are in room 6. You need to get them out," I said. "Wait a minute. Let's get it done, Don. No more messing around." "That's Mr. Mapes. I can't do that." "Time's running out, partner." "Look, you got a beef there or something. That's your business. I can't get mixed up in this. Those broads don't listen to me anyway." "Well, I guess you're a stand-up guy. Your boss won't mind you getting busted, will he? Or having heat all over the place." "You think one of those girls might have some flake up her nose? Maybe it's just sinus trouble." "All right," he said, and held his palms upward. "I got to tell these people I'm closing, and then I'll call the room. Then I'm gone, out of it, right?" I didn't answer. "Hey, I'm out of it, right?" he said. "I'm already having trouble remembering your face." 5 minutes after the bartender phoned Mapes's room, the two prostitutes came out the front door, a man's angry voice resounding out of the room behind them, and got into a convertible and drove away. I opened the wooden toolbox in the bed of my pickup truck and took out a 5-foot length of chain that I sometimes used to pull stumps. I folded it in half and wrapped the two loose ends around my hand. The links were rusted and made an orange smear across my palm. I walked across the gravel under the dripping trees toward the door of room 6. The chain clinked against my leg. The heat lightning jumped in white spiderwebs all over the black sky. Vidrine must have thought the women had come back because he was smiling when he opened the door in his boxer undershorts. Behind him, Mapes was eating a sandwich in his robe at a wet bar. The linen and covers on the king-size bed were in disarray, and the hallway that led into another bedroom was littered with towels, wet bathing suits, and beer cups. Vidrine's smile collapsed, and his face suddenly looked rigid and glazed. Mapes set his sandwich in his plate, wet the scar on his lower lip as though he were contemplating an abstract equation, and moved toward a suitcase that was open on a folding luggage holder. I heard the chain clink and sing through the air, felt it come back over my head again and again, felt their hands rake against the side of my face. My ears roared with sound, a rumble deep under the gulf. The drilling rig floor trembling and clattering violently, the drill pipe exploding out of the wellhead in a red-black fireball. My hand was bitten and streaked with rust. It was the color of dried blood inside a hypodermic needle used to threaten a 6-year-old child. It was like the patterns that I streaked across the walls, the bedclothes, the sliding glass doors that gave onto the courtyard where azalea petals floated on the surface of a lighted turquoise pool. Chapter 4. Alafair woke up with an upset stomach the next morning, and I kept her home from school. I fixed her soft-boiled eggs and weak tea, then took her down to work with me in the bait shop. The sun had come up in a clear sky that morning, and the trees along the dirt road were bright green from the rain. The myrtle bushes were filled with purple bloom in the sunlight. "Why you keep looking down the road, Dave?" Alafair asked. She sat on one of the phone cable spools on the dock, watching me unscrew a fouled spark plug from an outboard engine. The canvas umbrella in the center of the spool was folded, and her Indian black hair was shiny in the bright light. "I'm just admiring the day," I said. I felt her looking at the side of my face. "You don't feel good?" she said. "I'm fine, little guy. I tell you what, let's take a ride down to the store and see if they have any kites. You think you can put a kite up today?" "There ain't no wind." "Don't say ain't." "Okay." "Let's go get some apples for Tex. You want to feed him some apples?" "Sure." She looked at me curiously. We walked up to the truck, which was parked under the pecan trees, got in, and drove down the road toward the old store at the Four Corners. Alafair looked at the floor. "What's that, Dave?" "Don't mess with that." Her eyes blinked at my tone. "It's just a chain. Kick it under the seat," I said. She leaned down toward the floor. "Don't touch it," I said. "It's dirty." "What's wrong, Dave?" "Nothing. I just don't want your hands dirty." I took a breath, stopped the truck, and went around to Alafair's side. I opened her door and lifted the loops of chain off the floor. They felt as though they were coated with paint that had not quite dried. "I'll be right back," I said. I walked down on the bank of the bayou and sailed the chain out into the middle of the current. Then I stooped by the cattails in the shallows and scrubbed my palms with water and sand. Dragonflies hovered over the cattails, and I saw a cottonmouth slide off a log and swim into the lily pads. I pushed my hands into the sand, and water clouded around my wrists. I walked back up onto the bank with my hands dripping at my sides and wiped them on the grass. Then I took a cloth out of the toolbox and wiped them again. The ramshackle general store at the Four Corners was dark and cool inside, the wood-bladed ceiling fan turning over the counter. I bought a sack of apples for Alafair's horse, some sliced ham, cheese, and French bread for our lunch, and 2 soda pops to drink out on the gallery. The sun was brilliant on the white shale parking lot, and through the trees across the road I could see a Negro man cane fishing in a pirogue close into the cypress roots. We went back to the house, and Alafair helped me weed my hydrangea and rose beds. Our knees were wet and dirty, our arms covered with fine grains of black dirt. My flower beds were thick with night crawlers, all of them close to the surface after the rain, and when we ripped weeds from the soil, they writhed pale and fat in the hard light. I knew almost nothing of Alafair's life before she came to Annie and me, but work must have been a natural part of it because she treated almost any task that I gave her as a game and did it enthusiastically in a happy and innocent way. She worked her way through the rose bushes on all fours, pinging the weeds and Johnson grass loudly in the bucket, a smear of dirt above one eyebrow. The smell of the hydrangeas in the wet earth was so strong and fecund it was almost like a drug. Then the breeze came up and blew through the pecan trees in the front yard. Out on the edge of the tree's shade, my neighbor's water sprinkler spun in the sunlight and floated across my fence in a rainbow mist. They came just before noon. The 2 Lafayette plainclothes detectives were in an unmarked car, followed by the Iberia parish sheriff who drove a patrol car. They parked next to my truck and walked across the dead pecan leaves toward me. Both of the plainclothes were big men who left their coats in the car and wore their badges on their belts. Each carried a chrome-plated revolver and a clip-on holster. I rose to my feet, brushing the dirt off my knees. Alafair had stopped weeding and was staring at the men with her mouth parted. "You got a warrant?" I said. One of the plainclothes had a matchstick in his mouth. He nodded without speaking. "Okay, no problem. I'll need a few minutes, all right?" "You got somebody to take care of the little girl?" his partner said. A Marine Corps emblem was tattooed on one of his forearms and a dagger with a bleeding heart impaled upon it on the other. "Yes, that's why I need a minute or so," I said. I took Alafair by the hand and turned toward the house. "You want to come in with me?" "Lean up against the porch rail," the man with the matchstick said. "Can't you guys show some discretion here?" I said. I looked at my friend, the sheriff, who stood in the background, saying nothing. "The fuck are you talking about?" the tattooed man said. "Watch your language," I said. I felt Alafair's hand close tightly in mine. The other detective took the matchstick out of his mouth. "Put your hands on the porch rail. Spread your feet," he said, and took Alafair by her other hand and began to pull her away from me. I pointed my finger at him. "You're mishandling this. Back off," I said. Then I felt the other man shove me hard in the back, pushing me off balance through the hydrangeas into the steps. I heard his pistol come out of his leather holster, felt his hand clamp down on my neck as he stuck the barrel of the revolver behind my ear. "You're under arrest for murder. You think being an ex-cop lets you write the rules?" he said. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Alafair staring at us with the stunned, empty expression of a person wakened from a nightmare. They booked me into the parish jail on top of the old courthouse in the middle of Lafayette's original town square. The jail was an ancient one, the iron doors and bars and walls painted battleship gray. The words "Negro Male" were still faintly visible on the door of one of the tanks. During the ride from New Iberia, I had sat handcuffed in the back of the car, asking the detectives who it was I'd killed. They responded with the silence and indifference with which almost all cops treat a suspect after he's in custody. Finally, I gave up and sat back against the seat cushion, the cuffs biting into my wrists, and stared at the oak trees flicking past the window. Now I had been fingerprinted and photographed, had turned over my wallet, pocket change, keys, belt, even my scapular chain to a deputy who put them in a large manila envelope, realizing even then that something important was missing, something that would have a terrible bearing on my situation. Yes, my Puma knife. And now the jailer and the detective who chewed on matchsticks were about to lock me in a 6-cell area that was reserved for the violent and the insane. The jailer turned the key on the large flat iron door that contained one narrow viewing slit, pulled it open wide, and pushed lightly on my back with his fingers. "Who the hell was it?" I said to the detective. "You must be a special kind of guy, Robicheaux," he said. "You cut a guy from his scrot to sternum and don't bother to get his name. Dalton Vadrine." The jailer clanged the door behind me, turned the key, shot the steel lock bar, and I walked into my new home. It was little different from any other jail that I had seen or even been locked in during my drinking years. The toilet stank, the air smelled of stale sweat and cigarette smoke and mattresses that had turned black with body grease. The walls were scratched with names, peace signs, and drawings of male and female genitalia. More enterprising people had climbed on top of the cells and burned their names across the ceiling with cigarette lighters. On the floor area around the main door was a dead line, a white line painted in a rectangle inside of which no one had better be standing when the door swung open or while the trustees were serving out of the food cart. But the people in that 6-cell area were not the ordinary residents of a city or parish prison. One was an enormous, demented Negro by the name of Jerome who had smothered his infant child. He told me later that a cop had worked him over with a baton, Although he had been in jail 2 weeks, there were still purple gashes on his lips and lumps the size of birds' eggs on his nappy head. I would come to know the others, too. A biker from New Orleans who had nailed a girl's hands to a tree, a serial rapist and sodomist who was wanted in Alabama, a Vietnamese thug who, with another man, had garroted his business partner with jump cables for a car battery, and a 4-time loser, a fat, grinning, absolutely vacant-eyed man who had murdered a whole family after escaping from Sugarland Farm in Texas. I was given one phone call, and I telephoned the best firm in Lafayette. Like all people who get into serious trouble with the law, I became immediately aware of the incredible financial burden that had been dropped upon me. The lawyer's retainer was $2,000, his ongoing fee $125 an hour. I felt as though my head were full of spiders as I tried to think in terms of raising that kind of money, particularly in view of the fact that my bail hadn't been set and I had no idea how high it would be. I found out at my arraignment the next morning. $150,000. I felt the blood drain out of my face. The lawyer asked for bail reduction and argued that I was a local businessman, an ex-police officer, a property owner, a war veteran, and the judge propped his chin on one knuckle and looked back at him as impassively as a man waiting for an old film strip to run itself out. We all rose. The judge left the bench, and I sat dazed and lightheaded in a chair next to the lawyer, while a deputy prepared to cuff me for the trip back to the jail. The lawyer motioned to the deputy with 2 fingers. "Give us a minute, please," he said. He was an older, heavy-set man with thinning cropped red hair who wore seersucker suits and clip-on bow ties. The deputy nodded and stepped back by the side door to the courtroom. "It's the pictures," he said. "Vadrine's entrails are hanging out in the bathtub. It's mean stuff to look at, Mr. Robicheaux. And they've got your knife with your prints on it." Must have fallen out of my pocket. Both those guys were all over me. "That's not what Mapes says. And the bartender had some pretty bad things to say, too. What'd you do to him?" Told him he was going to be busted for procuring. "Well, I can discredit him on the stand. But Mapes..." He clicked his tongue against the roof of his mouth. "There's the fellow we have to break down. A man with chain burns all over his face and back can make a hell of a witness. Tell me, what in God's name did you have in mind when you went through that door?" My palms were damp. I swallowed and wiped them on my trousers. "Mapes knew Vadrine was a weak sister," I said. "After I was gone, he picked up my knife and took him out. That's what happened, Mr. Gautreaux." He drummed his fingers on the arm of the chair, made a pocket of air in his jaw, cleared his throat and started to speak, and then was silent. Finally, he stood up, patted me on the shoulder, and walked out of the side door of the courtroom into the sunlight, into the wind ruffling the leaves of the oak trees, the noise of black kids roaring by on the skateboards. The deputy lifted my arm and crimped one cuff around my wrist. Baptiste and his wife kept Alafair with them the day I was arrested, but the next day I arranged for her to stay with my cousin, a retired schoolteacher in New Iberia. She was taken care of temporarily. Baptiste was running the dock, and my main worry had become money. Besides needing a huge unknown sum for the lawyer, I had to raise $15,000 for the bondsman's fee in order to make bail. I had $8,000 in savings. My half-brother, Jimmy, who owned all or part of several restaurants in New Orleans, would have written a check for the whole amount, but he'd gone to Europe for 3 months, and the last his partners heard from him, he was traveling through France with a group of Basque highlight players. Then I discovered that bankers, whom I'd known for years, were not anxious to lend money to a man who was charged with first-degree murder, and whose current address was the parish jail. I had been locked up 9 days, and Baptiste was still visiting banks and delivering loan papers to me. Our cells were unlocked at 7 a.m. when a trustee and the night screw wheeled in the food cart, which every morning was stacked with aluminum containers of grits, coffee, and fried pork butts. Until lockup at 5 in the afternoon, we were free to move around in an area called the Bull Run, take showers, play cards with a deck whose missing members had been replaced with cards fashioned out of penciled cardboard, or stare listlessly out the window at the tops of the trees in the courthouse lawn. But most of the time I stayed in my cell, filling out loan applications or reading a stiffened, water-stained issue of Reader's Digest. I was sitting on the side of my iron bunk, which hung from the wall on chains, printing across the top of an application, when a shadow moved across the page. Silhouetted in the open door of my cell was the biker who had nailed his girl's hands to a tree. He was thick-bodied and shirtless, his breasts covered with tattooed birds, and his uncut hair and wild beard made his head look as though it were surrounded by mane. I could feel his eyes move across the side of my face, peel away tissue, probe for the soft organ, the character weakness, the severed nerve. "You think you can cut it up there?" he said. I wet my pencil tip and kept on writing without looking up. "What place is that?" I said. "Angola. You think you can hack it?" "I'm not planning on being there." "That's what I said my first jolt. Next stop, 3 years up in the block with the big stripes. They got some badass dudes there, man." I turned to the next page and tried to concentrate on the printed words. "The night screw says you're an ex-cop," he said. I set my pencil down and looked at the opposite wall. "Does that make a problem for you?" I said. "Not me, man. But there's some mean fuckers up on that farm. There's guys that'll run by your cell and throw a gasoline bomb in on you. Melt you into grease." "I don't want to be rude, but you're standing in my light." He grinned, and there was a malevolent light in his face. Then he stretched, yawned, laughed outright as though he were witnessing an absurdity of some kind, and walked away to the window that gave onto the courthouse lawn. I did push-ups, I did curls by lifting the bunk with my fingertips. I took showers, and I slept as much as I could. At night I could hear the others breaking wind, talking to themselves, masturbating, snoring. The enormous Negro sometimes sang a song that began, "My soul is in a paper bag at the bottom of your garbage can." Then one night he went crazy in his cell, gripping the bars with both hands and bashing his head against them until blood and sweat were flying out into the bull run, and we heard the screw shoot the steel-locked bar on the door. On the 13th day I received 2 visitors I wasn't prepared for. A deputy escorted me down the spiral metal stairs to a windowless room that was used as a visiting area for those of us who were charged with violent crimes. Sitting at a wood table scarred with cigarette burns were Dixie Lee Pugh, one arm in a sling, his yellow hair crisscrossed with bandages, and my old homicide partner, Cletus Purcell. As always, Cleet looked too big for his shirt, his sport coat, the tie that was pulled loose from his throat, the trousers that climbed above his socks. His cigarette looked tiny in his hand, the stitched scar through his eyebrow a cosmetic distraction from the physical confidence and humor in his face. "Cleet, old friend, why did you throw it in?" They were both smiling so broadly they might have been at a party. I smelled beer on Dixie's breath. I sat down at the table, and the deputy locked a barred door behind me and sat on a chair outside. "You made your bail all right, huh, Dixie?" I said. He wore a maroon shirt hanging outside his gray slacks, and one foot was bandaged and covered with 2 athletic socks. His stomach made a thick roll against the bottom of his shirt. "Better'n that, Dave. They cut me loose." "They did what?" "I'm out of it. Free and clear. They dropped the possessions charge." He was looking at the expression on my face. "They lost interest," Cleet said. "Oh? How's that?" "Come on, Dave, lighten up. You know how it works," Cleet said. "No, I think my education is ongoing here. We already have a firm on retainer in New Orleans, and I hired the best in Lafayette. You know, these local guys aren't going to get tied up in court for months over a chicken shit holding bust." "Who's this we you're talking about? What the hell are you doing with Dixie Lee?" I said. "He's got a friend. I work for the friend. The friend doesn't like to see Dixie Lee suffering a lot of bullshit he doesn't deserve. You don't deserve it either, Dave." "You work for this character Dio?" "He's not such a bad guy. Look, there's not a lot of jobs around for a cop who had to blow the country with a few loose ends lying around." "How'd you get out of it?" "I thought there was still a warrant on you." "You've never learned, partner. First, they didn't have dog do to go on. Second, and this is what you don't understand, nobody cares about a guy like that. The best part of that guy ran down his daddy's leg. He met a bad fate. He should have met it earlier. The world goes on." "Do you know what he's talking about?" I said to Dixie Lee. "It's his business," he said quietly, and took a cigarette out of his pocket so that his eyes avoided mine. "Forget the past, Dave. It's decaying memory. That's what you used to tell me, right? Great fucking line. Let's look at the problem we got now, namely, getting your butt out of here. I hear they got you in a special place with the lovelies." I didn't answer. Both of them looked at my face, and Dixie's eyes wandered around the room. "Come on, Streak, be my mellow man for a few minutes," Cleet said. When Dixie Lee's eyes lighted on mine again, I said, "To tell you the truth, Dixie, I feel like killing you." "So he feels bad. What the fuck's he supposed to do? Go to prison?" Cleet said. "Look, I was coming here on my own anyway, but as soon as I got him kicked loose, he told me we got to get your ass out too. That's a fact." "You got the right to be mad," Dixie Lee said to me. "I got a way of pissing in the soup, and then everybody's got a drink out of it. I just didn't know you were gonna—" "What?" I said. "Hell, I don't know. Whatever it was you did in that motel room. Lord, Dave, I heard a cop say they stuck Vadrine's guts back in his stomach with a trowel." "That was Mapes's work, not mine." I could see the amusement in Cleet's face. "Sorry," he said. Then he laughed. "But let's face it, I remember a couple of occasions when you really decorated the walls. This wasn't one of them." "Whatever you say. Who cares anyway? The guy was a bucket of shit," Cleet said. "Let's talk about getting you out of the zoo." "Wait a minute. You knew Vadrine?" "Montana is a small community in a lot of ways. You'd like it there. I rent a place from Sally D right on Flathead Lake." "You used to hate those guys, Cleet." "Yeah, well," he said, and sucked his teeth. "The CIA deals dope. The guys in the White House run guns. You used to say it yourself. We keep the lowlifes around so we can have a dartboard we can hit. Where'd you hook up with this guy? Sal? He scraped a piece of paint on the table with his fingernail. I've got a brother-in-law who's connected in Galveston. He got me a job dealing blackjack in one of Sal's places in Vegas. After a month, they moved me up into house security. Most of the rent-a-cops in Vegas have chewing gum for brains. It's like running for president against Harpo Marx. In 6 months, I was in charge of security for the whole casino. Now I do whatever needs doing. Vegas, Tahoe, Flathead. He looked up at me. It beats cleaning up puke in a john, which is what I was doing in a dump over in Algiers. Look, you want out of here? Hell no, Clete. The ambiance really grows on you. I can do it in 20 minutes. You're going to put up $15,000? I don't have to. There's a couple of bondsmen here who'd love to do a favor for Sally D. Why not? It doesn't cost them anything unless you jump the bond. Let him do it for you, Dave, Dixie Lee said. I think I'm going to have to sweat this one out. Why? You got to prove you're an honest man, Cleet said. Thanks just the same, Cletus. You're pissing me off. You think I'm trying to sign you up for the mafia or something? I don't know what you're trying to do. In fact, I don't understand anything you've done. Maybe it's because you're not listening too well. Maybe so. He lit a cigarette and flipped the burnt match against the wall. He blew smoke out his nose. There's no strings, he said. Come on. You got my word. They'll boil you down to glue, Cleet. Bartend in Algiers. Sell debit insurance. Just get away from them. I thought maybe I could make up for some of the bad things I did to you, partner. I don't hold a grudge. You never forget anything, Dave. You store it up in you and feed it and stoke it till it's a furnace. I'm changing. Yeah, that's why they got you locked up with the shitbags. What can I say? Nothing, Cleet said. Here's my cigarettes. Trade 'em to the geeks for their food. Dave, I'd go your bond if I had the money, Dixie Lee said. But if I stepped on a dime right now, I could tell you if it was heads or tails. But the man is not hearing us, Cleet said. Right, Dave? You're up on the high road, and the rest of us sweaty bastards have to toil our way through the flies. He went to the door and banged the side of his fist against one of the bars. Open up, he said. I'm sorry, I said. Yeah. Write me a postcard. Polson, Montana. In fact, if you get out of this dog shit, come see me. The beer's cold. You got to knock the trout back in the lake with an oar. A reasonable person might even say it's better than taking showers with queers and child molesters. But what do I know? He mashed his cigarette out on the concrete floor while the deputy unlocked the door. The deputy took him and Dixie Lee downstairs in the elevator, and I sat alone in the room, waiting for the deputy to return, my back bent over, my forearms propped loosely on my thighs, my eyes staring at the tiny webbed cracks in the floor. The next day, 2 deputies brought Jerome back from the jail ward at the Charity Hospital. The stitches on his forehead looked like small black butterflies laced in his skin. He stared out the windows, talked to himself, urinated on the floor of his cell. The biker and the rapist from Alabama told him the jailer had left the key to the main door in the toilet. He knelt by the bowl, staring into the water while the other 2 encouraged him. "You can't see it. It's way down in the pipe," the biker said, and grabbed himself and grinned at the other man. Jerome's arm went into the bowl, and he worked his hand down deep in the drain, splashing water up on his shirt and face. I put my hands on his shoulders. He looked up at me with his mouth open, his tongue pink and thick on his bottom teeth. "Don't do that, Jerome. There's no key in there," I said. "What?" he said. He talked like a man who was drugged. "Take off your shirt and wash yourself in the shower," I said. "Come on, walk over here with me." "We're just giving the cat a little hope," the biker said. "Your comedy act is over," I said. The biker wore black sunglasses. He looked at me silently and worked his tongue around his gums. The hair on his face and head looked like brown springs. "Wrong place to be telling people shit," he said. I released Jerome's arm and turned back toward the biker. "Go ahead," I said. "Go ahead what?" "Say something else clever." "What are you talking about, man?" "I want you to get in my face one more time." I couldn't see his eyes behind the sunglasses, but his mouth was as still as though it had been painted on his skin. Then he said, because the others were watching him, "We're a family here, man. That's how you hack it inside. You don't know that, you ain't gonna make it." I turned on the shower for Jerome, helped him pull off his shirt, and gave him a bar of soap from my cell. Then I picked up my tin plate and banged it loudly on the main door. It didn't take long for the jailer to open up. I was standing inside the deadline when he did. His lean face was electric with outrage. "What the hell you think you're doing, Robicheaux?" he said. "You got a retarded man here who's being abused by other inmates. Either put him in isolation or send him to Mandeville." "Get your ass across that line." "Fuck you." "That's it. You're going into lockdown," he said, and slammed the iron door. I turned around and stared into the grinning face of the 4-time loser who had murdered a family after breaking out of Sugarland. He was completely naked, and the huge rolls of fat on his thighs and stomach hung off his frame almost like curtains. His eyes were pale, empty of all emotion, but his mouth was as red as a clown's. He took a puff off his cigarette and said, "Sounds like you're getting pretty ripe, buddy." Then he laughed so hard his eyes squinted shut with glee, the tears ran down his round cheeks. 15 minutes later, they moved me into a small room that contained a 2-bunk iron cage, perforated with small squares and covered with thick layers of white paint that had been chipped and scratched with graffiti and prisoners' names. Years ago, the cage had been used to hold men awaiting execution in the days when the electric chair, with its 2 huge generators, traveled from parish to parish under tarpaulins on the back of a semi-truck. Now it was used to house troublemakers and the uncontrollable. I was told that I would spend the next 5 days there, would have no visitors other than my lawyer, would take no showers, and would receive 1 meal a day at a time of my choosing. That afternoon, Baptiste tried to visit me and was turned away, but a Negro trustee brought me an envelope that contained a 6 crayon-filled pages from Alafair's coloring book, along with a note that she had printed out on lined paper. The colored-in pages showed palm trees and blue water, a lake full of fish, a brown horse by whose head she had written the word text. Her note read, "I can spell. I can spell ant in the can. I can spell cat in the hat. I love Dave. I don't say ain't no more. Love, Alafair." I hung the coloring book pages on the inside of the cage by pressing their edges under the iron seams at the tops of the walls. It started to rain, and mist blew through the window and glistened on the bars. I unrolled the thin striped mattress on the bottom bunk and tried to sleep. I was unbelievably tired, but I couldn't tell you from what. Maybe it was because you never really sleep in a jail. Iron doors slam all day and night, drunks shake doors against the jambs, and irritated street cops retaliate by raking their batons across the bars. People are gangbanged and sodomized in the shower, their cries lost in the clouds of steam dancing off the tiles. The crazies howl their apocalyptic insight from the windows like dogs baying under a yellow moon. But it was an even deeper fatigue, one that went deep into the bone, that left the muscles as flaccid as if they had been traversed by worms. It was a mood that I knew well, and it always descended upon me immediately before I began a 2-day bender. I felt a sense of failure, moral lassitude, defeat, and fear that craved only one release. In my troubled dream, I tried to will myself into one of the pages from Alafair's coloring book, onto a stretch of beach dotted with palm trees, the sun hot on my bare shoulders, while flecks of rain struck coldly on my skin. The water was blue and green, and red clouds of kelp were floating in the groundswell. Alafair rode her horse bareback along the edge of the surf, her mouth wide with a smile, her hair black and shiny in the sunlight. But the pure lines of the dream wouldn't hold, and suddenly I was pouring rum into a cracked coconut shell and drinking from it with both hands. Like the sun and the rain, it was cool and warm at the same time, and it lighted my desires the way you touch a match to old newspapers stored in a dry box. I traveled to low-life New Orleans and Saigon bars. I felt a woman's breath on my neck, her mouth on my ear, her hand brush my sex. Topless girls in G-strings danced barefooted on a purple-lit runway, the cigarette smoke drifting across their breasts and braceleted arms. I knocked back double shots of beam with draft chasers, held on to the edge of the bar like a man in a gale, and looked at their brown bodies, the watery undulations of their stomachs, their eyes that were as inviting as the sweet odor of burning opium. Then I was back on the beach, alone, trembling with a hangover. The back of Alafair's horse was empty, and he was shaking the loose reins against his neck and snorting with his nose down by the edge of the surf. "Don't lose it all," I heard Annie say. "Where is she?" "She'll be back. But you've got to get your shit together, sailor." "I'm afraid." "Of what?" "They're serious. They're talking about life in Angola. That's 10.5 years with good time. They've got the knife and the witnesses to pull it off, too. I don't think I'm going to get out of this one." "Sure you will. I'd be drunk now if I was out of jail." "Maybe. But you don't know that. Easy does it, and one day at a time, right? But no more boozing and whoring in your dreams." "Annie, I didn't do it, did I?" "It's not your style, baby love. The rain's starting to slack, and I have to go. Be good, darling." I woke, sweating in a bright shaft of sunlight through the window. I sat on the side of my bunk, my palms clenched on the iron edges, my mind a tangle of snakes. It was hot, the room was dripping with humidity, but I trembled all over as though a cold wind were blowing across my body. The water faucet in my rust-streaked sink ticked as loudly as a clock. 2 days later, my loan was approved at a New Iberia bank, and 15 minutes after I paid the bondsman's fee, I was sprung. It was raining hard when I ran from the courthouse to the pickup truck with my paper sack of soiled clothes and toilet articles under my arm. Alafair hugged me in the snug, dry enclosure of the truck, and Baptiste lit a cigar and blew the smoke out his teeth as though we all had a lock on the future. I should have been happy, but I remembered a scene I'd witnessed years ago when I was a young patrolman in New Orleans. A bunch of Black Panthers had just been brought back to a holding cell on a wrist chain from morning arraignment, and their public defender was trying to assure them that they would be treated fairly. "Believe it or not, our system works," he said to them through the bars. An unshaved black man in shades, beret, and black leather jacket rolled a matchstick across his tongue and said, "You got it, motherfucker. And it work for somebody else." Chapter 5. Once out of jail, I felt like the soldier who returns to the war and discovers that the battlefield is empty, that everyone else is tired of the war except him and has gone home. Dixie Lee had left a note at the house the day before. "Dave, what I done to you grieves me. That's the honest-to-God truth, son. I got no excuse except everything I touch turns to shit. I'm leaving a box of Milky Ways for the little girl that lives with you. Big deal. Me and Cleet and his lady friend are headed for the big sky today. Maybe later I might get a gig at one of Sal's casinos. Like my daddy used to say, it don't matter if we're colored or not, we all got to pick the white man's cotton. You might as well pick it in the shade next to the water barrel. Dave, don't do time. Dixie Lee." And what about Harry Mapes, the man whose testimony could send me to Angola? I could still smell his odor from the motel room, a mixture of rut, perfume from the whores, chlorine, bourbon, and tobacco and breath mints. I called Star Drilling Company in Lafayette. "Mr. Mapes is in Montana," the receptionist said. "Where in Montana?" "Who is this, please?" "An acquaintance who would like to talk with him." "You'll have to speak to Mr. Hollister. Just a moment, please." Before I could stop her, he was on the line. "I need to know where Mapes is. Deposition time and all that," I said. "What?" "You heard me." There was a pause. "This Robicheaux?" he asked. "If we don't get it from you, we'll get it from the prosecutor's office. The only thing I'll tell you is that I think you're a sick and dangerous man. I don't know how they let you out of jail, but you stay away from my people." "You have Academy Award potential, Hollister," I said. But he hung up. I worked in the bait shop, shoed Alafair's horse, weeded the vegetable garden, cleaned the leaves out of the rain gutters in the coulee, tore down the old windmill and hauled it to the scrapyard. I tried to concentrate on getting through the day in an orderly fashion and not think about the sick feeling that hung like a vapor around my heart. But my trial was 6 weeks away and the clock was ticking. Then one bright morning I was stacking cartons of red wigglers on a shelf in the bait shop, and one spilled out of my hand and burst open on the countertop. The worms were thin and bright red in the dark mixture of loam and coffee grounds, and I was picking them up individually with my fingertips and dropping them back in the carton when I felt that sickness around my heart again and heard the words in my head. "They're going to do it. In 5.5 weeks. I had no defense except my own word, that of an alcoholic ex-cop with a history of violence who was currently undergoing psychotherapy. My trial wouldn't last more than 3 days. Then I would be locked on a wrist chain in the back of a prison van and on my way to Angola.
"What's wrong your face, Dave?"
Baptiste said. I swallowed and looked at my palms. They were bright with a thin sheen of sweat. I went up to the house, packed 2 suitcases, took my .45 automatic out of the dresser drawer, folded a towel around it, snapped it inside a suitcase pouch with 2 loaded clips and a box of hollow points, and called the bondsman in Lafayette. I had known him for 25 years. His name was Butterbean Verrett. He wasn't much taller than a fire hydrant, wore tropical suits, neckties with palm trees painted on them, rings all over his fingers, and ate butter beans and ham hocks with a spoon in the same cafe every day of his life. "What's happening, Butterbean?" "I need to get off the leash," I said. "Where are you going?" "Montana." "What they got up there we ain't got here?" "How about it, partner?" He was quiet a moment. "You're not going to let me get lonely down here, are you? You're going to call me, right? Every 4 or 5 days you gone, maybe?" "You got it." "Dave." "What?" "You done got yourself in a mess here, Louisiana. Don't make no more mess up there. No." I told Baptiste that I was leaving him and Clarice in charge of the dock, my house and animals, and that I would call him every few days.
"What you gonna do, Alafair?"
he said. "My cousin will keep her in New Iberia." He made a pretense of wiping off the counter with a rag. His blue cotton work shirt was unbuttoned and his stomach muscles ridged above his belt buckle. He put a gumdrop in the side of his mouth and looked out the window at the bayou as though I were not there. "All right, what's wrong?" I said.
"You got to ask me that."
"I have to do it, Baptiste. They're going to send me to prison. I'm looking at 10.5 years. That's with good time."
"That don't make it right."
"What am I supposed to do?"
"Her whole life people been leaving her, Dave. Her mama, Miss Annie, you in the jail. She don't need no more of it, no."
I filled up the truck at the dock and waited on the gallery for the school bus. At 4 o'clock it stopped in the leafy shade by the mailbox, and Alafair walked through the pecan trees toward me, her tin lunchbox clanging against her thigh. Her tan skin was dark in the shadows. As always, she could read a disturbed thought in my face, no matter how well I concealed it. I explained to her that I had to leave, that it wouldn't be for long, that sometimes we simply had to do things that we didn't like. "Cousin Tutta is always nice to you, isn't she?" I said. "Yes." "She takes you to the show and out to the park just like I do, doesn't she?" "Yes." "Baptiste will come get you to ride Tex, too. That'll be all right, won't it?" This time she didn't answer. Instead, she sat quietly beside me on the step and looked woodenly at the rabbit hutches and tripod eating out of his bowl under the pecan tree. Then pale spots formed in her cheeks, and the skin around her bottom lip and chin began to pucker. I put my arm around her shoulders and looked away from her face. "Little guy, we just have to be brave about some things," I said. "I've got some big problems to take care of. That's just the way it is." Then I felt incredibly presumptuous, vain, and stupid in talking to her about bravery and acceptance. She had experienced a degree of loss and violence in her short life that most people can only appreciate in their nightmares.
I stared across the road at a blue heron rising from the bayou into the sunlight. "Have you ever seen snow?" I said. "No." "I bet there's still snow on the ground in Montana, in the ponderosa and the spruce high up on the mountain. I went out there once with a friend from the army. I think you and I had better go check that out, little guy." "See snow?" "You better believe it." Her teeth were white and her eyes were squinted almost shut with a smile. By that evening we were highballing through the red clay piney woods of East Texas, the warm wind blowing through the open truck windows, the engine humming under the hood, the inside of the cab aglow with purple twilight. We rode into the black, rain-swept night until the sky began to clear out in the panhandle, and the moon broke through the clouds in a spoked wheel of silver over the high plains. The next day, outside of Raton, New Mexico, I bought a bucket of fried chicken, and we ate in a grove of cottonwoods by a stream and slept 4 hours on a blanket in the grass. Then we climbed out of the mesa country into Trinidad, Colorado, and the tumbling blue-green roll of the Rocky Mountains, through Pueblo, Denver, and finally southern Wyoming, where the evening air turned cold and smelled of sage, and the arroyo-cut land and buttes were etched with fire in the sunset. That night we stayed in a motel run by Indians. In the morning it rained, and you could smell bacon curing in a smokehouse. We crossed into Montana south of Billings, and the land began to change. It was green and rolling, the rivers slow-moving and lined with cottonwood and willow trees, with sharp-toothed mountains in the distance. Then, as we headed toward the Continental Divide, the rivers became wider with the spring runoff, rolling in the center, flooding the trees along the banks, and the mountains in the distance tumbled higher and higher against the sky, their crests still packed with snow, the slopes covered with ponderosa pine and Douglas fir and blue spruce. Alafair slept on the seat beside me, her head on a comic book, while I topped the divide outside a butte and began the long grade down the western slope toward Missoula. White-tailed deer grazed near the road in the evening shadows, their heads flickering at me as I roared past them. Log ranch houses were set back against the base of the hills, their windows lighted, smoke flattening off their stone chimneys. I followed the Clark Fork River through a cut in the mountains called Hellgate Canyon, and suddenly, under a bowl of dark sky, the city spilled out in a shower of light all the way across the valley floor. Missoula was a sawmill and university town, filled with trees and flowers, old brick homes, wooded parks, intersecting rivers glazed with neon light, the tinge of processed wood pulp, rows of bars where bikers hung in the doorways, and the rock music thundered out in the street. My palms were thick and ringing with the pressure of the steering wheel, my ears almost deaf from the long hours of road wind. When I climbed the motel stairs with Alafair asleep on my shoulder, I looked out over the night sheen of the river, at the circle of mountains around the town and the way the timber climbed to the crests, and I wondered if I had any chance at all of having a normal life again, of being an ordinary person who lived in an ordered town like this, and who did not wake up each morning with his fears sitting collectively on his chest like a grinning gargoyle. All of my present troubles had begun with Dixie Lee Pugh, and I felt that their solution would have to begin with him too. But first I had to make living arrangements for Alafair and me. One of the advantages of being Catholic is that you belong to the Western world's largest private club. Not all of its members are the best or most likable people, but many of them are. I rented a small yellow brick house with maple and birch trees in the yard in a working-class neighborhood by the river, only 2 blocks away from a Catholic church and elementary school. The pastor called the principal at Alafair School in New Iberia, asked to have her records sent to the rectory, then admitted her to the first-grade class. Then he recommended his housekeeper's widowed sister, who lived next door to the rectory, as a babysitter. She was a red-complected, bovine, and good-natured Finnish woman, and she said she could take care of Alafair almost any afternoon or evening, and in case I had to go out of town overnight, Alafair could stay at her house. I bought Alafair a new lunchbox, crayons, pencils, and a notebook, and on our third morning in town I walked her down the tree-lined street to the schoolyard and watched her form in ranks with the other children while a lay teacher waited to lead them in the Pledge of Allegiance. Drinking a cup of coffee on the front steps of my new home, I watched the high brown current of the river froth around the concrete pilings of a railway bridge and the sun break above Hellgate Canyon and fall across the valley, lighting the maples as though their leaves were waxed. Then I chewed on a matchstick and studied the backs of my hands. Finally, when I could delay it no longer, in the way you finally accept major surgery or embark on a long journey that requires much more energy than you possess, I got in my truck and headed for the town of Polson and Flathead Lake, and the home of Sally Dio. The Jocko Valley was ranch and feed-grower country, covered with large areas of sun and shadow. The river ran alongside the highway and was tea-colored with a pebbled bottom and bordered with willows and cottonwoods. In the distance, the Mission Mountains rose up blue and snow-capped and thunderous against the sky. The rural towns were full of Indians in work denims, curled-brimmed straw hats, heel-worn cowboy boots, and pickup trucks, and when I stopped for gas, they looked through me as though I were made of smoky glass. There were lakes surrounded by cattails set back against the mountain range, and high up on the cliffs long stretches of waterfall were frozen solid in the sunlight like enormous white teeth. I passed a Job Corps camp and an old Jesuit mission, and followed the highway over a pine-covered hill. Suddenly I saw Flathead Lake open up before me, so blue and immense and dancing with sunlight that it looked like the Pacific Ocean. Young pines grew on the slopes of the hills above the beaches, and the eastern shore was covered with cherry orchards. Out in the lake were islands with gray cliffs and trees rooted among the rocks, and a red sailboat was tacking between two islands, clouds of spray bursting off its bow. I stopped in Polson, which was at the south end of the lake, and asked a filling station operator for directions to Sal Dio's house. He took a cigar out of his mouth, looked at me, looked at my license plate, and nodded up the road. "It's about 2 miles," he said. "Which side of the road?" "Somebody up there can tell you." I drove up the road between the cherry orchards and the lake, then past a blue inlet, a restaurant built out over the water, a strip of white beach enclosed by pine trees, until I saw a mailbox with the name Dio on it and a sign that said Private Road. I turned into the dirt lane and started up an incline toward a split-level redwood home that was built on a triangular piece of land jutting out above the lake. But up ahead was an electronically operated iron gate that was locked shut, and between the gate and the lake was a small redwood house whose veranda was extended on pilings over the edge of the cliff. It was obvious that the small and the large houses had been designed by the same architect. I stopped the truck at the gate, turned off the engine, and got out. I saw a dark-skinned girl with black hair looking at me from the veranda of the small house. Then she went inside through sliding glass doors, and Cleet walked out in a pair of Bermuda shorts, a T-shirt that exposed his bulging stomach, a crushed pork pie fishing hat, and a powder blue windbreaker that didn't conceal his revolver and nylon shoulder holster. He walked across the lawn and down the hill to the road. "Man, I don't believe it. Did they cut you loose? He said. I'm out on bond. Out on bond and out of the state? That doesn't sound right, Strake. He was grinning at me in the sunlight. I know the bondsman. You want to go fishing? I need to talk to Dixie Lee. You came to the right place. He's up there with Sally. I need to talk to you, too. Sounds like our first district days. It becomes that way when you're about to do a jolt in Angola. Come on, it's not going to happen. You had provocation to go after those guys, and then it was 2 against 1. And finally, it's your word against Mapes's about the shank. Besides, check out Mapes's record. He's a sick motherfucker, you ask me. Well, your lawyer cross-examines him on the stand. That guy's as likable as shit on Melba toast. There's another thing that bothers me, Cletus. How you know about these guys. There's no mystery, partner, he said, and took a package of Lucky Strikes out of his windbreaker pocket. The outline of his revolver was blue and hard against the nylon holster. Dixie Lee brought 'em around a couple of times. They'd like to cop a few free lines off Sal and hang around some of these rock people he's always flying in. Sal collects rock people. Madrine was a fat dimwit, but Mape should have been eased off the planet a long time ago. The skin of Cleet's face was tight as he lit his cigarette and looked off at the lake. Sounds personal, I said. He got coked to the eyes one night and started talking about blowing up a VC nurse in a spider hole. And he tried to take Darlene into the bedroom, right there in the living room, like she was anybody's punch. Who? She's the girl who lives with me. Anyway, Sal told me to walk him down the road until he was sober. When I got him outside, he tried to swing on me. I got him right in the mouth, with a roll of quarters in my hand. Dixie had to take him to the hospital in Poston. I think you ought to have an early change of life. Yeah, you were always big on advice, Dave. You see this 38 I have on? I have a permit to carry it in 3 states. That's because I work for Sally D. But I can't work as a cop anyway. So the same people who won't let me work as a crossing guard license me to carry a piece for Sal. Does that tell you something? Anyway, I'm using the shortened version of your AA Serenity prayer these days. Fuck it. Do I get through the gate? He blew cigarette smoke out into the wind. His green eyes were squinted as though the sun hurt them, as though a rusted piece of wire were buried deeply in the soft tissue of his brain. Yeah, come on up to the house. I have to call up to Sal's, he said. Meet Darlene. Eat lunch with us if you like. Believe it or not, I'm glad to see you. I didn't want to have lunch with him, and I surely didn't want to meet Sally Dio. I only wanted for Dixie Lee to walk down to Cleet's and talk with me, and then I would be on my way. But it wasn't going to work out that way. They're just getting up. Sal said to bring you up in about an hour, Cleet said, hanging up the phone in his living room. They had a big gig last night. Have you ever met the Tahoe crowd? For some reason, they make me think of people cornholing each other. His girlfriend, whose full name was Darlene American Horse, was making sandwiches for us in the kitchen. Cleet sat in a sway-back canvas chair with a vodka Collins in his hand, one sandaled foot crossed on his knee, the other on a blonde bearskin rug. Outside the sliding glass doors, the lake was a deep blue, and the pines on an island of gray boulders were bending in the wind. "The thing you won't forget," he said. "The guy who got whacked out back there in Louisiana? All right, the guy I whacked out. That psychotic son of a bitch Starkweather, I had to kill him. They said they'd give me 10 grand, and I said that's cool, but I was going to run him out of town, take their bread, and tell them to fuck off if they complained about it later. Except he was feeding his pigs out of a bucket with his back to me, telling me how he didn't rattle, how he wouldn't piss on a cop on the pad if he was on fire. Then he put his hand down in his jeans, and I saw something bright in the sun, and I heard a click. And when he turned around with it, I put a big one in his forehead. It was his Zippo lighter, man. Can you dig that? Maybe the story was true, maybe not. I just wasn't interested in his explanation or his obvious obsession, one that left his eyes searching for that next sentence, hanging unformed out there in the air, which would finally set the whole matter straight. "Why do they call him the Duck?" I said. "What?" "Why did they call Sally Dio the Duck?" "He wears ducktails." He took a long drink out of his Collins. His mouth looked red and hard. He shrugged as though dismissing a private, troubling thought. "And there's another story, about a card game and drawing a deuce or something. The deuce is the duck, right? But it's all Guinea stuff. They like titles. Those stories are usually bullshit. I tell you, Cleet, I'd really appreciate it if you could just bring Dixie Lee down here. I really don't need to meet the whole crowd." "You're still the same guy. Your meter always on overtime." Then he smiled. "You think I'm going to call up the man I work for and say, 'Sorry, Sal, my old partner here doesn't want to be caught dead in the home of a greaseball'?" He laughed, chewing ice and candied cherries in his jaws. "But it's a thought, though, and Dave, you're something else." He kept smiling at me, the ice cracking between his molars. "You remember when we cooled out Julio Segura and his bodyguard? We really made the avocado salad fly." Last season's box score. "Yeah, it is." He looked idly out the sliding doors at the lake a moment, then slapped his knee and said, "Man, let's eat." He walked up behind his girlfriend in the kitchen, picked her up around the ribs, buried his face in her hair. He half walked and carried her back into the living room with his arms still locked around her waist. She turned her face back toward him to hide her embarrassment. "This is my mainline mama. A regular daddy's sweet little papoose," he said, and bit the back of her neck. That's really cool, Cletus, I thought. She wore a denim skirt with black stockings and a sleeveless tan sweater. There were 3 moles by the edge of her mouth, and her eyes were turquoise green like a Creole's. Her hands were big, the backs nicked with gray scars, the nails cut back to the quick. The gold watch she wore on one wrist and the bracelet of tiny gold chains on the other looked like misplaced accidents above her work-worn hands. "She's the best thing in my life, that's what she is," he said, still pushing his mouth into her hair. "I owe Dixie Lee for this one. She got his drunk butt off a beer joint floor on the reservation and drove him all the way back to Flathead. If she hadn't, a few bucks there would have scrubbed out the toilet with his head. Dixie's got a special way about him. He can say good morning and sling the shit through the fan." She eased Cleet's arm from around her waist. "Do you want to eat out on the porch?" she said. "No, it's cool. Spring has a hard time catching on here, he said. What's it in New Orleans now? 90 or so? Yeah, I guess. Hotter than hell. I don't miss it, he said. His girlfriend set the table for us by the sliding doors, then went back into the kitchen for the food. A wind was blowing across the lake, and each time it gusted, the dark blue surface rippled with light. I don't know why she hooked up with me, but why question the fates, he said. She looks like a nice girl. You better believe she is. Her husband got killed felling trees over by Lincoln. A caterpillar backed over him, ground him all over a rock. She spent 5 years opening oysters in a restaurant in Portland. Did you see her hands? I nodded. Then she was waiting tables in that Indian beer joint. You ought to check out a reservation bar. Those guys would make great pilots in the Japanese Air Force. They're going to send me up the road unless I nail Mapes. He pushed at the thick scar on his eyebrow with his finger. You're really sweating this, aren't you? He said. What do you think? I can't blame you. An ex-cop doing time, bad scene, man. But I got off the hook, zipped right out of it, and if anybody should have gone up the road, it was me. Tell your lawyer to get a couple of continuances. Witnesses go off somewhere, people forget what they saw, the prosecutor loses interest. There's always a way out, Streak. His girl brought out a tray filled with ham sandwiches, glasses of iced tea, a beet and onion salad, and a fresh apple pie. She sat down with us and ate without talking. The 3 moles by the corner of her mouth were the size of BBs. You actually think Dixie can help you? Cleet said. He has to. Good luck. He told me once his life's goal is to live to be 100 and get lynched for rape. He's an all right guy, but I think he has a wet cork for a brain. He said Mapes and Vadrine killed a couple of guys and buried them back in the woods. Can you connect that to anything? His big face looked vague. No, not really, he said. I saw his girl, Darlene, look directly into her plate, her head turned down, as though she wanted to hide her expression. But I noticed the color of her eyes darken in the corners. I'm sorry for the way I talk, I said. I think Clayton and I were cops too long. Sometimes we don't think about what we say in front of other people. I tried to smile at her. I don't mind, she said. I appreciate you having me for lunch. It's very good. Thank you. I came out here fishing with a friend of mine years ago, I said. Montana's a beautiful place to live, isn't it? Some of it is, when you have a job. It's a hard place to find work in, she said. Everything's down here, Cleet said. Oil, farming, cattle, mining, even lumber. It's cheaper to grow trees down south. These dumb bastards voted for Reagan and got their butts reamed. Then why is your buddy up here? And these lease people? His green eyes moved over my face, then he grinned. You never could resist mashing on the guy's oysters, he said. He's not my buddy. I work for him. I get along with him. It's a professional relationship. All right. What's he doing here? It's a free country. Maybe he likes a trout. I met a DEA man who had some other theories. When it comes to Sal's business dealings, I turn into a potted plant. I'm also good at taking a smoke in the yard. Tell it to somebody else. You were the best investigative cop I ever knew. At one time, he said, and winked. Then he looked out at the lake and the inland seagulls that were wheeling over the shoreline. He pushed a piece of food out from behind his teeth with his tongue. You've read a lot more books than I have. You remember that guy Rhett Butler in Gone with the Wind? He's a blockade runner for the Confederates or something. He tells Scarlett that fortunes are made during a country's beginning and during its collapse. Pretty good line. I think Sal read that book in the Huntsville Library. He wheels and deals, man. I didn't say anything. I finished the rest of my sandwich and glanced casually at my watch. All right, for God's sake, Cleet said. I'll take you up there. But do me a favor. That's my meal ticket up there. Don't look at these people like they're zoo creatures. Particularly Sal's father. He's a bloated old degenerate, but he's also a vicious sumbitch who never liked me to begin with. I mean it, Dave. Your face doesn't hide your feelings too well. It gets that glaze on it like an elephant broke wind in the room. Okay? We got a deal, right, partner? Sure, I said. Oh, boy. Sally Dio had brought Galveston, Texas, with him. His glassed-in sun porch, which gave onto the lake, was filled with potted banana, umbrella, orange, and Hong Kong orchid trees, and in the center of the house was a heavily chlorinated lime-green swimming pool with steam rising off the water. A half-dozen tanned people sat on the edge of the tiles or drifted about lazily on inflated rubber rafts. The living room was paneled with white pine, the carpet was a deep red, and the waxed black piano with the top propped open gleamed in the indirect lighting. Dixie Lee, dressed only in a pair of Hawaiian beach shorts and an open bathrobe, sat at the piano bench and ran his fingers back and forth over the keys, his shoulders hunched. Then suddenly, his arms outspread, his florid face confident with his own sound, he sang. I was standing on the corner of Beale and Main, when a big policeman said, Big boy, you'll have to tell me your name. I said you'll find my name on the tail of my shirt. I'm a Tennessee hustler and I don't have to work. Sally Dio sat behind a set of drums and cymbals in a pair of pleated gray slacks, bare-chested, his red suspenders hooked over his shoulder. He was a lean, hard-bodied man, his face filled with flat and sharp surfaces like a person whose bone is too close to the skin so that the eyes look overly large for the face. Under his right eye was a looped scar that made his stare even more pronounced, and when he turned his head toward Dixie Lee and fluttered the wire brushes across the snare drum, the ridge of his ducktails glistened against the refracted sunlight off the lake. Out on the redwood veranda I could see the back of a wheelchair and a man sitting in it. Sally Dio and Dixie finished their song. No one asked me to sit down. Dixie says you used to be a police officer in New Orleans, Sally Dio said. His voice was flat, his eyes casually interested in my face. That's right. What do you do now? I'm a small businessman. Probably pays better, doesn't it? Sometimes. He made a circular pattern on the drumhead with the wire brushes. You like Louisiana? He asked. Yes. Why are you up here, then? Cleet walked to the wet bar by the pool's edge and started fixing a drink. I have some things to take care of. I wanted a few words with Dixie, I said. He says you're in a lot of trouble down there. What's he got to do with your trouble? A lot. He looked me evenly in the eyes, then he fluttered and ticked the brushes lightly on the drum skin. Dixie never hurt anybody. Not intentionally, anyway, he said. I mean him no harm, Mr. Dio. I'm glad of that. A dripping blonde girl in a silver swimsuit that was tight as tin on her body, with a terry cloth robe over her shoulder, walked toward us, drying her hair with a towel. You want me to take Papa Frank in, Sal? She said. Ask Papa Frank. He gets cold if he stays out there too long. Then go ask him, hon. She walked to the glass doors, then stopped and hooked up the strap on her sandal, pausing motionlessly against the light as though she were caught in a photographer's lens. Sally Dio winked at her. I looked at Dixie Lee. I had to talk to him alone, outside. He refused to see any meaning in my face. A moment later, the blonde girl pushed the man in the wheelchair into the living room. He wore a checkered golf cap, a knitted sweater over his protruding stomach, a muffler that almost hid the purple goiter that was the size of an egg in his neck. His skin was gray, his eyes black and fierce, his face unevenly shaved. Even from several feet away, his clothes smelled of cigar smoke and Vicks vapor rub. With his wasted legs and swollen stomach, he reminded me of a distended frog strapped to a chair. But there was nothing comical about him. His name had been an infamous one back in the 40s and 50s. He had run all the gambling on Galveston Island and all the prostitution and white slavery on Post Office and Church Streets. And I remembered another story, too, about a snitch on Sugarland Farm who tried to cut a deal by dropping the dime on Frank Dio. Somebody caught him alone in the shower and poured a can of liquid Drano down his mouth. He fixed one watery black eye on me. "Who's he?" he said to his son. "Somebody Cleet used to know," Sally Dio said. "What's he want?" "He thinks Dixie Lee can get him out of some trouble," Sally Dio said. "Yeah? What kind of trouble are you in?" the father said to me. "He's up on a murder charge, Papa. Mr. Robicheaux used to be a police officer," Sally Dio said. He smiled. "Yeah?" His voice raised a level. "Why you bring this to our house?" "I didn't bring anything to your house," I said. "I was invited here by Cleet over there, because the man I wanted to talk with couldn't simply walk down the hill and spend 5 minutes with me." "I invite. Sal invite. You don't get invited by somebody that works for me," the father said. "Where you used to be a cop?" "New Orleans." "You know..." He used the name of an old-time mafia don in Jefferson Parish. "Yes. I helped give him a 6-year jolt in Angola. I heard he complained a lot about the room service." "You a wise guy, huh?" "You want me to fix you a drink, Mr. Frank?" Cleet said. The old man flipped his hand at Cleet, his eyes still fixed on me as though he were brushing away bad air. "That's my cousin you're talking about," he said. I didn't reply. I looked again at Dixie Lee, who sat hunched forward on the piano bench, his hands in his lap, his gaze averted from us. "Tell him to get the fuck out of here," the father said. "Tell that other one he don't bring smart-ass guys up to our house either." Again, he didn't bother to look in Cleet's direction. Then he motioned with his hand again, and the girl in the silver bathing suit wheeled him through a far door into a bedroom. The bed was piled with pink pillows that had purple ruffles around them. I watched the girl close the door. "Gotta do what Pop says. See you around, Mr. Robicheaux," Sally Dio said. He tapped one wire brush across the drumhead. "Dixie, I want you to walk down to my car with me," I said. "Conversation time's over, Mr. Robicheaux." "The man can speak for himself, can't he?" I said. But before all my words were out, Sally Dio did a rat-a-tat on the drums with the brushes. "You coming, Dixie?" Again he slapped the brushes rapidly on the drum, looking me steadily in the eye with a grin at the corner of his mouth. "A footnote about your relative in Angola," I said. "I not only helped put him away, I maced him in the face after he spit on a bailiff." "Cleet, help our man find his car," he said. Cleet took his drink away from his mouth. His face reddened. Behind him, the people in the pool were in various attitudes of embrace among the rubber cushions and wisps of steam. "Sal, he's a good guy. We got off to a bad start this morning," he said. "Mr. Robicheaux's late for somewhere else, Cleet." Cleet looked as though he'd swallowed a thumbtack. "No problem. I'm on my way." "Take it easy, Cleet," I said. "Sal, no kidding, he's a solid guy. Sometimes things just go wrong. It's nobody's fault," Cleet said. "Hey, Robicheaux, something to take with you," Sally Dio said. "You came in here on somebody's shirt tail. Then you talked rude to an old man. But you're in my house and you get to leave on a free pass. You've been treated generous. Don't have any confusion about that." I walked outside into the sunlight, the wind riffling the lake, the hazy blue-green roll of the hills in the distance. The flagstone steps that led down the hill to Cleet's place and my truck were lined with rose bushes and purple clematis. "Wait a minute, Dave," I heard Cleet say behind me. He had on his crushed pork pie hat, and as he descended the flagstone steps in his Bermuda shorts, his legs looked awkward. The scars on his knees stretched and whitened across the bone. "Hey, I'm sorry," he said. "Forget it." "No, that was bad in there. I'm sorry about it." "You weren't any part of it. Don't worry about it." "Everybody was saying the wrong things, that's all." "Maybe so." "I didn't want it to go like that. You know that." "I believe you, Cletus." "But why do you have to scratch a match on their scrotes, man?" "I thought I was pretty well behaved." "Oh, fuck yeah, absolutely. Dave, a half-dozen like you could have this whole state in flames." "What's Dio's gig here?" He snuffed inside his nose. "I take his money. I don't care what he does. End of subject," he said. "See you around. Thanks again for the lunch. Say goodbye to Darlene for me." Yeah, anytime. It's always a kick. Like having a car drive through your house. I smiled and started toward my pickup. Stay in your truck a few minutes. Dixie will be down, he said, walking up a gravel path toward his house. How do you know? Because even though he acts like a drunk butthole, he wants to help. And also because I told him I'd beat the shit out of him if he didn't. I sat in my pickup for 10 minutes and was about to give it up when I saw Dixie Lee walk down from Sally Dio's. He had put on a yellow windbreaker and a pair of brown slacks, and the wind blew strands of his blonde hair on his forehead. He opened the door on the passenger's side and got in. How about we go down to the restaurant on the water for a brew, he said. I'm so dry right now I'm a fire hazard. All right. But I want you to understand something first, Dixie. I don't want you to talk to me because of something Cleet said to you. Cleet didn't say anything. He didn't. Well, he's a little emotional sometimes. I don't pay him any mind. He don't like to see you in trouble. But this is what's going to happen if I don't hear what I need from you. I'm going to take down Mapes one way or another. If that means getting you locked up as a material witness, that's what's going to happen. I can't promise I'll pull it off, but I'll use all the juice I can to turn the key on you, Dixie. Oh, man, don't tell me stuff like that. Not this morning, anyway. My nerve endings are fried as it is. That's another item. I don't want to hear any more about your drinking problems, your theological concerns, or any of the other bullshit you spoon out to people when you're in a corner. Are we clear on this? You come down with both feet, son. You dealt me into this mess. You better be aware of that, partner. All right. Are we going for a brew, or are you going to sit here and saw me apart? I started the truck and drove up the dirt lane through the pines to the main road, which was bordered on the far side by a short span of cherry orchards and then the steep rock face of the mountain. We drove along the lake toward the restaurant that was built on pilings out over the water. Dixie Lee had his face turned into the breeze and was looking wistfully at the sandy beaches, the dense stands of pine, the sailboats that tacked against the deep blue brilliance of the lake. Why don't you let me get you some real estate here, he said. To tell you the truth, Dixie, I mortgaged my house and business to make bail. Oh. Why is the Dio family buying up land around here? The state's recessed. Property values are on the way down. The Dios are going to make a lot of money later on. I pulled into the parking lot of the restaurant. A narrow dock protruded out from behind the building, and skiffs and sailboats were moored to it. There was a glaze of gasoline and oil on the water, and seagulls dipped and turned over an open bait well in one of the boats. I turned off the ignition. I don't think you've been hearing me very well, Dixie, I said. What? I'm really tired of you trying to pull strings on me. We're operating on the outer edges of my patience here. What did I say? The mob doesn't make money out of real estate speculation. You stop lying to me. That hurt me, man. Maybe I'm a lush, but that don't mean I'm a liar. Then tell me why they're buying up property. Dave, if you go to prison, and Lord, I hope you don't, you'll learn two things in there. You stay out of the boss man's eye, and you never try to find out the other side of a cat like Sal. You go along and you get along. When you were a cop, did you want to know everything that was going on in your department? How many guys were on a pad? How many of them copped some skag or flake at a bust and sold it off later? Look, in another 3 or 4 weeks, I'm going to start playing a gig at one of Sal's places in Tahoe. It's not a big deal. A piano bar, a stand-up bass, maybe a guitar. But it's Tahoe, man. It's rhythm and blues and back in the lights. I just gotta ease up on the fluids, get it under control. Why not get it the hell out of your life? Everybody don't chop cotton the same way. I'm going inside for a brew. You want to come? I watched him walk across the board ramp into the bar side of the restaurant. I had wasted most of the morning, part of the afternoon, had accomplished nothing, and I felt a great weariness both with Dixie Lee and my situation. I followed him inside. He sat at the far end of the bar by the windows, silhouetted against the sunlight on the lake. The walls of the bar were decorated with life preservers and nautical ropes and fish nets. Dixie was drinking from a bottle of Great Falls with a shot of whiskey on the side. The bartender walked toward me, but I motioned him away. "You don't want anything?" Dixie said. "Who would Mapes and Vadrine have reason to kill?" I said. "Not Vadrine. Mapes." "All right." He looked out the window. "I don't know," he said. "It was somebody who was in his way. Someone who had cost him money." "Yeah, I guess so." "So who would cause Mapes trouble?" "Maybe the crazoids, the tree spikers. Star Drilling wants to get into a wilderness area on the eastern slope. The tree spikers want everybody out." "But they don't represent anybody. You said they were cultists or something." "I don't know what they are. They're fucking wild men." "What could they do to keep Star out of a wilderness area?" "Nothing, really. People up here don't like them. Them Jippo loggers will rip their ass if they get the chance." "Who's that leave?" He sipped off his whiskey, chased it with beer, and looked out at the lake. His face was composed, and his green eyes were distant with either thought or perhaps no thought at all. "Come on, partner. Who could really mess up Mapes's plans?" "The Injuns," he said finally. "Star wants to drill on the Blackfeet Reservation. Shouldn't be a problem because in 1896 the Injuns sold all their mineral rights to the government. But there's some young guys, AIM guys, that are smart, that are talking about a suit." "The American Indian Movement?" "Yeah, that's them. They can tie everything up in court, say the treaty was a rip-off, or the reservation is a religious area, or some other bullshit. It can cost everybody a lot of money." "You know some of these guys?" "No, I always stayed away from them. Some of them been in federal pens. You ever know a con with a political message up his butt? I sailed with a black guy like that. Some bitch couldn't read and was always talking about Karl Marx." "Give me one name, Dixie." "I don't know any. I'm telling you the truth. They don't like white people. At least white oil people. Who needs a grave?" I left him at the bar and drove back toward Missoula. In the Jocko Valley, I watched a rain shower move out from between 2 tall white peaks in the Mission Mountains, then spread across the sky, darken the sun, and march across the meadows, the clumped herds of Angus, the red barns and long ranch houses and clapboard cottages, the poplar windbreaks, the willow-lined river itself, and finally the smooth green hills that rose into another mountain range on the opposite side of the valley. Splinters of lightning danced on the ridges, and the sky above the timberline rolled with torn black clouds. Then I drove over the tip of the valley and out of the rain and into the sunshine on the Clark Fork, as though I had slipped from one piece of geographical climate into another. I picked up Alafair at the babysitter's next door to the rectory, then took her to an ice cream parlor by the river for a cone. There was a big white M on the mountain behind the university, and we could see the figures climbing up to it on a zigzag trail. The side of the mountain was green with new grass, and above the M, ponderosa pine grew through the saddle on the mountain and over the crest into the next valley. Alafair looked small at the marble-top table, licking her cone, her feet not touching the floor. Her red tennis shoes and the knees of her jeans were spotted with grass stains. "Are they nice to you at school?" I said. "Sure." Then she thought for a moment. "Dave." "Yeah?" "The teacher says I talk like a Cajun. How come she say that?" "I can't imagine," I said. We drove back to the house, and I used my new phone to call Dan Nagurski at the DEA in Great Falls. At first, he didn't know where I was calling from. Then I heard his interest sharpen when I told him I was in Montana. "What do you think you're doing there?" he said. "I'm in some trouble." "I know about your trouble. I don't think you're going to make it any better by messing around up here in Montana." "What do you mean you know about it?" "I got feedback from our office in Lafayette. Vadrine and Mapes work with Dixie Pugh, and Pugh lives with Sally Dio. It's like keeping track of a daisy chain of moral imbeciles. You shouldn't have gotten involved, Robicheaux." I couldn't resist it. "I was at Sally Dio's today," I said. "I think that's dumb if you're asking my opinion. You know who Cletus Purcell is?" "Yeah. He was your old homicide partner. I hear he blew away a witness. Looks like he found his own level." "He told me Dio is called the Duck because he wears ducktails. But I think he left something out of the story." "I bet he did. Dio was playing poker with one of the Mexico City crowd on a yacht out in the Gulf. And they were playing deuces wild, and the greaseball had taken 6 or 7 grand off our friend. Except Dio caught him with a deuce hidden under his thigh. Sal's old man used to be known as Frankie Pliers. Won't tell you why. But I guess Sal wanted to keep up the tradition. He had another guy hold the greaseball down on the deck, and he cut off most of his ear with a pair of tin snips. Then he told him, 'Tell everybody a duck ate your ear.' That's the guy you were visiting today. That's the guy who takes care of your buddy Dixie Lee." "Why does he care about Dixie Lee?" "He gets something out of it. Sal doesn't do anything unless there's a blowjob in it for him somewhere." "Leasing or buying land for him?" "Maybe. But don't concern yourself. Go back to Louisiana." "You know anything about some AIM members who might have disappeared from the Blackfeet Reservation?" "I'm really wondering about the soundness of your mind at this point." "It's a simple question. If you really want to step into a pile of shit, you've found a good way to do it. Look, Mr. Nagurski, I'm all on my own. Maybe I'm going to Angola Pen. That's not hyperbole. I'm just about wiped out financially. My own testimony is my only defense, and my personal history is one that'll probably make a jury shudder. Tell me what you'd do in my circumstances. I'd really appreciate that." He paused, and I heard him take a breath. "I never heard anything about any AIM guys disappearing," he said. "You'll have to talk with the tribal council or the sheriff's department. Maybe the FBI, although they don't have any love lost for those guys. Look, the reservation is a world unto itself. It's like a big rural slum. Kids cook their heads huffing glue. Women cut each other up in bars. The Browning jail is a horror show on Saturday night. They're a deeply fucked up people. I may be over to see you in Great Falls." "Why?" "Because I think Dio is mixed up in this. Harry Mapes has been around his place, and I don't think it's simply because he knows Dixie Lee. Dio is mixed up with narcotics, whores, and gambling. Let me set you straight about this guy. He's not Bugsy Siegel. Comparatively speaking, he's a small-time player in Vegas and Tahoe. Anything he owns, he's allowed to own. But he's an ambitious guy who wants to be a swinging dick. So he's come up here to Lum and Abner land to make the big score. Now that's all you get, Robicheaux. You stay away from him. It won't help your case, and in the meantime you might get hurt. If I hear anything about missing Indians, I'll let you know." "Is it possible you feel you have the franchise on Sally Dio?" "That could be, my friend. I grew up in West Virginia. I don't like what shitheads can do to good country. But I'm also a federal agent. I get paid for doing certain things, which doesn't include acting as an information center. I think I'm already overextended in this conversation. So long, Mr. Robicheaux." That evening I walked Alafair downtown in the twilight, and we ate fried chicken in a restaurant by the river. Then we walked over the Higgins Street Bridge, where old men fished off the railing in the dark swirls of current far below. The mountains in the west were purple and softly outlined against the red sun, and the wind was cold, blowing across the bridge. I could smell chimney smoke and wood pulp in the air, diesel and oil from a passing Burlington Northern. We walked all the way to the park, where a group of boys was trying to hurry summer with a night baseball game. But in the hard glare of the lights, the wind grew colder, and the dust swirled in the air, and finally drops of rain clicked across the tin roof of the dugout. The sky over the valley was absolutely black when we made it home. Firewood was stacked on the back porch of our house, and I broke up kindling from an orange crate in the fireplace, placed it and balls of newspaper under 3 pine logs on the andirons, and watched the bright red cone of flame rise up into the brick chimney. It was raining hard outside now, clattering against the roof and windows, and I could see a sawmill lighted across the river in the rain. During the night, lightning flickered whitely on the far wall of my bedroom. It created a window in the soft green plaster, and through it I saw Annie sitting on a rock by a stream's edge. Cylindrical stone formations rose against the cobalt sky behind her. Her hair and denim shirt were wet, and I could see her breasts through the cloth. "I'm worried, Dave," she said. "Why is that?" "You haven't been going to AA meetings. You think maybe you're setting yourself up for a slip?" "I haven't had time." She pulled her wet shirt front loose from her skin with her fingers. "Will you promise me to look in the yellow pages today and find a meeting?" she said. I promised. "Because I think you're flying on the outer edges now. Maybe looking at something worse than a slip." I wouldn't do that. What? I'm Catholic. I'm talking about something else, baby love. You blow out your doors and they put you in a place like Mandeville. I've still got it between the ditches. I'm sober. But you keep calling on me. I'm tired, sweetheart. I have to come a long way so we can talk. I'm sorry. She put a finger to her lips. I'll come again. For a while. But you have to keep your promise. Annie. When I woke, I was sleepwalking, and my palms were pressed against the cold green plaster of the bedroom wall. Chapter 6. It was still raining and cold in the morning. The logs in the fireplace had crumbled into dead ash, and the sky outside was gray. The trees in the yard looked wet and black in the weak light. I turned on the furnace, put fresh logs in the fireplace, lit the kindling in balls of wadded newspaper, and tried to fix French toast for me and Alafair while she dressed for school. I thought I could hear the drone of mosquitoes in my brain. I had on a long-sleeved flannel shirt, and I kept wiping the perspiration out of my eyes on my forearm. "Why you shaking, Dave?" Alafair said. "I have malaria. Comes back sometimes. It's not bad, though." "What?" "I got it in the army, in the Philippines. Comes from mosquito bites. It goes away soon." "You ain't supposed to be up when you're sick. I can fix my own breakfast. I can cook yours, too." "Don't say ain't." She took the spatula and the handle of the frying pan out of my hands and began turning the toast. She wore fresh denims with an elastic waistband and a purple sweater over her white shirt. Her black hair was shiny under the kitchen light. I felt weak all over. I sat down at the kitchen table and wiped my face with a dry dish towel. I had to swallow before I could speak. "Can you put on your raincoat and walk yourself to school this morning?" I said. "Sure." "Then if I don't pick you up this afternoon, you go to the babysitter's. Okay?" "Okay." I watched her pack her lunchbox and put on her yellow raincoat and hood. "Wait a minute. I'll drive you," I said. "I can take myself. You sick, you." Alafair, try not to talk like Baptiste. He's a good man, but he never went to school. You still sick, Dave. I rubbed the top of her head and hugged her briefly around the shoulders, then put on my raincoat and hat. The wind outside was cold and smelled of the pulp mill down the river. In the wet air, the smell was almost like sewage. I drove Alafair to the school and let her off by the entrance to the playground. When I got back home, I was trembling all over, and the heat from the fireplace and the furnace vents wouldn't penetrate my skin. Instead, the house seemed filled with a dry cold that made static electricity jump off my hand when I touched a metal doorknob. I boiled a big pot of water on the kitchen stove to humidify the air, then sat in front of the fireplace with a blanket around my shoulders, my teeth clicking, and watched the resin boil and snap in the pine logs and the flames twist up the chimney. As the logs softened and sank on the andirons, I felt as though I had been sent to a dark and airless space on the earth where memory became selective and flayed the skin an inch at a time. I can't tell you why. I could never explain these moments, and neither could a psychologist. It happened first when I was 10 years old, after my father had been locked up a second time in the parish jail for fighting in Provost's pool room. I was at home by myself looking at a religious book that contained a plate depicting the souls in hell. Suddenly I felt myself drawn into the illustration, caught forever in their lake of remorse and despair. I was filled with terror and guilt, and no amount of assurance from the parish priest would relieve me of it. When these moments occurred in my adult life, I drank. I did it full tilt, too, the way you stand back from a smoldering fire of wet leaves and fling a glass full of gasoline onto the flames. I did it with beam and Jack Daniels straight up, with a frosted Jacks on the side, vodka in the morning to sweep the spiders into their nest, 4 inches of wild turkey at noon to lock Frankenstein in his closet until the afternoon world of sunlight on oak and palm trees and the salt wind blowing across Lake Pontchartrain reestablished itself in a predictable fashion. But this morning was worse than any of those other moments that I can remember. Maybe it was malaria. Or maybe my childlike psychological metabolism still screamed for a drink and was writing a script that would make the old alternatives viable once again. But in truth, I think it was something else. Perhaps, as Annie had said, I had found the edge. The place where you unstrap all your fastenings to the earth, to what you are and what you have been, where you flame out on the edge of the spheres and the sun and moon become eclipsed, and the world below is as dead and remote, without interest, as if it were glazed with ice. Is this the way it comes? I thought. With nothing dramatic, no 3-day bender, no delirium tremens in a drunk tank, no cloth straps and Thorazine or a concerned psychiatrist to look anxiously into your face. You simply stare at the yellow handkerchief of flame in a fireplace and fear your own thoughts as a disturbed child would. I shut my eyes and folded the blanket across my face. I could feel my whiskers against the wool, the sweat running down inside my shirt. I could smell my own odor. The wind blew against the house, and a wet maple branch raked against the window. Later, I heard a car stop outside in the rain and someone run up the walk onto the porch. I heard the knock on the door and saw a woman's face through the steamed glass, but I didn't get up from my chair. She wore a flat-brimmed black cowboy hat with a domed crown, and her hair and face were spotted with rain. She knocked more loudly, straining to see me through the glass. Then she opened the door and put her head inside. "Is something wrong?" she asked. "Everything's copacetic. Excuse me for not getting up. Something's burning. I've got a fire. I built one this morning. Is Clete out there?" "No. Something's burning in your house." "That's what I was saying. Somebody left some firewood on the back porch. The furnace doesn't work right or something." Her turquoise eyes looked at me strangely. She walked past me into the kitchen, and I heard metal rattle on the stove, then ring in the sink. She turned on the faucet, and steam hissed off something hot. She walked back into the living room, her eyes still fixed on me in a strange way. She wore rubber boots, a man's wide belt through the loops of her Levi's, and an army field jacket with a first calf patch over her red flannel shirt. The pot was burned through the center, she said. I put it in the sink so it wouldn't smell up the place. Thank you. She took off her hat and sat down across from me. The 3 moles at the corner of her mouth looked dark in the firelight. Are you all right? She said. Yes. I have malaria. It comes and goes. They just buzz around in the bloodstream for a little while. It's not so bad. Not anymore, anyway. I think you shouldn't be here alone. I'm not. A little girl lives with me. Where'd you get the first calf jacket? It was my brother's. She leaned out of her chair and put her hand on my forehead. Then she picked up one of my hands and held it momentarily. I can't tell. You're sitting too close to the fire, but you should be in bed. Get up. I appreciate what you're doing, but this is going to pass. Yeah, I can tell you're really on top of it. Do you know a potholder was burning on your stove, too? She helped me up by one arm and walked me into the bedroom. I sat on the edge of the bed and looked numbly out the window at the wet trees and the rain on the river. When I closed my eyes, my head spun and I could see gray worms swimming behind my lids. She took the blanket off my shoulders and pulled off my shirt, pushed my head down on the pillow and covered me with the sheet and bedspread. I heard her run water in the bathroom and open my dresser drawers. Then she sat on the side of the mattress and wiped my face and chest and shoulders with a warm, damp towel and pulled a clean T-shirt over my head. She felt my forehead again and looked down on my face. I don't think you take very good care of yourself, she said. I don't think you're a wise man, either. Why have you come here? Leave Sally D. and his father alone. It's bad for you. It's bad for Cleet. Cleet got in bed with that bunch on his own. I blew out my breath and opened and closed my eyes. I could feel the room spinning the same way it used to spin when I would try to go to sleep drunk, and I'd have to hang my head off the side of the mattress or couch to put the blood back in my brain. He's done some bad things, but he's not a bad man, she said. He looks up to you. He still wants you to be his friend. He betrayed me when I needed him. Maybe he's paid for it, too. You sleep. I'll stay here and fix lunch for you when you wake up. She spread the blanket on top of me and pulled it up to my chin. Her hand touched mine, and involuntarily I cupped her palm in my fingers. Her hand was wide across the back and calloused on the edges, and her knuckles were as hard as dimes under the skin. I could not remember when I had last touched a woman's hand. I closed her fingers in my palm, felt the grainy coarseness of her skin with my thumb, let both our hands rest on my chest, as though the moment had given me a right that was in reality not mine. But she didn't take her hand away. Her face was kind, and she wiped the wetness out of my hair with the towel and remained on the edge of the bed while the rain swept across the yard and the roof, and I felt myself slipping down to the bottom of my own vertigo, down inside a cool, clean, and safe place where no fires burned, where the gray morning was as harmless as the touch of my forehead against her thigh. It was early afternoon when I woke again, and the sun was out, the sky blue, the yard a deeper green. I felt weak all over, but whatever had invaded my metabolism had gone away like a bored visitor. I opened the front door in my bare feet, and the air was cool and full of sunlight, and in the south the ragged peaks of the Bitterroot Mountains were white with new snow. Out on the river, the rooted end of an enormous tree bounced wet and shining through the current. I heard her in the kitchen behind me, then remembered my earlier behavior, the way a shard of memory comes back from a drunken dream. She saw it in my face, too. I called Cleet. He knows where I am. He doesn't mind, she said. I want to thank you for your kindness. Her eyes softened and moved over my face. I felt uncomfortable. I have strange moments in my life. I can't explain them, I said. So I tell people it's malaria. Maybe it's true, but I don't know that. Maybe it's something else, too. Sometimes people at AA call it a dry drunk. It's nothing to wear on your chest. I took a bottle of milk out of the icebox and sat down at the kitchen table. Through the back screen, I could see an elderly woman hoeing in her vegetable garden. Next door, somebody was cutting his grass with a hand mower. Darlene's eyes had never left my face. Cleet said, "You lost your wife," she said. "Yes." He said 2 men murdered her. That's right. How did it happen? Her hand turned off the burner under a soup pot. I messed with some people I should have let alone. I see. She took 2 soup bowls out of the cabinet and set them on the table with spoons. It bothers you a lot? Sometimes. I blamed myself when my husband got killed. I'd locked him out of the house the night before. I'd found out he was cheating with a white girl who worked in the truck stop. He had to stay all night in the car in 0 weather. He went to work like that in the morning, and a bulldozer backed over him. He was like a little boy, always in the wrong place. He always got caught. He spent a year in Deer Lodge for stealing game meat out of some rental lockers at a grocery. He used to lie about it and tell people he went to jail for armed robbery. Why do you tell me this? You shouldn't hurt yourself because of what happened to your wife. You don't realize what you did yesterday. Sally D is crazy. No, he's not. He just likes people to think he is. His kind come by the boxcar load. She filled our bowls and sat down across from me. You don't know Sal. Cleet said you made Sal look bad in front of his friends. He came down to the house after you left, and they went out on the veranda. I could hear Sal yelling through the glass. I didn't think Cleet would let anyone talk to him like that. It's expensive to work for a guy like Sally Dio. He degraded him. Listen, there's an expression in the oil field. I was looking for a job when I found this one. You tell Cleet that. Sal said something else, too, about you. What? Don't bring him around here again. Don't let him be talking to Dixie Lee, either. He does, I'm going to cut off his dick.
I looked out the door again at the woman hoeing in her garden across the alley. Her face was pink, her hair white, and her arms were as thick as a man's. That's what our man had to say? Cleet and Dixie Lee pretend he's all right because they have to. But he's cruel. He frightens me. You should get away from him. She put her spoon in her soup and lowered her eyes. You're an intelligent woman, I said. You're a good person, too. You don't belong among these people. I'm with Cleet. Cleet's going to take a big fall with that guy. Or he'll take a fall for him, one or the other. Down inside, he knows it, too. Until he started screwing up his life, he was the best partner I ever had. He carried me down a fire escape once while a kid put 2.22 rounds in his back. He used to put the fear of God in the wise guys. They'd cross the street when they saw him on the sidewalk. He's been good to me. Inside, he's a good man. One day he'll see that. Her attitude toward him struck me as strange. It seemed more protective than affectionate. But maybe she was that kind of woman. Or maybe it was what I wanted to believe. I wonder if you can help me with something, I said. What? Did Cleet tell you about some trouble I've had in Louisiana? Yes. Harry Mapes is my way out of it. I think he killed 2 people up here. Maybe they were Indians, members of AIM. She looked down at her food again, but I saw her eyes narrow, the light in them sharpen. Why do you think that? About the Indians? She said. Mapes killed these people because they were in the way of his oil deals. Dixie Lee said these AIM guys can tie the oil companies up in court over a 19th century treaty. It's a big fight over on the Rocky Mountain front. The what? It's the eastern face of the Continental Divide. The Blackfeet called it the backbone of the world. The oil companies went into the roadless areas by Glacier Park. That was Blackfeet land. The government took it, or got it for nothing. Did you ever hear about any AIM people disappearing? Why don't you ask up at the reservation? I plan to. Why are you angry? It has nothing to do with you. It seems to. You don't understand the reservation. She stopped, and it was obvious that she regretted her abruptness. She wet her lips and began again, but her voice had the quiet, tense quality of someone who had bought seriously into a private piece of discontent. Whites have always taken from the Blackfeet. They massacred them on the Marias River. Then they starved them and gave them a rural slum to live in. Now they've given us their missile sites. The government admits that in a war everybody on the eastern slope will be killed. But what whites don't understand is that Indians believe spirits live in the earth, that all the treaties and deeds that took our land don't mean anything. Sometimes people hear the crying of children and women in the wind on the Marias. An Indian woman in a white doeskin dress appears at missile silos. Air Force people have seen her. You can talk to them. You believe in these spirits? I've been on the Marias at night. I've heard them. The sound comes right off the edge of the water where the camp was. It happened in the winter of 1870. An army officer named Baker,
attacked an innocent band of Blackfeet under a heavy runner. They killed 130 people, then burned their robes and wickiups and left the survivors to freeze in the snow. You can hear people weeping. I guess I don't know about those things, or the history of your people. She ate without answering. I think maybe it's not a good idea to keep things like that alive in yourself, though, I said. She remained silent. Her face pointed downward, and I gave it up. Look, will you give Cleet a message for me? I said. What is it? That he doesn't owe me. That he doesn't need to feel bad about anything. That I don't sweat a character like Sally Dio. You also tell him to take himself and a nice girl to New Orleans. That's the place where good people go when they die. She smiled. I looked at her eyes and her mouth and caught myself and glanced away. I have to go now, she said. I hope you're feeling better. I am. You are a real friend, Darlene. Cleet's a lucky guy. Thank you. But he's not a lucky guy. Not at all. I didn't want to talk about Cleet's problems anymore or carry any more of his load. I walked outside with her to her Toyota Jeep and opened the door for her. The sidewalks were still drying in the sunlight, and the pines on the mountains were sharp and green against the sky. And maybe you all would like to come into town and have dinner one evening, or walk up one of those canyons in the Bitterroots and try for some cutthroat, I said. Maybe. I'll ask him, she said, and smiled again. I watched her drive past the schoolyard and turn toward the interstate. It was one of those moments when I did not care to reflect upon my own honesty or to know, in reality, what I was thinking about. I washed the dishes, put on my running shoes, shorts, and a sweatshirt, and did 2 miles along the river, then circled back through a turn-of-the-century neighborhood of yellow and orange brick homes whose yards were dotted with blue spruce, fir, maple, birch, and willow trees. I was sweating heavily in the cool air, and I had to push hard to increase my speed across an intersection. But my wind was good, the muscles tight in my thighs and back, my mind clear. The rest of the day a bright expectation rather than an envelope of grayness and gloom and disembodied voices. Ah, voices, I thought. She believes in them, which any student of psychology will tell you is a mainline symptom of a schizophrenic personality. But I had never bought very heavily into the psychiatric definitions of singularity and eccentricity in people. In fact, as I reviewed the friendships I had had over the years, I had to conclude that the most interesting ones involved the seriously impaired. The Mo Howard account, the drunken, the mind-smoked, those who began each day with a nervous breakdown, people who hung on to the sides of the planet with suction cups. When I rounded the corner on my block by the river, I heard the bell ring at the elementary school and saw the children burst out of the doors onto the sidewalk. Alafair walked with her lunchbox among 3 other children. I ran backward when I passed her. "Meet you at the house, little guy," I said. I shaved and showered and took Alafair with me to an AA meeting 3 blocks from our house. She drank a can of pop and did her homework in the coffee room while I sat in the non-smokers section of the meeting and listened. The members of the group were mostly mill workers, Jippo loggers, Indians, waitresses, tough blue-collar kids who talked as much about dope as they did about alcohol, and Skid Row old-timers who had etched the lines in their face a shot glass at a time. When it was my turn to talk, I gave my name and passed. I should have talked about my nightmares, the irrational depression that could leave me staring eviscerated and numb at a dying fire. But for most of them, their most immediate problem was not psychological or in the nature of their addiction. They were unemployed and on food stamps, and my own basket of snakes seemed an unworthy subject for discussion. Alafair and I ate an early supper. Then we walked up on a switchback trail to the big white concrete M on the mountain overlooking the university. We could see out over the whole valley, the Clark Fork winding high and yellow through town, the white froth over the breakers, the tree-filled neighborhoods, the shafts of sunlight in the canyons west of town, the plume from the pulp mill flattening out the river's surface, the bicyclists and joggers like miniature figures on the campus far below. Then, as the sun dimmed behind a peak and the air became more chill and the valley filled with a purple haze, house and street and neon lights came on all over town, and in the south we could see the sun's afterglow on the dark stands of ponderosa high up in the Bitterroots. Alafair sat beside me on the concrete M. She brushed dirt off her knees. I saw her frown. "Dave, whose hat that is?" she said. "What?" "In the chair, by the fireplace. That black hat." "Oh," I said. "I think a lady must have left that there. I sat on it. I forgot to tell you." "Don't worry about it." "She won't be mad?" "No, of course not. Don't worry about things like that, little guy." The next day I made arrangements for Alafair to stay with a babysitter if I had to remain out of town that night, and I headed for the Blackfeet Reservation on the other side of the divide, east of Glacier Park. In the early morning light I drove up the Blackfoot River through canyons of pink rock and pine, with wood smoke drifting through the trees from the cabins set back in the meadow. The runoff from the snowpack up in the mountains was still high, and the current boiled over the boulders in the center of the river. Then the country opened up into wider valleys and ranch land with low green hills and more mountains in the distance. I started to climb into more heavily wooded country with sheer rock cliffs and steep-sided mountains that ran right down to the edge of the road. The canyons and trees were dark with shadow, and by the time I hit the logging town of Lincoln, the air had turned cold, and my windows were wet with mist. I drove into the clouds on the divide at Rogers Pass, my ears popping now, and rivulets of melted snow ran out of the pines on the mountainside, bled across the highway, and washed off the dirt shoulder into a white stream far below. The pine trees looked almost black and glistened with a wet sheen. Then I was out into sunlight again, out on the eastern slope, into rolling wheat and cattle country, with no horizon except the Rocky Mountain front in my rear-view mirror. I made good time into Choteau and Depouillier, and a short while later I was on the Blackfeet Indian Reservation. I had been on or through several Indian reservations, and none of them was a good place. This one was not an exception. Ernest Hemingway once wrote that there was no worse fate for a people than to lose a war. If any of his readers wanted to disagree with him, they would only have to visit one of the places in which the United States government placed its original inhabitants. We took everything they had, and in turn gave them smallpox, whiskey, welfare, federal boarding schools, and penitentiaries. At a rundown filling station, I got directions to the tribal chairman's office, then drove through several small settlements of clapboard shacks, the dirt yards littered with the rusted parts of junker cars, old washing machines on the porches, chicken yards, privies, and vegetable patches in back, with seed packages stuck up on sticks in the rows. The tribal chairman was a nice man who wore braids, jewelry, a western vest, green-striped trousers, and yellow cowboy boots. On his office wall was an Associate of Arts degree from a community college. He was polite and listened well, his eyes staying focused attentively on my face while I spoke. But it was also obvious that he did not want to talk about AIM or the oil business with a white man whom he didn't know. "Do you know Harry Mapes?" I said. This time his gaze broke. He looked out the window onto the street where 3 Indian men were talking in front of a pool room. The neon sign above the door said only "Pool." "He's a lease man. He's around here sometimes," he said. "Most of the time he works on the edge of the reservation." "What else do you know about him?" He unwrapped the cellophane from an inexpensive cherry blend cigar. "I don't have any dealings with him. You'll have to ask somebody else." "You think he's bad news?" "I don't know what he is." He smiled to be pleasant and lit his cigar. "He killed his partner, Dalton Vadrine, down in Louisiana." "I don't know about that, Mr. Robicheaux. I think he killed 2 of your people, too." "I don't know what to tell you, sir." "Do you know of 2 guys from AIM who disappeared?" "Not on the reservation. And that's what I'm elected to take care of, the reservation." "What do you mean, not on the reservation?" "I'm not in AIM. I don't mix in their business." "But you've heard about somebody disappearing?" He gazed out the window again at the men in front of the pool room and breathed cigar smoke out his nose and mouth. "Just south of here, down in Teton County, Clayton Desmarteau and his cousin," he said. "I don't remember the cousin's name." "What happened?" "I heard they didn't come home one night. But maybe they just went off somewhere. It happens. Talked to the sheriff's office in Teton. Talked to Clayton's mother. She lives just off the reservation. Here, I'll draw you directions." A half-hour later, I was back off the reservation and driving down a narrow gray dirt road by the edge of a stream. Cottonwoods grew along the banks, then the ground sloped upward into thick stands of lodgepole pine. Ahead, I could see the plains literally dead-end into the mountains. They rose abruptly like an enormous fault, sheer-faced and jagged against the sky. The cliff walls were pink and streaked with shadow, and the ponderosa was so thick through the saddles that I doubted a bear could work his way through the trunks. I found the home the tribal chairman had directed me to. It was built of logs and odd-sized pieces of lumber up on a knoll with a shingled roof and sagging gallery. Plastic sheets were nailed over the windows for insulation, and coffee cans filled with petunias were set along the gallery railing and the edges of the steps. The woman who lived there looked very old. Her hair was white, with dark streaks in it, and her leathery skin was deeply lined and webbed around the eyes and mouth. I sat with her in their living room and tried to explain who I was. that I wanted to find out what had happened to her son, Clayton Desmarteau, and his cousin. But her face was remote, uncertain, her eyes averted whenever I looked directly at them. On a table by the tiny fireplace was a framed photograph of a young Indian soldier. In front of the picture were 2 open felt boxes containing a purple heart and a silver star. The tribal chairman said, "Maybe your son simply left the area for a while." I said, "Maybe he went looking for other work." This time she looked at me. "Clayton didn't go off nowhere," she said. "He had a job in the filling station in town. He came home every night. They found his car in the ditch 2 miles from here. He wouldn't go off and leave his car in the ditch. They did something to him." "Who?" "People that want to hurt his organization."
"AIM?"
"He was beat up one time. They were always trying to hurt him." "Who beat him up?" "People that's no good." "Mrs. Desmarteau, I want to help you find out what happened to Clayton. Did he ever mention someone's name? Somebody who gave him trouble?" "The FBI. They came around the filling station and called up people on the phone about him." "How about Harry Mapes or Dalton Vidrine? Do you remember him using those names?" She didn't answer. She simply looked out into space, took a pinch of snuff out of a Copenhagen can, and put it between her lip and gum. Motes of dust spun in the light through the windows. I thanked her for her time and drove back down the road toward the county seat, the shadows of the cottonwoods clicking across my windshield. The sheriff was out of town, and the deputy I spoke to at the courthouse soon made me feel that I was a well-meaning, obtuse outsider who had as much understanding of rural Montana and reservation life as a seasonal tourist. "We investigated that case about 4 months ago," he said. He was a big, lean man in his khaki uniform, and he seemed to concentrate more on the smoking of his cigarette than on his conversation with me. His desk was littered with papers and manila folders. "His mother and sister filed a missing persons report. We found his car with a broken axle in the ditch. The keys were gone, the spare tire was gone, the radio was gone. Somebody even tore the clock out of the dashboard. What's that tell you?" "Somebody stripped it." "Yeah, Clayton Desmarteau did. It was going to be repossessed. Him and his cousin were in the bar 3 miles up the road. They got juiced, they ran off the road. That's the way we see it." "And he just didn't bother to come home after that?" "Where are you from again?" "New Iberia, Louisiana." He blew smoke out into a shaft of sunlight shining through the window. His hair was thin across his pate. "Believe it or not, that's not uncommon here," he said. Then his voice changed and assumed a resigned and tired note. "We're talking about 2 guys in AIM. One of 'em, Clayton's cousin, was in the pen in South Dakota. There's also a warrant out on him for non-support. Clayton's had his share of trouble, too." "What kind?" "Fights, carrying a concealed weapon, bullshit like that." "Has he ever disappeared from his home and job before?" "Look, Here's the situation. There's one bar on that road. They were in there till midnight. It's 5 miles from that bar up to Clayton's house. 3 miles up the road, they wrecked the car. Maybe they walked up to Clayton's house without waking the old lady and took off before she got up. Maybe she doesn't remember what they did. Maybe they hitched a ride with somebody after they stripped the car. I don't know what they did. You think a bear ate them? No. I think you're telling me Desmarteau was an irresponsible man. His mother says otherwise. The guy had the Silver Star. What do you make of that? I don't guess I'm communicating with you very well. What you don't understand is the way some people live around here. Come back on a Saturday night and take your own tour. Look, when a white person hires Indians to work for him, he hires 6, so maybe 3 will show up in the morning. They cut up their own relatives at wedding parties. They hang themselves in jail cells. They get souped up and drive into the sides of trains. Last winter, 3 kids climbed in a boxcar with a gallon of Dago Red and a tube of airplane glue. The train went on up into Canada and stopped on a siding in a blizzard. I went up there with the families to bring their bodies back. The RCMP said they were frozen so hard you could break their parts off with a hammer. I asked him to show me where Clayton Desmarteau's car had gone off the road. He was irritated, but he consented and drove me down the same dirt road I had been on earlier. We passed the bar where Desmarteau and his cousin had been last seen, a wide, flat log building with neon grain belt and Great Falls beer signs in the windows. Then we curved up the road through bare, hard-pan fields and finally picked up the creek, the cottonwoods, and the sloping stands of lodgepole pine that began on the far bank. The deputy stopped his car on the shoulder and pointed. "Right over there in the ditch," he said. He hooked one wheel over the side and went in, snapped the axle like a stick. No mystery, my friend. It's a way of life. I got back to Missoula late, but in time to pick up Alafair at the babysitter's before she went to sleep. The babysitter had run an errand, and a friend of hers, a third-grade teacher and assistant principal at the school named Miss Regan, had come over to stay with Alafair. The 2 of them were watching television and eating from a bowl of popcorn in the enclosed side porch. Miss Regan was a pretty girl in her late 20s, with auburn hair and green eyes, and although her skin was still pale from the winter months, I could see sun freckles on her shoulders and at the bottom of her neck. "Come see, Dave," Alafair said. "Miss Regan drew a picture of Tex, and she ain't ever seen him." "Don't say ain't, little guy," I said. "Look," Alafair said, and held up a piece of art paper with a pastel drawing of an Appaloosa on it. "That's very nice of Miss Regan," I said. "My name's Tess," she said, and smiled. "Well, thank you for watching Alafair. It was good meeting you." "She's a sweet little girl. We had a lot of fun together," she said. "Do you live in the neighborhood?" "Yes, only 2 blocks from the school." "Well, I hope to see you again. Thanks for your help. Good night." "Good night," she said. We walked home in the dark. The air was warm, and the maple trees looked black and full under the moon. The lights of the bridge reflected off the swirling brown surface of the river. "Everybody says she's the best teacher in the school," Alafair said. "I bet she is." "I told her to come down to New Iberia and visit us." "That's good." "Because she don't have a husband." Say doesn't. She doesn't have a husband. How come that, Dave?
I don't know. Some people just don't like to get married.
How come?
You got me.
We ate a piece of pie before we turned out the lights and went to bed. Our bedrooms adjoined, and the door was open between them. Across the river I could hear the whistle of a Burlington Northern freight. Dave? What? Why don't you marry Miss Regan?
Well, I'll give it some thought.
See you tomorrow, little guy. Okay, big guy.
Good night, little guy.
Good night, big guy. The next morning, I made long-distance calls to Batiste, the bondsman, and my lawyer. Batiste was managing fine at the bait shop, and the bondsman was tranquil about my returning to Louisiana by trial date. But the lawyer had not been able to get a continuance, and he was worried. "What do you come up with in Montana?" he said. "Nothing definite. But I think Dixie Lee was telling the truth about Mapes, that he killed a couple of people here. Maybe Indians. I tell you, Dave, that might be our only out. If you can get him locked up in Montana, he won't be a witness against us in Louisiana. It's not the 9th race yet. Maybe not, but so far we don't have a defense. It's that simple. I hired a P.I. to do a background on Mapes. He beat the shit out of another kid with a golf club in Marshall, Texas when he was 17, but that's the only trouble he's been in. He graduated from the University of Texas and flew an Army helicopter in Vietnam. And the rest of the guy's life is a blank. It's hard to make him out as Jack the Ripper. We'll see, I said. I didn't want to concede the truth in the words, but I could feel my heart tripping. The prosecutor's talking a deal, he said. I remained silent and listened to the whir of long-distance sound in the earpiece. Through the window I could see the maple tree in my front yard ruffling with breeze. Dave, we're reaching the point where we might have to listen to him. What deal? 2nd-degree homicide. We'll show provocation, and he won't contend with us. You'll get 5 years. With good time, you can be out in 3 or less. No deal. It may turn out to be the only crap game in town. It's bullshit. Maybe so. But there's something else I'm honor-bound to tell you. We're going up against Judge Mouton. He sent 6 men I know of to the electric chair. I don't think he'd do that in this case, but he's a cranky old sumbitch, and you never know. After I hung up the phone, I tried to read the paper on the front porch with a cup of coffee, but my eyes couldn't concentrate on the words. I washed the dishes, cleaned the kitchen, and started to change the oil in my truck. I didn't want to think about my conversation with my lawyer. One day at a time, easy does it, I told myself. Don't live in tomorrow's problems. Tomorrow has no more existence than yesterday, but you can always control now. We live in a series of nows. Think about now. But that sick feeling around the heart would not go away. I worked my way under my truck, fitted a crescent wrench around the nut on the oil pan, and applied pressure with both hands while flakes of dried mud fell in my eyes. Then the wrench slipped, and I raked my knuckles across the pan. I heard the telephone ring inside. I crawled out from under the truck, went in the house, and picked up the receiver. The skin was gone on the tops of 2 of my knuckles. What's happening, Dave? Dixie? Yeah, what's happening? Nothing important. What is it? Are you always this happy in the morning? What do you want, Dixie? Nothing. I'm in the lounge over in that shopping center on Brooks. Come on over. What for? Talk, relax, listen to a few sounds. They got a piano in here. You sound like your boat already left the dock. So, it's 9 o'clock in the morning. Big deal. It's 12 o'clock somewhere else. Come on over. No thanks. Darlene dumped me in here while she went running around town. I don't want to sit in here by myself. It's a drag, man. Get your butt over here. I've got a few other things on my mind. That's what I want to talk with you about. Dave, you think you're the only guy who understands your problem? Look, man, I pick cotton every day in that same patch. What are you talking about? Some people are born different. That's just the way we are. You go against what you are, you're going to have a mess of grief. Like Hank Jr. says, some people are born to boogie, son. They just got to be willing to pay the price. I appreciate all this, but I'm going to sign off now. Oh, no, you don't. Now, you listen to me. 'Cause I've been there in spades, right where you're at now. When I got to Huntsville from the county jail, I hadn't had a drink in 6 weeks. I felt like I had fire ants crawling on my brain. Except I learned you can get almost anything in the joint you can get outside. There was a Mexican cat who sold short dogs of black cherry wine for $5 a bottle. We'd mix it with syrup, water, and rubbing alcohol, and it'd fix you up just about like you stuck your head in a blast furnace. So, one time, we had a whole crock of this beautiful black cherry brew stashed in the tool shack, and one time while the boss man was working some guys farther on down the road, we set one guy out as a jigger, and the rest of us crapped out in the shack and decided to cooleraate our minds a little bit. Except about an hour later, when we were juiced to the eyes, the guy outside comes running through the door yelling, "Jigger! Jigger!" The boss man was this big redneck character from Lufkin named Buster Higgins. He could pick up a bale of hay and fling it from behind the truck all the way to the cab. When he took a leak, he made sure everybody saw the size of his dick. That's no shit, man. Next thing I know, he's standing there in the door of the tool shed, sweat running out of his hat, his face big as a pumpkin. Except this guy was not funny. He thought rock and roll was for niggers and Satan worshippers. He looks down at me and says, "Pugh, didn't your parents have enough money?" And I said, "What do you mean, Mr. Higgins?" He says, "For a better quality rubbers." And he took his hat off and whipped the shit out of me with it. Next stop, 1 month in isolation, son. I'm talking about down there with the crazoids, the screamers, the guys who stink so bad the hacks have to wash them down with hoses. And I had delirium tremens for 2 fucking days. Weird sounds snapping in my head, rockets going off when I closed my eyes. A big hard-on and all kinds of real sick sexual thoughts. You know what I'm talking about, man. Must have been 90 degrees in the hole, and I was shaking so bad I couldn't get a cup of water to my mouth. I got through 2 days and thought I was home free. But after a week, I started to have all kinds of guilt feelings again. About the little boy in the accident in Fort Worth. About my own little boy dying in the fire. I couldn't stand it, man. Just that small isolation cell and the light through the food slit and all them memories. I would have drunk gasoline if somebody would have given it to me. So you know what I'd done? I didn't try to get the guilt out of my mind. I got high on it. I made myself so fucking miserable that I was drunk again. When I closed my eyes and swallowed, I could even taste that black cherry wine. I knew then it wasn't never going to be any different. I was always going to be drunk, whether I was dry or out there juicing. So in my head, I wrote a song about it. I could hear all the notes, the riffs, the stand-up bass backing me up. I worked out the lyrics for it, too. You can toke, you can drop, drink or use. It don't matter, Daddy, 'cause you never gonna lose them mean old jailhouse black cherry blues. I rubbed my forehead with my hand. I didn't know what to say to him. You still there? He said. Yes. You gonna come over? Maybe I'll see you another time. Thanks for the invitation. Fuck yeah. I'm always around. Sorry I wasted your time. You didn't. We were good friends in college, remember? Everybody was good friends in college. It all died with Cochran and Holly. I gotta motivate on over to another bar. This place bugs me. Dangle easy, Dave. He hung up. I stared listlessly out into the sunlight a moment, then walked outside and finished changing the oil in my truck. She drove up in a red Toyota Jeep a half hour later. I guess I knew that she was coming, and I knew that she would come when Alafair was at school. It was like the feeling you have when you look into the eyes of another and see a secret and shared knowledge there that makes you ashamed of your own thoughts. She wore a yellow sundress, and she had put on lipstick and eyeshadow and hoop earrings. The sacks of groceries in the back of the Jeep looked as though they were there only by accident. Her lipstick was dark, and when she smiled, her teeth were white. Your hat, I said. Yes. You found it? It's in the living room. Come in, I have some South Louisiana coffee on the stove. She walked ahead of me, and I looked at the way her black hair sat thickly on her neck, the way the hem of her dress swung across her calves. When I opened the screen for her, I could smell the perfume behind her ears and on her shoulders. I went into the kitchen while she found her hat in the living room. I fooled with cups and saucers, spoons, a bowl of sugar, milk from the icebox. But my thoughts were as organized as a puzzle box that someone had shaken violently between his hands. I tried to shop in Missoula. It's cheaper than Polson, she said. Yeah, food's real cheap here. Dixie Lee came along with me. He's in a bar right now. He called me. You might have to drag him out of the place on a chain. He'll be all right. He's only bad when Sal lets him take cocaine. She paused a moment. I thought maybe you wouldn't be home. I got a late start today. Bunch of phone calls, stuff like that. She reached for the cups and saucers on the drain board, and her arm brushed against mine. She looked at my eyes and raised her mouth, and I slipped my arms around her shoulder and kissed her. She stepped close against me so that her stomach touched lightly against my loins, and moved her palms over my back.
She opened and closed her mouth while she held and kissed me. And then she put her tongue in my mouth, and I felt her body flatten against me. I ran my hands over her bottom and her thighs and gently bit her shoulder as she wrapped one calf inside my leg and rubbed her hair on the side of my face. We pulled the shades in the bedroom and undressed without speaking, as if words would lead both of us to an awareness about morality and betrayal that we did not care to examine in the heated touch of our skin, the dry swallow in the throat, the silent parting of our mouths. There had been one woman in my life since my wife's death, and I had lived celibate almost a year. She reached down and took me inside her and stretched out her legs along me and ran her hands along the small of my back and down my thighs. The breeze clattered the shades on the windows. The room was dark and cool, but my body was rigid and hot and my neck filmed with perspiration, and I felt like an inept and simian creature laboring above her. She stopped her motion, kissed me on the cheek, and smiled, and I stared down at her out of breath, and with the surprise of a man whose education with women always proved inadequate. "There's no hurry," she said quietly, almost in a whisper. "There's nothing to worry about." Then she said, "Here," and pressed on my arm for me to move off her. She brushed her hair out of her eyes, sat on top of me, kissed me on the mouth, then raised herself on her knees and put me inside her again. Her eyes closed and opened. She tightened her thighs against me and propped herself up on her hands and looked quietly and lovingly into my face. She came before I did, her face growing intense and small, her mouth suddenly opening like a flower. Then I felt all my nocturnal erotic dreams, my fear, my aching celibacy, rise and swell in my loins and burst away outside of me like a wave receding without sound in a cave by the sea. She lay close to me under the sheet, her fingers in the back of my hair. A willow tree in the backyard made shadows on the shade. "You feel bad, don't you?" she said. "No." "You think what you've done is wrong, don't you?" I didn't answer. "Cleet's impotent, Dave," she said. "What?" "He goes to a doctor, but it doesn't do any good." "When did he become impotent?" "I don't know. Before I met him. He says a fever did it to him in Guatemala. He says he'll be all right eventually. He pretends it's not a problem." I raised up on my elbow and looked into her face. "I don't understand," I said. "You moved in with an impotent man?" "He can't help what he is. He's good to me in other ways. He's generous, and he respects me. He takes me places where Indians don't go." "Why do you have that look on your face?" "I'm sorry. I don't mean to," I said. "What are you thinking?" "Nothing. I just don't quite understand." "Understand what?" "Your relationship. It doesn't make sense." "Maybe it isn't your business." "He was my partner. I'm in bed with his girl. You don't think I have some involvement here?" "I don't like the way you're talking to me." I knew that anything else that I said would be wrong. I sat on the edge of the bed with my back toward her. The wind fluttered the shade in the window, casting a brilliant crack of sunlight across the room. Finally, I looked over my shoulder at her. She had pulled the sheet up over her breasts. I try not to be judgmental about other people. I apologize, I said. But he and I used to be good friends. You said he was impotent. You were suggesting I didn't have anything to feel bad about. There's something wrong in the equation here. Don't pretend there isn't. Look the other way, please, she said, gathered the sheet around her, picked up her clothes from the chair, and walked into the bathroom. A few minutes later, she came back out in her yellow dress, pushing the top back on her lipstick, pressing her lips together. I like you just the same, I said. You don't know anything, she said. And she left me there, with a wet spot in the center of my bed and a big question mark as to whether I had acquired any degree of caution or wisdom in the 50th year of my life. Chapter 7. I needed to go back east of the divide and talk to more people about the disappearance of Clayton Desmarteau and his cousin. But I'd gotten too late a start that day, and instead I drove up to Flathead Lake and spent 2 hours searching through property records in the county clerk's office. I was still convinced that there was some tie between Sally Dio, Dixie Lee, Harry Mapes, and Star Drilling Company. I didn't buy the story that Sally Dio kept Dixie Lee around to effect innocuous real estate deals, or because he simply liked over-the-hill rockabilly musicians. I had known too many like him in New Orleans. They liked women but didn't consider them important. They liked power but would share it out of necessity. They were cruel or violent upon occasion, but usually in a pragmatic way. However, they loved money. It was the ultimate measure of success in their lives, the only subject of interest in their conversations. They paid with cash in restaurants, not with credit cards, and their elaborate tipping was as much a part of their predictable grandiosity as their lavender Cadillacs and $800 tropical suits. But all I found in the courthouse with Dixie Lee's or Dio's name on them were deeds or leases to house lots, corner business property, and a couple of marinas, nothing that surprised me, nothing that suggested anything more than investments in local real estate. I drove up the east shore of the lake through the orchards of cherry trees, past the restaurant built out over the water and the blue lagoon with the rim of white beach and the pines growing thickly up to the incline back toward the road, and finally to the entrance of Sally Dio's split-level redwood home built up on a cliff that overlooked the dazzling silk-like sheen of the lake. I drove around the next curve, parked my truck off the shoulder, and walked back through a stand of pine trees that ended abruptly at the lip of a cliff that fell away to the lake's edge. Green, moss-covered rocks showed dully in the sunlight just below the water's surface. Across the lagoon I could see Dio's house and the cottage below where Cleet and Darlene lived. I knelt on one knee among the pine needles and steadied my World War II Japanese field glasses against a tree trunk. An American flag popped in the breeze on Dio's veranda. His flower boxes were brilliant with pink and blue and crimson petunias, and a cream-colored Mercury and black Porsche with Nevada plates were parked in the gravel at the edge of his lawn. I wrote the tag numbers down in a notebook, buttoned it in my shirt pocket, then watched a big van with bubble-side windows followed by a Toyota Jeep drive out on the beach. The side door, which was painted with a tropical sunset, slid open, and a group of swimmers jumped out on the sand and began inflating a huge yellow raft with a foot-operated air pump. I refocused the glasses on their faces. It was Dio and what Cleet called the Tahoe crowd. Dio wore an open shirt, flop sandals, and a luminescent purple bikini that fitted tightly against his loins and outlined his phallus. He was in a good mood, directing the outing of his entourage, pointing at a milk-white 2-engine amphibian plane that came in low over the hills on the far side of the lake, unlocking his father's wheelchair from the mechanical platform that extended from the van's open door and lowered to the sand. Cleet walked from the Toyota, wheeled Dio's father by a barbecue pit, lighted a bag of charcoal, and began forking a box of steaks onto the grill. He wore his crushed pork pie fishing hat, and I could see his nylon shoulder holster and revolver under his sweater. The amphibian made one pass over the beach, gunned its engines, and banked into the cloudless sky over my head, then made a wide turn and came in over the top of a cherry orchard and a sailboat dock, flattening out and touching its belly and wing pontoons down on the water in a spray of white foam and mist from the backdraft of the propeller. While Cleet cooked and attended to the elder Dio, who sat sullen and wrapped in a shawl with a glass of red wine in his hand, the others took rides on the plane. I was amazed at the carelessness of the pilot and the faith of those who flew with him. They lifted off the water and into the wind and cleared the pines by no more than 30 feet, then climbed high into the sun, banked at a sharp angle, and came back between a cut in the hills, dipped down over beachfront houses in a roar of noise that made fishermen and outboards pull their anchors and turn into shore. I watched them for 2 hours. They smoked dope in the lee of the van, drank wine and canned beer out of a washtub filled with crushed ice, ate bleeding steaks and tossed salads off paper plates, swam out breathlessly into the lake and climbed laughing into their yellow raft, their bodies hard and prickled with cold. The girls were pretty and tan and good to look at. Everyone was happy, except maybe Cleet and the elder Dio. The Tahoe crowd were the kind of people who knew that they would never die. The sun had moved into the western sky, which was absolutely blue above the green hills, and the light must have glinted on my field glasses because I saw Sally Dio look up suddenly and squint at the pine trees in which I knelt. I stepped back into the shadows and refocused through the branches. Dio stood by Cleet and his father and was pointing in my direction. Cleet stopped cleaning up paper plates from a picnic table, glanced up briefly at the cliff, then resumed his work. But Sally Dio and his father looked as if they were staring at an angry dog that was running against its chain. The elder Dio's mouth was wide when he spoke to Cleet again, and Cleet flung a handful of picnic trash into a garbage can, walked down to the water's edge where the swimmers had left the raft, dragged it up on the sand, and began pulling out the air plugs. Then he loaded the hampers, the washtub of beer and wine coolers, and the elder Dio back into the van. I could have gotten out of there, I suppose, without being seen, but sometimes self-respect requires that you float one down the middle, let her high, big as a balloon, and let the batter have his way. I walked through the trees back to the road. The air was cool in the shade and heavy with the smell of the pine needles on the ground. Bluebirds with yellow wings flew in and out of the smoky light at the tops of the trees. I walked up the shoulder of the road, got in my truck, put my field glasses inside their case, put the case inside the glove box, and started the engine, just as Dio's van and Cleet's Jeep turned out of the entrance to the public beach and headed toward me. I saw Sally Dio's face through the wide front window of the van, saw the recognition and anger grow in it as he looked back at me and took his foot off the accelerator. Cleet was slowing behind him at the same time. Dio stopped opposite my cab and stared at me. "What the fuck you think you're doing, man?" he said. Through the bubble side window of the van, I could see people sitting in leather swivel chairs. Their faces gathered at the window as though they were looking out of a fishbowl. "Wonderful day," I said. "What the fuck you doing up in that woods?" "What do you care? You're not shy. Come on, Dio, that air show was first rate." I saw his nostrils whiten around the edges. "We told you the other day you don't come around,"
he said. "You're not a cop. You seem to have confusion about that." I turned off my engine and clicked my nails on the window jamb. He turned off his engine, too. It was silent on the road except for the wind blowing through the pines. The western sun over the lake made his waxed black van almost glow with an aura. "I heard you like to take off parts of people," I said. "You heard what?" "The Sal the Duck story. It's the kind of stuff they enjoy at the DEA. It brightens up a guy's file." He opened the door and started to step out on the road. I saw his father lean forward from the back and try to hold his shoulder. The father's lips looked purple against his gray skin. His goiter worked in his throat, and his eyes were intense and black when he spoke. But Sally Dio was not listening to his father's caution, and he slid off the seat and stepped out on the road. I set my sunglasses on the dashboard and got out of the truck. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see Cleet standing by his Jeep. Dio had put on a pair of Levi's over his bathing suit. His denim shirt was open, and his stomach was flat and ridged with muscle. I heard the van door slide open on the far side, and a sun-bleached boy and girl walked around the back and stared at me, but it was obvious they intended to remain spectators. Through the trees, I could see the sun click on the deep blue rippling sheen of the lake. "You got a serious problem," Sally Dio said. "How's that?" I said, and I smiled. "You hear an Italian name, you think you can piss on it. A guy's been up the road, you think he's anybody's fuck. You're not a convincing victim, Dio. So you keep coming around, provoking a guy, bothering his family, bothering his friends." He touched me lightly on the chest with 3 stiff fingers. There were small saliva bubbles in the corner of his mouth. His duck-tailed hair was the color of burnt copper in the slanting light. "It's time to back off, partner," I said, and smiled again. "And it don't matter, you've been warned. You get in people's face. You got no respect for an old man. You got no respect for people's privacy. You're a jitterbird, man." His 3 stiffened fingers tapped against my chest again, this time harder. "You get off hanging around swinging dicks because you got nothing going on your own." His face came closer to mine, and he poked me in the chest again. The looped scar under his right eye looked like a flattened piece of string on his skin. I slipped my hands into the back pockets of my khakis, as a third base coach might, and looked off at the sunlight, winking through the pine trees. "Let me run something by you, Sal," I said. "Did you ever ask yourself why you have a certain kind of people hanging around you? Hired help, rummy musicians, beach boys with rut for brains. Do you think it's just an accident that everybody around you is a gumball? When's the last time somebody told you were full of shit?" I could hear his breathing. "You got a death wish, man. You got something wrong with you," he said. "Let's face it, Sal. I'm not the guy with the electronic gate on my driveway. You think the Fuller Brush man's going to whack you out?" He wet his lips to speak again, then suddenly one side of his face tightened and he swung at my head. I ducked sideways and felt a ring graze across my ear and scalp. Then I hooked him hard between the mouth and the nose. His head snapped back and his long hair collapsed over his ear. Then he came at me, swinging wildly with both fists the way an enraged child would. Before I could hit him squarely again, he locked both arms around me. Grunting, wheezing in my ear, I could smell his hair tonic and deodorant and the reefer smoke in his clothes. Then he released one of his arms, bent his knees, and swung at my phallus. But his aim was not as good as his design. He hit me inside the thigh, and I brought my elbow into his nose, felt it break like a chicken bone, saw the shock and pain in his eyes just before I hit him again, this time in the mouth. He bounced off the van's side panel, and I hit him hard in the face again. He was trying to raise his hands in front of him, but it did him no good. I heard the back of his head bounce off the metal again, saw the genuine terror in his eyes, saw his blood whipped across the glass bubble in the panel, felt my fists hit him so hard that his face went out around. Then Cleet was between us, his revolver drawn, one arm held out stiffly toward me, his eyes big and glaring. "Back away, Dave. I'll shoot you in the foot, I swear to God I will," he said. On the edge of my vision, I could see cars stopped on the road in each direction. Cleet was breathing through his mouth, his eyes riveted on mine. Sally Dio had both of his hands pressed to his face. His fingers were red in the sunlight through the trees.